So today we're sampling our Titanic Distillers Premium Irish Whiskey and our Titanic Distillers Premium Irish Sugar Beet Vodka. Our whole brand is about shipbuilding in Belfast and those people who built the boats, and we want to honour those people. So our distillery will open October this year. It'll be the first working distillery in Belfast in over 100 years. Within here in the hospitality area, we have been giving out some free samples, and then we're also offering some cocktails on the bar, bespoke cocktails using both our spirits. In the fan village, we've been just chatting to people about the Titanic brand that maybe never seen it before, so just getting their feedback on the brand and how both the spirits taste. Our reception for both our spirits today has been amazing. We've had some great comments about the whiskey. There's a lot of whiskey fans here, so a lot of people really were excited to try an Irish whiskey. Vodka, because it's made from the sugar beet, it's naturally sweet, it's unfiltered, and it's had a really, really good reception, so it's been fantastic.
Anderson and to Davis for the first time, and Davis is caught. Jimmy Anderson bowls, full of length, taken on the pad, given out. No hesitation there on the part of Nigel Long. It's bowling out to George Bartlett. Full of length, taken on the pad, must be close. And it's given after some hesitation.
It's driven, it's a no ball, it's a handsome looking shot. It's 4 runs. Again. Oh, that's flashed away down towards third man. It's not where he's aiming for. Mahmood to Lammonby off the back foot and driven away through the vacant cover region for 4 runs.
Saki Mahmood in past by a long bowl. Cadmore down, the Cola Cadmore down the pitch. Big swing, loses his leg stump. That's the 4th Somerset wicket. Did speak of showers in the weather forecast this morning. Mahmood in and bowls, and this is driven nicely by Lammonby. Can almost feel the relief as that one evaded mid-off and ran away to the long-off boundary.
Anderson to Root, that's driven through point for 4 runs.
Balderson's in a bowl, beautifully driven away through extra cover by Tom Lammonby. Just over pitch there, Balderson.
Lovely shot.
Pulled away through square leg.
Yes, good morning and a warm welcome to our coverage on Lancs TV, live from Emirates Old Trafford and on the BBC Sport website and app. And you join us from the commentary box, peering down on a gloriously looking, bright and sunny Emirates Old Trafford. The outfield bathed in sunshine, just a little bit of blue sky above, the odd fluffy cloud. You can see the flags fluttering. And we're about to start, and that is Alice McCready, who's the head of stadium events here at Emirates Old Trafford, ringing the bell. She's heading off for some maternity leave. Well done, Alice. Excellent bell ringing from you, that. Top notch. So we're just a few minutes away from the start of play. 109 for 4 at Somerset in their first innings. We had a frustrating opening day, because we went off for rain at 3:30 and didn't come back on, which isn't great. But Somerset managed to kind of piece things back together again. It could have unravelled pretty quickly for Somerset. They were 12 for 3, but then they found a couple of partnerships, of which the latest for them between Tom Lammonby and James Rue is worth 54 runs. And they got to eventually what was the close of play at 109 for 4 in their first innings. Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset is alongside me, and well, I mean, there's a bit of kind of resistance in the afternoon for Somerset. And good morning to you, mate.
Good morning, Scott. Yeah, it was a bit more than resistance. I thought it was a good comeback. I mean, so. Tom Cola Cadmore started things off with a rapid 20 and then went for one big shot too many against Saqib Mahmood. But then Tom Lammonby, who'd been dropped twice in the first couple of overs of the day, battled his way through to the close to be 34 not out from 145 deliveries. A real vigil out there. And James Roux looked classy. 20 not out. And I think Somerset hopes will be pinned initially on these two, but we've still got Craig Overton to come in and Casey Aldridge, both of whom, well, Overton is a genuine all-rounder. Casey Aldridge is becoming a genuine all-rounder, and then Josh Davey, who's actually tops the Somerset averages at the moment. So there is scope for Somerset to push on to a first innings total of somewhere north of 200, maybe 250. I spoke to Shane Berger, who's the Somerset batting coach, last night, and he reckons that 300 would be a decent score on this pitch, which flattened out yesterday afternoon. It was very, very difficult in the first hour and a half yesterday morning, but the batsmen were looking a lot more comfortable just before the rain came. It came at exactly the wrong time for Somerset.
It did, yeah. It started to look a little easier, didn't it, when those two were batting, and then the partnership would reflect that. The two umpires are creeping down from their dressing rooms. A couple of boxes of balls in hand. You'll need them. There's always a ball change or two through the course of a day, and the umpires heading out, hands buried in their pockets. The Lancashire captain is Dame Velas again for this game, so he walks through a little guard of honour. It's School's day again, so the school kids are lining up to greet the arrival of the Lancashire players. High fives are plenty for the kids there.
It was absolute mayhem coming into the ground this morning. There was everything going off. There was football competitions and rock climbing and axe throwing. I mean, little plastic axes, goodness knows what. And hundreds of school kids who were having the time of their lives. It was great to see, it really was. And let's hope they see some good cricket this morning.
You weren't tempted to try and scale the the climbing wall, then, were you, Anthony,
no,
this morning?
A bit past that, I think.
The two not-out batsmen are heading out. Short sleeves today, that's a good sign. Short sleeves. Bit of sunshine. Let's hope for a nice warm, at least dry day. And Lammonby's 34 from 145 balls faced. Brilliant effort from Tom Lammonby through the course of yesterday, and he batted through a really torrid spell in the morning session. So he'll be kind of hoping, if the sun shines and the pitch just get a little more friendlier through the course of the day, that he can try and cash in and benefit potentially, Anthony, from the way he battled really hard to survive yesterday morning.
Yeah, and he's got a really good opportunity now to move on to a substantial score, because I think Somerset need probably a century from one of their lower order batters, because I don't think 200 would be enough. We've got George Balderson to complete his 10th over. He's got 4 balls of it remaining. It was rudely interrupted when they went off for rain yesterday afternoon, and really there was very little prospect of play resuming once the rain set in. Balderson then to Lammonby, 2 slips and a gully. He's in and bowls, and this one runs off the outside edge out into the gully, where it's fielded by Tom Hartley, I think that is.
It is, yeah.
Tall figure there.
Yeah, Hartley at gully, so it'd be Wells at first slip and Mitchell at second, Hartley at gully, Croft at point, Bohannon at cover, Velas at mid-off, Mahmood mid-on.
Balderson in and bowls, and Lammonby watchfully forward, as he was so often in yesterday's play. Fancy there are a few more people here today, probably encouraged by the weather forecast, which seems to be set fair. Great to say.
Seems to be getting better for the next few days as well. Tomorrow,
yeah.
Lovely.
Hopefully we won't lose any more play in the game. Balderson, right arm, medium pace, in and bowls, full of length and driven but not timed by Lammonby. These two came together at the fall of Cola Cadmore's wicket, which fell at 56, I think. Can't read the scoreboard. Balderson in and bowls, full of length again, and not driven firmly by Lammonby, picked up by Dame Villas at mid-off. And that's the end of the completed over of the day. Just the 4 balls from Balderson, no great excitement. And who's going to bowl the second over? Looks as though it... Will Williams coming on from the other end. Will Williams, who played, I think, 3 seasons down in Somerset for Bridgewater. One that got away from Somerset. 29 years. His first class career, only 52 games to date, mostly for Canterbury in New Zealand, which is where he comes from. Taken 162 wickets at 22 apiece, good figures. Best bowling of 5 for 26. He's going to be bowling to James Rew, who's on 20. Williams in and bowls, and Rew turned round a little by that one. Some late movement back into the left-hander. Rew rehearses a push through mid-wicket. We've got again the 2 slips. Luke Wells, Darryl Mitchell, and then Tom Hartley in the gully. Croft at backward point, extra cover, Bohannon. Mid-off. There's Jimmy Anderson, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Rew watchfully, carefully plays this into the onside. Sunny here at Old Trafford. Plenty of blue sky overhead. Quite a bit of cloud as well, but it's not threatening cloud. And I think the weather forecast suggests that the weather's going to improve as the day wears on.
Happy days.
Yeah. Will Williams to James Rew outside the off stump. A little bit of away movement. That was would have been an inducker to a right-hander. Away swinger to the left-hander, but starting too wide.
Rob Jones is on as a 12th man for Lancashire. He's just at square leg, chatting to the square leg umpire, and so
who's off?
I think it's Anderson. I can't see Jimmy Anderson anymore.
No, I can't.
Maybe not required to bowl just yet.
Williams to... Oh, he beats him, and that is dropped at first slip by the unfortunate Luke Wells. Did it carry?
Thought he did watching it live, but we'll see in a second on the replay. Here we go.
Yes, it did. Yep. Just very similar to the catch he put down yesterday morning.
Yeah, there was 2 early ones yesterday, wasn't
in the first over, I think that was.
Yeah,
this is in the first full over of the morning. So James Rew is given a life. That's the 4th catch that Lancashire have dropped. Williams in and bowls, and this one turns Rew around again. A little bit of late movement. There's still plenty in this pitch for the quicker bowlers. David Lloyd Bumble was saying it looks a very good pitch out there, and I think Saki Mahmood told you, Scott, at close of play yesterday that it had flattened out during the afternoon.
Said that, yeah, a little bit kind of into the afternoon. He said it felt like it got a little easier to bat on, flattened out a little bit.
Williams in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside, straight to Rob Jones at forward square leg, and that concludes the first full over of the day. It's still 109 for 4, the overnight score, and James Rew is given a life.
It's a sharp chance. It went to Luke Wells' left-hand side, went low down, but it's a chance that he'll probably be backing himself to take.
Well, he's a left-hander, isn't he? So, you know, catch that maybe he really ought to have taken.
Just looking across the games in Divisions 1 and 2. Everyone's playing apart from one match in Division 1, which is Kent against Hampshire. There's a delay due to rain in Canterbury, and there's nothing between Derbyshire and Gloucestershire. That's an inspection taking place now. As Balderson's into Lammonby, and that's defended back down the pitch, and there's no run.
I think Gloucestershire have lost either 7 or 8 full days cricket so far this season.
Goodness. That's a big, including of course one entire match.
One entire match, yeah.
The Yorkshire game. They've not got too much luck, have they, the Gloucester boys?
No.
So inspection at Derbyshire to see whether or not day 2 can get underway, or indeed the match. Balderson to Lammonby, and that's left. And through to Bell. Luke Wells there, hands on the hips at second slip. Oh, thinking of that chance. First chance of the day. He's taken some stunners as Wells in the slips, but couldn't keep a hold of that one this morning.
Yeah, it was in and out, wasn't it?
Balderson, right arm over the wicket. And that's angled across Lammonby, who shows no interest in playing at that. Allows it through to the keeper, no run. I thought he was terrific yesterday morning, Tom Lammonby. It's a proper gritty effort, wasn't it, to get through a pretty horrible morning session for the batsman anyway. We're hoping to try and cash in a little bit later on with all that hard work and that discipline.
Yeah, it'd be good to see him unfurling a few shots.
Plays forward in defence this time, and there's no run. Well, all that kind of sense of attacking, which of course that's the type of player he is, isn't it? That was all put to bed, wasn't it, yesterday? He was, if he was itching to play a few shots, he didn't show it.
Yeah, I talked to Shane Berger, who's the Somerset batting coach. He used to coach Scotland. Very nice guy from South Africa originally. And he was saying he's been encouraging the batsmen to play their natural game, to play their shots.
Leaves this ball from Balderson, taken by Bell away to his right hand side, just a little bit of movement back in as it went past the stumps.
But the only one who's really following that sort of mantra, the Stokes-McCullum type mantra, is Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Okay.
Sometimes successfully, and sometimes less so, as yesterday.
Well, I suppose that's the nature of it, isn't it? Yeah. It's going to work sometimes and not the others. Again, it's left by Lammonby. Decent stride down the pitch. Hoist the bat out the way. It's pushed full, but wide of a stump by Balderson. End of the over. A maiden over. 109 for 4. So Lammonby 34, Rue on 20. We do have a longer day today. We've got 104 overs to be bowled today. And we'll have 104 overs to be bowled tomorrow as well, making up for time lost yesterday.
Yeah, Dave from Cork, formerly a grumpy git, less grumpy these days, he says, so why haven't we started at 10:30 to make up for lost time from yesterday? And I must say, when I was walking into the ground this morning, I had exactly the same thought. Here's Williams in and bowls to Rue, who defends, because if it were to cloud over, we could easily not get through till 6:30, 7:45, 7 o'clock because of bad light this evening, whereas conditions at 10:30 were absolutely ideal for playing cricket, and it just, I don't know why they can't put that extra half hour on at the beginning of the day rather than the end of the day, when you're less likely to get it the full half hour. Williams striding in from the Anderson end. This is driven off an open face, at least I think it was. He opened the face of the bat, angled that away backward a square down to the wide third man boundary, and I think it came more or less off the middle of the bat as it did. Nice shot from James Rue, just opening the face. 4 runs, first runs of the morning, 113 for 4.
Well, it must be a bit of a theme this morning, because Callum Flynn, who's with us again today, said exactly the same thing when he walked into the commentary box.
Oh,
like, what? Just to be a little bit sensible and just, it's half an hour, you know.
Yeah,
it
just doesn't seem to make much sense to me. Williams to Rue, turned into the onside this time for more runs. This is running away to the eastern boundary, and it is going to be just pulled back in by Josh Bohannon, who sends in the return. They've taken 3 And I venture to suggest that's the first 3 that we've had in this innings.
It could be. I predicted very early yesterday we'll see quite a lot of 3s in this match because of that big boundary, but I think you're right. I think that's the first 3 of the game.
116 for 4, Roux on to 27. Just over-pitched and straying onto leg stump that time.
There must be a reason behind why you can't. I don't know, is it? Why you can't just bring it forward half an hour? There's some regulation somewhere.
It's Williams in again, outside the off stump. Roux shapes to drive, but decides against it. Well, perhaps we can ask Peter Such, who's the ECB match referee, when next we see him. Came in for a chat with Bumble yesterday afternoon. Very entertaining it was too. Williams, you can hear the school children. Lancashire. Here's Williams in and bowls, and defensive shot from James Roux. And we welcome listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra with the news that Somerset have added just 7 runs to their overnight 109 for 4. All 7 of the runs scored by young James Roux, 19 years old, left-handed batsman, wicket-keeper. And the other news is that James Roux, in the first full over of the day, as Williams bowls to him and he lets that go through to George Bell, was dropped at first slip by Luke Wells, who also dropped a catch at first slip, low to his left, as this one was in the first over yesterday. As Scott Reed moves out, and David Lloyd will come in to summarise for the next half an hour or so. What else have we got? John Hayes on Twitter saying 11 to 7 today. Yeah, I think that's about right, John. We're scheduled to finish at 6:30, but invariably the required number of overs takes a little bit longer. Here comes Balderson to bowl to Roux, who gets a real brute of a ball and cuts back in from outside the off stump. Good morning, Bumble.
Good morning, Anthony. Another opportunity there for Lancs. They've got dropsy.
I know, 4 and 4 so far in the game.
Yeah.
Difficult chance, but sort of that most first slips would expect to catch.
You just see practice before the game, and that's what they do.
Here's Balderson sprinting in. He's there, bowls, and Roux plays that defensively into the offside. We think we've solved the mystery of the pub that you stayed in when Lancashire played Somerset back in the day.
With the Skittle Alley.
Yeah, the Crown and Sceptre.
That's it. That's it.
The Crown and thank you, Mike Unwin. Mike Unwin, who is looks after the excellent Somerset Cricket Museum website. Crown and Sceptre. Balderson bowls, an absolute beauty past the outside edge of James Roux's groping bat. Still plenty in this pitch, isn't there?
There is. It should flatten down. You can see the sun on it, but it's not a warm day. We've still got that easterly wind, and it's quite breezy today. But there's 100 out there for somebody. It should get flatter. Day 2, day 3.
Here comes Balderson in and bowls. This is shorter and wider and left alone by James Roux. Interestingly, I saw James Roux practicing his slow left arm this morning. He doesn't appear to have any bowling credentials. He's certainly never bowled in first-class cricket. Whether he's bowled in club cricket or school cricket for King's College Taunton, who went to school, I'm not sure. But it might suggest that Stephen Davis is going to take the gloves. This is Roux defending on the back foot to another good ball from George Balderson, who's been right on the spot this morning.
How old is he, Roux?
19.
He looks absolutely fine. He sets up well, he looks comfortable at the crease, organised.
Coaches all say that he's got a very good head on his shoulders as well. doesn't get phased. He just takes each ball as it comes. Doesn't get ahead of himself. Balderson in bowls, and this is just helped on its way down to long leg for a single. 116, 117 for 4. Move on to 28. Well, I went to the Lamb in Eccles last night.
And survived.
And survived. Very good it was too.
Yeah.
Excellent. It was a beautiful pub. Very nice couple of pints of beer as well. Went on the Metro Link. You're very fortunate in this part of the world with your public transport systems, which are almost non-existent in Somerset.
But I mean, this ground is in a perfect position. Absolutely perfect, just outside the city.
What do you think is a good score on this?
Batting first in the conditions that we saw yesterday, and if they can get through today, I think 270, 300.
Shane Berger said 300. Somerset batting coach.
Yeah.
Williams in, bowls to Rue, who plays that quite late, waiting on it. He's not quick, Will Williams, but he's accurate. He's nagging away.
But he's an Australian import, and
New
Zealand, but
yeah.
he bowls what you'd say just like an English style bowler.
Yeah.
Not quick, but quick enough and accurate.
Well, I think he played 3 seasons of club cricket for Bridgewater.
Did he?
Yeah. And wasn't picked up by Somerset. One that got away. He's in bowls, and this goes up a thick edge down to Stephen Croft at backward point.
It was a good record, that trouble over Bridgewater. I remember that one.
Yeah, Bridgewater. Bridgewater had a big game on Saturday against Taunton St Andrews with Tom Banton was playing, and Will Smead. That's very high standard of club cricket. George Thomas, who's played for Somerset as well. Will Williams to Rue, turns it into the onside, won't get a run, goes straight to Rob Jones. The school children keeping up their chants of Lancashire. But we haven't had Lancashire.
No, that seems to be like one day matches when the ground's full. But there's lots of activity for the children.
Yeah, fantastic, wasn't it? Everything going off down below us.
Yeah.
Behind the media centre, all sorts of games and activities. Having a whale of a time there. Williams in the sunshine from the Anderson end. This comes off a thick edge out into the onside by the square leg umpire, picked up by Rob Jones, and there's no run.
All front foot play from what we've seen this morning. Everything is front foot. You can see batsmen batting out of the crease, looking to get forward to nullify any sort of movement and try not to get hit on the leg. So you're not going to get that phase from this attack of short bowling.
Yeah. Williams to Rue. He just plays around his front pad sometimes, James Rue. But he adjusted well on that occasion to a ball that was leaving him off the seam. Bit of a conflab going on. Having a look at the ball. There hasn't been so much of this season. Mahmood and Dane Villas and Will Williams are going to show it to umpire Nigel Long, who's going to compare notes with Tom Lungley at square leg. And we'll see the when you were in your umpiring days, did you have lots of trouble with balls going out of shape?
No, interestingly, I umpired in the 80s just for a short time, for 3 years, and it was that time, you'll remember, that the umpire had to randomly look at the ball.
Oh, did you?
To see if it was just random. You wouldn't look at it every over, randomly. Can I have a look at the ball, please, to make sure that there'd been no tampering and so on. Yeah. But it's always a ploy that if there's no wickets, the bowlers will try to change the ball. Going back to Bill Alley. Now, Bill, you would say to Bill, this ball is out of shape, is this, Bill? You've got to change it. And he'd look at it, Bill, and throw it back, and he'd say to you, if you keep bowling, he'll knock it back into shape. Umpires never used to change the ball.
No.
Oh, unlucky. But now, we're just watching now that there is 2 boxes of balls have appeared onto. So there's no cricket. 2 boxes of balls. 2! And so the umpires have got to try to choose a ball that is about 50 overs old.
Do they actually mark on the ball how many overs have been bowled with it?
Yeah, they can do that prior to the game, or just look at the ball that they're going to change and look in the 2 boxes and see which one's about the same. And so there's a new impetus now. If I'm a batsman now, I'm wary because I've got used to this ball that they've changed. Now it might be that this ball, and we're showing it close up on the screen, and they'll work furiously on this to get some sort of shine on it. And as a batsman, I'd be apprehensive that, God, I've just got used to that ball. I hope this one is exactly the same. It's Villas who's putting a real shine on it.
There must have been something fairly obviously wrong with it, though, because the previous one, because it didn't take very long to decide that it had to be changed. Anyway, let's see what it does. Williams in and bowls outside the off stump. Hard to say from that delivery. End of the over, 117 for 4, 34 to Lammonby, who hasn't added to his overnight score. All of the 8 runs at Somerset have accrued this morning to James Rew, who's moved on to 28.
So to get to the 300, the 51 overs have been bowled, and they're going along just at 2+ and over, just over 2 and over. So it's been watchful from Lammonby, 34 from 158 deliveries. Rew is 28 from 84, and Lancashire just needed a breakthrough. They want to get a new batsman in.
Here's a question for you on Twitter from Niall, otherwise known as Krusty Crouton, as Balderson is in and bowls, driven but not timed by Lammonby. He says, do we know why Matt Parkinson has fallen out of favour, and what does this mean for his future at Lancashire?
Yeah, I've been intrigued by that they've opted for Tom Hartley as a orthodox finger spinner, left arm, and Matt Parkinson went out on loan. He's up at Durham. And so that, you know, it'll be a frustration for him, but again, getting back to April, leg spin, not sure.
Balderson bowls and Lammonby defends. How's he been getting on up at Durham? Has he taken any wickets?
You know, I've not noticed too much, and again at Durham it's predominantly going to be seam bowling, and you come back to the time of year that a leg spinner traditionally is going to come into his own. I'm going to tell you that everybody wants to know here, in August. Well, there is no cricket in August other than the 100.
I know. It's a very, very, very sore point around the counties. Outside the off stump, through to George Bell, and no run scored, 117 for 4 still, and lots of talk in the newspapers about the future of the 100 beyond 2028, when the television contract runs out. Competition from franchise leagues around the world, talk of the best white ball players being signed up by IPL clubs, as this is worked up to Mahmood at mid-on, and there's no run. Could reach a situation where players like Joss Butler, Luke Wood, possibly Hales, Alex Hales, are under contract, you know, effectively owned by one of the
franchise, by an individual enterprise.
Yeah, and England or whichever country it might be, as Balderson is in and bowls to Lammonby, will have to ask the IPL franchise to release the player in order to play international cricket, which is a complete reversal of what you might think was the natural order of things.
But it's a massive change in cricket. Cricket as we know it is probably disappearing,
and it's pretty tough on the counties as well. You know, who have invested a huge amount in bringing on young players, and then it's Balderson bowls outside the off stump, no shot, and then the value that's being created is then exploited by an outfit, a franchise that's done absolutely nothing to develop young players.
But for our county cricket, and I'm a champion of county cricket, and I understand that, you know, oh, there's nobody there. Well, there isn't. But it's where we all start. Every player, I mentioned that I watched the second 11 last week. Young players making their way in the game. The lad Dickinson scoring 184 as an amateur player. Harry Singh, 97 at the top of the innings. They're learning the trade. That's where you're going to learn your trade. And then it may be later on that you move on to different things. But you've got to learn to play somewhere.
Yeah. Another over from Will Williams into bowl to James Rue, who defends. And yet, you know, the counties do invest heavily in developing young players, and they don't really get a return on their investment, because, you know, the players can move on. And I know it's something that Richard Gould is concerned about.
Do you think there's any merit in going like football? You got you got to buy him.
Yes,
he's going to cost you $2 million.
That's what Richard Gould was saying, who of course is foot in both camps outside the off stump, in the sense that you know, he was chief executive of Bristol City, so he knows the game of football pretty well.
Well, his dad was Bobby Gould,
absolutely,
wasn't he? He was Bobby Gould was a marauding centre forward, wasn't he?
Yeah, for Bristol Rovers initially.
Yeah, and became a manager, football manager.
Yeah, very successful.
With some success.
Oh yeah. He's still going strong, is Bobby Gould. Yeah. So anyway, that's one of the things that Richard Gould has been saying. Turned into the onside for a single this time by James Rue. If James Rue's got a weakness, he's not particularly adept at rotating the strike. It was very noticeable at Southport last year when he was up one end and Jack Morley was bowling into rough outside his off stump and giving him a really torrid time. And he was batting with Lewis Goldsworthy, who was a right-hander, and he got stuck up at the wrong end, as it were. But then he's only young. But these two haven't been great at rotating the strike. Williams in and bowls outside the off stump, not very far outside the off stump, judging by Will Williams doing an impression of an aeroplane.
There's a difference if you watch the way that England are playing this modern cricket now under McCullum, and that's aggressive. Now these two batsmen here have got very defensive, and the only thing you can see in their mind is get forward and defend. I don't think they're looking actually to score.
No, but it does make them, you know, sitting ducks almost for the ball that does do something off the pitch. Williams in and bowls, and now a bit forward in defence.
I'm an old style coach, which never really suited spectators and supporters when you're in a game like this and there's a bit of stalemate. I want my quickest bowler to rough them up, to see, you know, let's see what their mettle is. And it's just for a 20-minute, half an hour, and you know the spectator. Why are they bowling short? Why, look, he's bowled short again. Just for half an hour.
Yes, one
to
thing
get right into them.
It's something that Fred Rumsey said in his book as well. Every side needs a really fast bowler to make things happen when there isn't much happening. This is defended by Tom Lammonby, and of course, in Fred's case, he was that very genuinely fast bowler. Some more words from Bumble, and then Scott Reed will take up the commentary.
Back to Bill Elliott, Gully. Pitch him up, Fred. Oh dear. So we've got. I think this is Mitchell going to bowl. New recruit, overseas player, vastly experienced from New Zealand. Daryl Mitchell, medium pace. And where's the keeper? Is he going to stand back? This is just medium pace. So wicket keeper Bailey stood back. Saqib Mahmood chatting away with Daryl Mitchell. He's a very accomplished, experienced cricketer. Has he got a golden arm? That's what they're looking for. A medium pacer to come on and just nip one out.
Morning, Bumble.
Good morning, sir.
So it's Mitchell then. First time in Lancashire colours.
Hey.
Oh, he's bowled a beauty. Straight through to Bell. Enjoyed that Bell, didn't he? Big smile on his face.
We've got a close-up there on the screen of George Bell. I can swear he's 12. He's 12 years of age. That's nothing more.
It's a sharp ball sent down first up. They liked that in the slips, didn't they? Luke Wells was up, applauding, smile on his face. 12-year-old George Bell, likewise. He's pushed away to point by James Root. Croftfields, no run.
The innings is becalmed, but both batsmen are just so concerned about getting forward, and there's no aggression. They're not looking to score, they're not looking to rotate the strike, they're just trying to wear the attack down, but the scoreboard's going nowhere.
118 for 4. Good start by Mitchell. First over for Lancashire. Down the leg side to Rue this time. That's Bell skipping away to his right-hand side to take the catch. And there's no run. Rue 29, Lammonby on 34. Dane Velas, will he be happy at the minute with how things are going for his team?
No, I don't think he will.
Okay.
You know, you're looking to nip one out early on, and there's a little bit of cloud around, but they're very high, and it's a cool breeze.
Mitchell to Rue, that's defended to Mahmood at mid-on, and there's no run.
I walked across the ground this morning and just got close up to the pitch, and it's got a lovely covering of grass on it, and straw-coloured grass, and you can see this morning, you can see on screen how it's changed colour, and eventually it'll just look like a slab. There's 100 out there. If a batsman gets in, he should be able to get 100.
Rue has a habit of scoring centuries against Lancashire. Dabbed this one away, back down the pitch towards Mitchell. There's no run. Got a ton at Taunton against Lancashire earlier this season. Got one at Southport against Lancashire last season as well.
He looks a good player to me. 19 years of age, Anthony tells us. I mean, he looks so comfortable at the crease. Some of them, you can tell they look awkward, and it's difficult, it's hard work, but this looks very easy.
Waits for Mitchell to complete his first over. Looking down the leg side. Good one-handed take from George Bell. And I've enjoyed that. It's a good stop from Bell. I felt a bit for George Bell yesterday. It looked pretty tough to keep wicket, certainly yesterday morning. The ball was doing plenty, lots of movement for the keeper to deal with. It was and late movement as well.
That would be the disappointment for the coaching staff and the management. That that movement, you're in the game. Wicket keeper and slips, you're in the game. They've put 4 down. That's a bit harsh in saying that Anderson's catch knocked straight back to him. That's going to stick, or it's not. But 3 slip catches, you know when it's moving around as it has been, that it's coming your way. You're in the game every delivery. And so all the practice that they do before the game, it just leads the coaches to say, well, concentrate. They put 3 down, put 1 down this morning.
Yeah, Wells unable to snaffle the chance that was created this morning. Dropped it at first slip. It's Saqib Mahmood. He's in from the Anderson end. Ball's a lovely ball to Lammonby. And that snakes past the edge of the bat, taken by Bell.
From around the wicket, from the Anderson end. You can see that grey colour on this pitch now, just where the bowlers land at the crease. That moisture has gone out. Very grey.
Yeah, Saqib Mahmood last night said to us on an interview that it did get flatter as the day progressed. It's defended by Lammonby into the offside for no run.
There's one thing that we've not got here, I'm not sure we can get it, is the speed gun, just to see how quick the bowlers are. You're sort of guessing, I should think that Balderson, I'm going to put him at about 80. Anderson 83. Mahmood, if he's really firing, Mahmood would be high 80s.
In again to Lammonby, just plays forward in defence, no run.
I still think that Mahmood is feeling his way after another season out with a back injury. He looks to have bulked up, he looks to have worked hard on his physique, but he's not, from what I've seen in this game so far, he's not absolutely charging in, understandably.
Yeah, just the second game of the summer for Saqib Mahmood. Both have actually come against Somerset, played at Taunton a few weeks back. And off the back foot, pushing away into the offside. Just come to the right of Villas at mid-off. It's a pretty theatrical pick up and throw towards the stumps from the Lancashire captain, but they've got through for a quick single. And the first run of the morning for Tom Lammonby moves on to 35 not out, 119 for 4.
Have you worked with Saqib as a commentator?
I have a few times now, yeah.
He's really good, isn't he? I'm glad I'm at the end of it. I said to him, don't give up your day job. He's very, very good.
Yeah, I did a couple of international games and 100 matches with him last summer. Balls to Rue, that's turned to the leg side. Will Williams fields, no run.
He'd be the one bowler in Lancashire's attack in this match that could have a go, have a real go, short of a length, and bang it in and set a field accordingly with a short leg, a deep square. That's an element of international cricket that you always get. There'll always be a half-hour period, right, we're going to go after him. So I don't think they've got the tools in this attack to do that.
He's going to come over the wicket to Root. Plays it off the back foot, pushing away into the offside. Villas at mid-off fields. It's Mahmood's first over of the morning done. Just that single, which is the first run of the day for Tom Lammonby. 35 not out. So 119 for 4 through about 40 minutes of play on the second day live from Emirates Old Trafford. On Lancs TV, the BBC Sport website and the app, and on 5 Sports Extra. Yeah, it's just a second match for Mahmood. So it's going to take some time, isn't it, I guess, for him to kind of build up bowling fitness. Yeah,
and especially in this sort of cool weather. Wants it a bit warmer.
Mitchell starts again. And right in behind it goes Lammonby. And defends to mid-off, and there's no run.
So what can they do, Lancashire? Just something out of the ordinary, just to change it up. I think that for a start, wicket-keeper Bell to stand up. Both batsmen are looking to stand outside of the crease, just to bring them back into the crease for a start against Mitchell. Just at the minute, it's routine.
Mitchell balls, forward goes Lammonby. Pushing away to the offside, no run. Almost feels a little bit like a battle of patience, doesn't it, as to who perhaps might give in first. Runs have pretty much dried up, haven't they? Lancashire just sticking in with this setup here. See if the batter plays a false shot.
Just break the partnership, get a new batsman in.
Mitchell again. Carries nicely through to Bell. Followed it to Lammonby as well. Good start by Daryl Mitchell.
His dad was in rugby, wasn't he, in New Zealand? Daryl Mitchell. I think he was a very well respected manager of the rugby team, the All Blacks. I'm certain it's him. He must be well into his 30s, Daryl Mitchell, is he? 36.
32.
Oh.
That's off the back foot by Lammonby and drilled away into the offside for no run. In fact, he's not 32 until a week on Saturday.
Well, it looks like he's had a hard life.
Nickname's the Moose, apparently.
I'm certain his dad was an administrator for Rugby New Zealand.
Falls again to Lammonby, left and taken by Bell.
John Mitchell.
That's it, yeah. Former New Zealand rugby union player and coach.
That's it.
He was the defence coach for England rugby union side that lost the World Cup final. Here with Lancashire now until the end of the T20s. So he's around for a couple more championship matches. And the championship resumes a little bit later on in the summer. This is the final round of championship games for Lancashire before the blast starts. Short ball, pulled away by Lammonby. Out towards deep mid-wicket. Balderson fields. And Lammonby comes back for 2. Moves on to 37. That's the end of Mitchell's second over. 121 for 4.
First short ball that we've seen in the morning. The first one. And it didn't get up too much, round about chest high, pulled away, well in front of square on the leg side. It's the only one that we've seen that's produced a back foot shot. I didn't know he did. Oh, he was camera here.
Just right there, bump on you.
Got everything. Short of nothing. And what about Anthony experiencing the delights of Eccles?
Yeah, you thought that was a brave move, didn't you?
I did.
Mahmood to Roux. It's pushed off the front foot. Picked up by Bohannon at cover, no run. Well, you think it's a particular pub that he's been to before?
Yeah,
opposite the metro stop.
He knew the place.
Yeah. He was keen to find it last night.
I'll read out, as I read out earlier, I mentioned to a doctor friend of mine that Anthony was going to Eccles, and he replied, "Can't you warn him?"
Mahmood from the Anderson end. Again, Roux off the toes, just pushing up towards mid-off, no run.
He was in pursuit of this particular pub, which in actual fact was the Lamb.
Right.
And it's a wonderful pub. And it serves Holt's beer. And this doctor friend of mine wrote, "Can't you warn him? Holt's and Eccles, I'm not sure which is the most dangerous."
He seems to have survived it pretty well.
Yeah.
He was in here bright and early this morning. Might take him into Manchester tonight.
That'll be raw.
Mahmood just pushes square leg back to the boundary. So there's a deep backward square leg now. Balls to Roux. It is short. And I wonder whether he's gloved it behind to the keeper. Kind of half an appeal from Bell.
Now then. Saqib Mahmood. That's 1 for the over. That's a short ball, and it's a good short ball. Quick.
Well, he's got 2 back on the leg side boundary. Balderson at fine leg. And Wells at deep backward square leg. It's the biggest boundary on the ground, that, to the leg side for Roux. Well, you wanted a bit of short stuff, Bumble. Might be a little bit coming up here from Mahmood. Nope, follow this time, wide of off stump.
So if you're taking him into Manchester tonight, it's Britain's Protection, Peveril of the Peak, Circus Tavern, Vine, City Arms.
Oh, blimey.
Marble Arch, and then try and find your way back.
I'll just come straight back here, I think. Keep in the commentary box. That sounds quite a lively Friday night, does that?
It is. Hey.
Roux waits for Mahmood. Over the wicket, balls again. Oh, he's pushing at this delivery. Bell takes it, the keeper.
And ask around for George the Greek, you'll find him. He'd be one of them.
.121 for 4. Final ball for Mahmood. This is 10th over of the innings. 1 for 25. Wicket of Tom Corlett-Cadmore yesterday. 2 slips in place. And Roux off the back foot forces the ball away into the offside. He's a misfield by Josh Bohannon. so Rue can get through for a single. So he moves on to 30. Lammonby on 37. 122 for 4. We've had 45 minutes of play in this morning session on the second day. One chance created, put down by Luke Wells at first slip. Lancashire probing away for their first breakthrough. And again, some great patience and discipline been shown by Lammonby and by Rue. They've barely played a false shot just yet. 66-run partnership. Mitchell around the wicket now. And that's eased away off the pads by Rue to Mahmood at mid-on, and there's no run. And say good morning for the first time today to Callum Flynn.
Yeah, good morning. Lovely, well, hopefully for a lovely day. Forecast looks not too bad, I don't think, for the weekend.
It's getting better, I think.
Which is good. Like you say, steady start from Somerset so far. Still does look like it's swinging around and doing a little bit out there, actually.
Tidy start from Mitchell. Ball's against back of the length. Oh, that's punched away through the covers by Root. It's a big boundary. Velas is hurtling after it. And he does flick it back, and they've run 3. So Root moves on to 33 not out. 125 for 4 now.
The recent weather's had a bit of an effect on the outfield, I feel like. It's not been as quick as normal at Old Trafford today and yesterday.
Yeah, it did tip it down yesterday afternoon, didn't it?
Yeah, very consistent.
We probably thought he timed that nicely for 4. Had a back foot punch through the covers, but didn't reach the rope. Mitchell back over the wicket to Lammonby this time. It'll nudge away off the hip, pick up and throw towards the stumps by Balderson. And got through for a single. Lammonby to 38 now, 126 for 4. Having seen Lancashire start with an opening burst from Will Williams and George Balderson, they've now got Mitchell and Mahmood. Still no sign of Anderson. Off the back foot and hit away through the offside by Root to the right of Villas at mid-off. They shuffle back for 2. This is proving to be possibly their most successful over so far of the morning. 6 off it, 128 for 4 with 2 balls left.
I think the Somerset batters will be noting that as well, and the players on the balcony realising that Jimmy Anderson hasn't come out yet. So
he went off before the close of play last night. Forward goes Rue, in defence, no run.
I think Somerset will be thinking they can keep digging in and get through this first over without losing a wicket. The conditions just die down a little bit, becomes a lot easier for batting. Without Jimmy, you're looking at a sack with the extra pace, but then you probably are looking at 3 relatively medium paces for in the professional game, really, with Williams, Balderson and Mitchell.
Mitchell comes over the wicket and balls, and Rue flicks the ball away off his hip down to Williams at fine leg for 1 more run. So that's 7 off the over. Yeah, that's the most profitable over, I suspect, of the morning for Somerset. 129 for 4. Lammonby on 38, Rue on 36. The balcony on the front of the point is pretty busy this morning.
Yeah, it looks like there's some kind of event on. It's going to be some stadium when the new hotel's fully built as well, isn't it? It's going to be definitely going to be up there with one of the best in the country.
Little update on Jimmy Anderson for you. Just a minor issue, we're told. It's being assessed. So no Anderson out there for Lancashire at the minute. Mahmood to Rue, short pulled in front of square through mid-wicket. Good looking shot for 4. Takes James Rue onto 40 not out. 133 for 4.
picked that up lovely in front of square. Timed it really well, flew away for 4. I think can see a bit of a ploy here from Lancashire and Sak Mahmood. We've got deep square leg out to Rue consistently now, so maybe Rue is picking up on that as well, that they are going to go a bit more back of the length body line into him.
Yeah, Luke Wells at deep backward square leg and Balderson at fine leg, the 2 fielders on the rope on the leg side. Short again by Mahmood. Rue bends his knees a little, the ball bounces into the gloves of George Bell. He's up off his feet, both feet in the air to take the catch. Yeah, so an extra little challenge for the Lancashire captain. He's without his premier bowler at the minute. So Mahmood and Mitchell, Balderson and Williams. And we see him as he's got to work with. So the front foot by Rue, just angled away to backward point. Croft fields, no run.
Very healthy crowd in today, I feel. Obviously still got the kids' day on as well, all the primary school kids taking part in the all-star activities to our left. But a healthy crowd in front of the pavilion and below the point as well.
The forecast was good today, so always encourages a decent turnout. This batch of school kids today, there's Mahmood balls again. It's cut, and it's a terrific stop by Croft at point, diving away to his left-hand side, saving 4, I suspect, for his team.
Just seems to get younger each year, doesn't it, Croft? Just the evergreen Stephen Croft. Was it his 20th year? Did I see that?
Sounds about right. Yeah. I think last week at Trent Bridge was his 200th first class game for Lancashire.
You can see from his Lancashire cap as well, there's not much colour left in it these days.
133 for 4. Mahmood to Rue. Just turns it away to square leg for a single. Moves on to 41. 134 for 4. Yeah, the school kids, they don't seem quite as lively as yesterday.
No,
it was a consistent,
boisterous.
Yeah, consistent sound of background noise of cheering yesterday. They
I feel like they did peak early yesterday though, so maybe the school kids have been told hold it off for a little while.
Well, there's 1 or 2 tucking into their lunch boxes already. They're having a bit of a sandwich and a butty and a bit of chocolate. So maybe a bit of sugar might give them a bit of a...
I have noticed there's an ice cream van today as well.
Oh, nice. You tempted?
Yeah, definitely.
Final ball of the over. It's a nice shot off the back foot by Lammonby. It's a good stop again, this time by Bohannon. And there's no run. Those 2 for Lancashire, Croft and Bohannon, cover and backward point, do tend to save quite a few runs in that region.
Yeah, they'd probably save 8 runs there, that over, with 2 excellent pieces of fielding from Croft and Bohannon. Does give you, as a bowler, definitely gives you a bit of a lift when you see your fielders putting the body on the line and making stops like that. It certainly just keeps the pressure on a little bit for the bowlers. Even as a batter, it does sometimes frustrate you when you play a lovely shot and you think you deserve 4, but unfortunately the fielder has something to say about it.
Here's Daryl Mitchell, over number 4 for him, from the Brian Statham end. Forward goes Rue, and defends into the offside. And there's no run. Rob Jones there is 12th man on the field for the injured Jimmy Anderson, or at least it's a minor issue.
Let's not worry the English fans.
Let's not worry anybody too quick. It's a minor issue which is being assessed.
He's bowled a lot of overs recently though, hasn't he, as well, so I'm sure the medical team here at Lancashire and the ECB will be hoping to look after him as best we can.
Mitchell again. The front foot by Root. Pushed away into the onside, no run.
Have you go into any of the Ashes?
Well, the one here, Lancashire are playing, so I can't get to the one here. I think that the clash with what's happening with Lancashire's team in the Ashes. He's not fallen kindly this year. It's down the leg side to Roux, taken by Bell. You're here, aren't you, for day
2? Yeah, the Thursday.
Nice.
Up in the party stand.
Oh my! How far back?
Oh, I hope it's not too far back. I've seen that party stand before, and it's won't like to climb that many steps.
Oh my word! No. I'm assuming it said it's full capacity, the party stand, because it's absolutely enormous when it's fully built.
Yeah, it's huge.
Mitchell balls again. Forward goes Roux. Finds Mahmood at mid-on, no run. You can get a bit lively in there, you know.
Yeah, no, I won't be getting lively.
No,
just
okay.
No, leave that to the others. Fourth test, it could actually be over more or less by the time I come watching, depending on how Bazball goes, and fingers crossed it goes well.
Mitchell down the leg side to Roux. Leaping George Bell away to his right, gets a little bit of a glove on that, but just parries it further towards the boundary. But it's okay. Luke Wells has come round to field the ball. Leg by, signalled by the umpire. 135 for 4. Or it could be absolutely set up beautifully for the fourth test match.
Yeah, I genuinely think. I mean, most people remember the 2005 Ashes, and I genuinely think it could be as special as that. This one.
Final ball for Mitchell. It's full, but it's wide of off stump. And taken by Bell. It completes the over. 135 for 4.
I think it could grip the country as much as the 2005 Ashes with the way England are currently playing their cricket, the style that they want to play under Ben Stokes, how aggressive they are, bowling, batting and fielding. And the Aussies certainly won't go down without a fight. They'll try and counter-attack that. Who knows if they'll come out similar style to Bazball, but they'll certainly give it everything they've got. And I still feel like they've got the best seam attack, best bowling attack with Nathan Lyon in world cricket. So it'll be interesting to see how England's Bazball style goes against the Aussies.
I think England's problems are mostly with their bowlers, aren't they? And the fitness thereof.
I seen Ollie Stone yesterday is now out for a couple of months, unfortunately.
Yeah. Here we got Saki Mahmood, who could very well be bowling for England in the Ashes, bowling to James Roux outside the off stump. No shot from Roux. 135 for 4, which means that Somerset in the first hour this morning have added just 26 runs. And I just tweeted that these two are batting very solidly, defensively, but they really need to learn to rotate the strike, because bowlers like to get into a groove just bowling and bowling and bowling at the same batsman as James Roux comes across his stumps and defends that. Back up the pitch.
Yeah, you can sometimes get a bit too comfortable, can't you, as a batsman, where you're sort of just in your own shell, and then you get a bit too relaxed and you probably play at one, or you just leave your hands out at one that you shouldn't be, and you kind of switch off a little bit. But I think they're doing well at the moment, Roux and Lammonby. I think they'll look to get past lunch and then really benefit from the better conditions for batting.
Mahmood from the Anderson end, and this is punched away into the offside by Roux, and there should really have been a single there, but they decide against it as Villas makes the stop. It was a good stop, but he had to go good 10 yards away to his right.
I always feel like if a fielder has to dive, there's a single.
Yeah,
I always feel that way as a batsman.
I mean, in white ball cricket, it would certainly have been a single.
Yeah, you're taking that every day of the week.
And it was an opportunity again to rotate the strike, to present the bowler with a slightly different set of problems. That wasn't taken. James Roux. Will Williams just having a chat with Saki Mahmood, and the result of that is that Mahmood is going around the wicket to James Roux. 2 slips and a gully. Mahmood in and bowls. and Rue again just defends quite into the offside. Interesting that Luke Wells has moved from first slip into the gully.
Oh yeah.
He normally feels.
Oh no, he's that's Hartley, is it?
Oh, it's Hartley, yeah.
Yeah, he's gone to deep square leg, Luke Wells.
That's right, yeah.
But yeah, even so, getting taken out the slips.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps he damaged his hand slightly when he.
Yeah, it was a low
catch.
one yesterday, wasn't it, as well?
Very similar one this morning. He's been banished to the outfield. Outer darkness. In front of the hotel under construction. Mahmood in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Rue. The volume is going up from the school kids down to our left. There they all are. Quite a few of them wearing their high-vis jackets. There's a whole group there, obviously, from one school in particular, all very smartly dressed in blue school uniforms. Chirruping away like hundreds of sparrows in a square somewhere on the continent. Mahmood in and bowls to Rue, who drives but straight to Dame Villas, so there won't be a run. Fancy that was a maiden over from Mahmood. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31, and Daryl Mitchell, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9, 135 for 4, as I say, just 26 runs added in the first hour and a bit, but no wicket has fallen.
I think that's the key, isn't it? No wicket. Will it be Overton next in?
Yes. Yes, I mean the Somerset lower middle order is weaker for the absence of Lewis Gregory, who's being rested. Overton is, he can bat. He's got a first-class century to his name, and he's a hard hitter. And Casey Aldridge got 58 not out.
Was it last year that Overton nearly made that Test century?
That was Jamie.
Oh, Jamie, yeah.
Daryl Mitchell down the leg side to Lammonby, who misses out an opportunity to pick up a few runs down to long leg. Yes, Jamie Overton, who's got a back injury at the moment.
Craig will be hoping to impress, though, won't he, in the county championship and work his way back into the Test team again.
He will. He's not had a great time of it so far, it has to be said. With the ball, he has taken just 4 wickets. Mitchell bustling in, full of length, long way outside the off stump. No shot from Lammonby. And with the bat, he scored 56 runs in 5 innings at an average of 14. So his wickets have cost him 69, and his batting has produced 14s, which is the wrong way round.
Do you feel like that's why maybe Lammonby and Rue are going maybe just a little bit in the shell and just trying to bat as long as they can?
Mitchell in and bowls, and this one comes back into Lammonby. Yeah, I'm sure it's a factor in the equation, although Shane Berger, the batting coach, was talking about positive batting and taking the bowlers on and looking to move the game on and dominate and all the rest of it. Well, we haven't actually seen very much of that from these two so far. But as I keep saying, I think they could do more just to pick up 1s and 2s here and there. Full of length and caught at second slip, and he took the bait there, Tom Lammonby. It happens so often. He's gone for 38. Caught at second slip, chasing after a wide one. Good catch high above his head by Rob Jones, the substitute fielder at second slip.
I think that's exactly what you spoke about regarding rotating the strike, and that's the pressure that causes, where if you're just viewing that ball and let's just say he's left it, you're probably saying, oh, it's a 4 ball, that way you're not putting that away. And with not rotating the strike, he feels like he really does have to flash hard at that, and that is his boundary option. And unfortunately, he's nicked away, and it was a brilliant catch in the slips actually after Lancashire struggles in this game. Well,
Tom Lammonby, he's hung in there. He batted 4 184 deliveries for his 38, and he has been in there for 254 minutes, so 4 hours and 14 minutes for only 38 runs. It's a lot of effort, a lot of concentration, without a huge amount in reward. And it does mean that is it Craig Overton? I presume it is. Yeah. Or is it Casey Aldridge? It's Casey Aldridge. Casey Aldridge being promoted to open. Aldridge, who got that 58 not out in the second innings against Lancashire down at Taunton.
Yeah, Scott was saying yesterday he was really impressed with Aldridge in the first fixture at Taunton.
Well, it's a new over from Daryl Mitchell. Not a new over from Daryl Mitchell, it's outside the off stump to the right-handed Casey Aldridge. So we've got a right-hander and a left-hander out there at the moment. Mitchell 4.5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. The wicket of Tom Lammonby breaking that partnership for the 5th wicket, which was worth 80. So a good partnership, but Tom Lammonby will feel he's missed out there. Worked so hard to build the platform and then just couldn't kick on. Full toss down the leg side, and Aldridge misses out. It's well stopped by George Bell. End of that over from Mitchell. Successful over, the wicket of Tom Lammonby, caught by the substitute fielder Rob Jones at second slip. It's 135 for 5.
I think Lancashire will be opening the old 1 brings 2. Happens here, and they can really get stuck into Somerset's lower order, especially with Jimmy Anderson still not on the field, unfortunately. They'll be hoping to really keep the pressure on now and hopefully benefit from the rewards.
Lots of people standing on the balcony outside the Point Conference Centre, away on the far side of the ground. You can see them there with some refreshment. Camera phones out. Must be a good 50 or 60 there, taking a break from their conference or reception or whatever it is. Mahmood to bowl a new over to James Rue outside the off stump. Lets it go through to George Bell.
It's not a bad view from up there, I don't think.
Oh, nice place to have a conference,
yeah,
or a social function when the cricket is on. If it was me at a conference, I'd be more interested in the cricket.
Yeah, I don't think there were many notes being taken. I'd be asking for a seat near the window.
Yes. Mahmood then with the old pavilion behind him from the Anderson end in a bowls, and this is edged by Rue and will pick up 4 runs just down to the left of Tom Hartley in the gully. Wasn't a chance, at least I don't think it was. Let's have a look at this. It wasn't far away, it was in the air for quite a long time, but he couldn't get down to his left far enough, even though he put in the dive.
Sak Mahmood stayed over the wicket to James Rue quite a lot, and I'm wondering if it's because James Rue, from what I've seen of him this game, he squares up quite a little bit.
He does.
And I'm wondering with the angle it's affecting that even more.
Mahmood in again. This is
lovely shot.
Played away beautifully through the covers. Between cover and extra cover, 4 runs, and that takes Rue on to 49. Successive boundaries.
It's a real dominant shot, isn't it, as a batsman against a quick fast bowler, of punching him in front of the square, flew away to the boundary for 4. He does look a really good player.
He
looks really compact. Looks like he knows his game. Like you say, if he can rotate the strike a bit more, you never know.
Well, he's only 19.
Yeah.
He's plenty of scope to learn. Mahmood in and bowls, and this is his 50. James Rew moves on to 50 as he plays that down to Luke Wells at deep backward square leg. 50 from 126 deliveries with 6 fours. An innings so far of concentration, some nice shots and great determination, and no little skill on a pitch that's offered the seam bowlers, particularly yesterday, plenty of assistance.
Yeah, a real gritty nut against a seam attack that does love the conditions that today and yesterday provided, and like you say, he's battled through against arguably the greatest bowler England's greatest ever bowler as well.
Mahmood then to Aldridge. We've got forward square leg in, that's down the leg side. Looks as though Aldridge might get a bit of a bombardment out there.
Yeah, just a lot different field compared to James Rew now. Just got a silly short leg in. Just in front of square Stephen Croft as well, and then a fine leg. So does look like a little, well, he might play mind games, but certainly some short ball will be coming.
Yeah, I think he got a fair amount of short stuff in that innings of 58 not out against Lancashire. I think Lancashire have spotted a weakness. Mahmood in and bowls, and this one comes back in quite sharply from outside the off stump to Casey Aldridge, who plays it well into the offside, won't get a run. End of the over. 144 for 5. James Rew 50. Casey Aldridge yet to score, because he's a tall man, Aldridge. 6'4", 6'5", something like that, and they very often find it difficult to play the short.
Yeah, they do say
ball.
the smaller batsmen do play the short ball a lot better, don't they?
Yeah. But I spoke to Casey Aldridge after that innings of 58, and he was really pleased to have made a significant contribution, because you know, it looked at one stage as if Lancashire were going to run through Somerset in the second innings, and he batted very bravely and almost an all-rounder. Mitchell in and bowls to Rew, punches this down to Stephen Croft, who's been put there for precisely that shot. That sort of deep backward point, not very deep, but he's about 20 yards in from the boundary down there. It's a single to Rew, giving Rew the single so that they can have a bowl at Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, that looked the case, didn't it? Because Rew hasn't exactly flew many through the covers off Mitchell, so I think they're just giving him a single and just trying to take advantage, Aldridge being an earlier.
Is Mitchell into Aldridge outside the off stump, full of length. Daryl Mitchell's first time I've seen him bowl, I think, in the flesh, as it were. He's got more hair on his chin than he has on his head, on the top of his head. Quite a fierce looking beard.
I think Daryl Mitchell played as pro in Blackpool one year.
Oh, right.
Just trying to think. I'll try and get the year up.
Here he comes again. Outside the off stump. Getting his swing it is Daryl Mitchell, but he's starting it too wide. He's a big strong cricketer. Here he is. To see if I've got his bowling records, but we can easily look him up.
Yeah, it looks like he played in 2016, I think.
For Blackpool?
Yeah. He was a pro there.
He's in a bowls, again, too far outside the off stump to Casey Aldridge. Had a fantastic test series for New Zealand against England last summer. It was, of course, a losing series for New Zealand, but he did score 250s and 3 centuries for New Zealand. So he's a pretty good acquisition on paper, is Daryl Mitchell. Here he comes again in the bowls to Aldridge, who's back on his stumps defending, bat angled down.
Yeah, Scott Reed's just passed me some information. Yeah, he pro'd at Blackpool in 2016, and Rich Gleeson and Stephen Croft as well. 3 teammates, it says. He's played with quite a few of the Lancashire side, actually, alongside Will Williams in
Canterbury,
New Zealand. Yeah.
Son is trying to break through here at Old Trafford, and this is down the leg side, and he's getting the ball to deviate in the air, but he's not consistent enough in his line. Too far outside the off stump for the first several deliveries, and then that one down the leg side.
His career really has shut up, hasn't it? He probably in the last, I don't know when he made his full New Zealand debut.
Not until in Test cricket 2019 to 20.
Yeah, and since then he's been absolutely excellent.
Yeah.
He's been probably the best in that time, probably the best performer for New Zealand. And I remember that knock versus England. Was it in the T20 semi-final World Cup in Dubai?
Yeah.
Abu Dhabi potentially. Played a fantastic knock, and he looks such a good player. And I think he transfers the game so well, because he plays all formats for New Zealand as well. And the way he changes his game for white ball and red ball is excellent.
Yes, he made his first-class debut for Northern Districts as long ago as 2011, but didn't break into the Test side until 2019. Here we got Will Williams coming back into the attack, bowling to James Rew, who's being offered a single out to deep backward square leg, and takes it, which means that Casey Aldridge is on strike. 146 for 5 with that single to Rew, who's got complete faith in his batting partner, as he jolly well should, with Casey Aldridge coming in at number 7. Lewis Gregory would normally be batting at number 7, but he's been rested, and understandably so, having bowled a lot of overs so far this season and taken a lot of wickets. Williams in and bowls to Aldridge outside the off stump.
Did Lewis Gregory have a busy winter as well? Was he out in? Did he go to South Africa?
He was. I can't remember who he. I think he played. I can't remember who he played for in.
And was he in the Big Bash as well?
I will look it up. I don't think he was in the Big Bash. He played. He played 3 games for the Joburg Super Kings, scoring 4 runs and taking 1 for 17 in 2.3 overs. So it wasn't a dramatic. Oh, this one comes back sharply into Casey Aldridge. And a big appeal from Will Williams, but it was too high and going down the leg side. Didn't have much to commend it, that particular appeal. He's got Lewis Gregory's got this chronic back condition, and it's been operated on any number of times. And he's been through a lot, and he's still, although he's fit to bowl, he has to manage his workload. Williams in bowls to Aldridge, who's yet to get off the mark. That one wide of the off stump.
Imagine it'll be very downing in terms of. I think it'll get him down a little bit, because he's a very pressure situation player, Lewis Gregory, isn't he? He bowls in the one-day formats and always in the pressure situations, so he'll always want to have the ball in hand or the bat in hand and be making a performance for his team.
Williams in and bowls, and Aldridge defends. Yeah, I mean, he captains the Trent Rockets in the 100, captained them to win the competition season before last, I think it was. And he was Somerset's white ball captain as well, up until last season when Tom Abel took over as captain in all formats. Not that he plays 50-over cricket, because he's another one who's in the 100 for.
Is he in Manchester Originals, Tom Abel, or was he?
No, he's Williams in and bowls. This is down the leg side, and half-hearted appeals. Is he Manchester Originals?
I feel like he has played at Manchester Originals.
I think he probably is. I was just going to say he was whatever the side is that plays at Birmingham.
Or Birmingham Phoenix, is it?
Yeah. No, I think that's Will Smead. I think Tom Abel is the Manchester originals.
Just getting it up. And then...
In which case this is his home from home.
Doesn't actually say on the 100 website.
I'll find out for you. So, goodness. Here comes, in the meantime, Daryl Mitchell into bowl to James Rue. Plays this up to the bowler, who does the fielding. School children still twittering away. Down below us to our left. Mitchell in the bowls. Tom Abel plays for the Birmingham Phoenix. Phoenix. 2 seasons with them, 2020 and I don't think they played. Did they play 100 in 2020? I can't remember. 146 for 5. Aldridge yet to score. But it's James Rue on 52 who's on strike. Somerset hopes resting very much on his young shoulders. This is a long way outside the off stump, and Lancashire aren't actually bowling very well at the moment, are they? They're not making the batsman play often enough.
Yeah, I think Mitchell's struggling to change his line and length to left hand, right hand. I think this nice little combination actually. It's always nice having a left hand, right hand batsman, I feel. And I think England have done that really well, where they tried to shuffle their left hand, right hands. It does affect the bowlers.
It's Mitchell and bowls. This is a much better delivery on the line of off stump, draws a defensive shot from.
It's crazy,
James
isn't it,
Rue.
how it affects the bowlers, because the stumps still stay in the same place.
Well, I mean, some bowlers enjoy bowling to left-handers, right-arm bowlers, and some find it very difficult.
Yeah, I used to find it difficult, and then a coach once told me to kind of run up at an angle, so you're running up across the batsman, and it really helps actually.
Right.
Yeah, just sort of straighten me up going across them.
I was never any good at bowling at left-handers, but it's too late now to take advantage of that bit of coaching wisdom. This is just pushed out into the offside. Not much happening out there at the moment. 146 for 5. They started on 109 for 4 this morning, Somerset, so they've scored 47 in what, hour and 23 minutes, 83 minutes. Slow going.
Yeah, now there is a right-hander. I'm wondering if Tom Hartley might be introduced pretty soon, just to see a couple of overs of spin.
Here's Mitchell in bowls, middle and leg, and stunned down into the onside by James Rue. So I think that was another maiden over. Mitchell 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 10. Figures which I think flatter him.
Yeah, I was going to say, they look the complete opposite of what we're saying.
Well, the batsmen haven't had to play too many of what Daryl Mitchell's been serving up. But just looking at his bowling figures, can't find them now. In first-class cricket, he hasn't bowled a huge amount, although he looks a useful performer. He's a big, strong man, good pair of shoulders on him. Will Williams, who's rather more slender, taller. Oh, and Aldridge. Well, Aldridge will say that he took his bat away from that at the last moment, but I think Luke Wells, who's standing at first slip.
Yeah, he just made it back into the slip cordon. I think Mitchell just wandered off. Oh no, he's back at deep point. Deep backward point.
Williams in his 19th over, 1 for 23. Very good figures in and bowls to Aldridge. Just pushes that into the offside. Defensive push. So it's not the sort of cricket that would enthrall a young audience, is it?
No, not quite. But for the classical viewer, this is proper cricket, isn't it?
It is cricket for the connoisseur. I'd like to see Somerset just being a little bit more proactive.
Yeah, the game is going a bit stalemate at the moment, isn't it?
Williams to the tall figure of Casey Aldridge, who comes across his stumps, but just defends that. Took a step or two down the pitch on that occasion, did Casey Aldridge, but no response from George Bell, who's still standing back with 2 slips. Luke Wells and Rob Jones and Tom Hartley at a sort of 4th slip position.
Both teams are still searching as well for the first win of the county championship campaign this year, aren't they? So
they are.
At some stage, you'd like to think one of them will try and push the game on.
Oh, and this is an edge, and I think that's another miscatch. This time by George Bell, sprawling down to his right. Not easy, but you expect wicket-keepers to take those sort of catches these days. And Casey Aldridge, yeah, knows how fortunate he's been. Let's just watch this on the replay. And yes, it just carried to George Bell, just carried. He just managed to get his glove underneath it, but bounced off the fingers of the glove.
It's been a very tricky game for the young Lancashire keeper and the slip card and all as well, so the ball does move quite a bit after the stumps as well, but like I say, the old saying, if you get an hand on it, probably should be caught.
Yeah. Williams to bowl another over from the Anderson end. He's bowling to Rue. They took a single for that drop catch by wicketkeeper Bell, so Aldridge is off the mark, and he should really be walking sadly back towards the dressing rooms.
31 extras as well, which is quite a lot actually in terms of a longer format game.
Some of the school kids have got those placards with 6 on them. I think they may have to wait a while before employing them. Here's Williams in and bowls, and this is a nice shot by James Rue, but he hits it straight to Bohannon in the covers, and there'll be no run. End of the over, and Callum will make way for David Lloyd. There we are. We can see them now on the live stream for those of you following us on the live stream. Having a whale of a time. Face painting and goodness knows what's been going on. Good to see, isn't it, Bumble?
It is. There's a climbing frame or something, or one of these things that whizzes you up and down on a long piece of elastic. Yeah, that is for children.
147 for 5, and we're going to have a bowling change. Daryl Mitchell. What did he make of Daryl Mitchell's bowling?
He's steady. He's just a medium pacer. I think it's just meandering along is this game. 147 for 5, 67 overs. Lancashire had just prized 1 wicket out this morning. Get a new batsman in. Aldridge has dug in again. Just look at that, 1 run from 18 deliveries. Change the bowling, and it's just going to be another medium fast with Balderson. Change it up. I mean, there's an opportunity for a left arm spinner and a little bit of Luke Wells with leg spin. Let's see if we can liven the game up.
It's Balderson then to Aldridge. Aldridge will pick up a run here. He might even get, don't think it'll run away for 4. They're coming back though for a second run as Williams retrieves that from wide third man. So Aldridge on to 349 for 5.
All the rumblings. Where's Jimmy Anderson? Lots of.
Have you heard any news from the dressing room?
Other than he's got a minor issue, but.
Oh dear. Let's hope it is a minor issue. Balderson in a bowls to Aldridge, who takes a stride down the pitch and then defends into the offside when he gets there. Media
interest will be big.
England fast bowlers going down like flies at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
There's talk of Joe Farrar having to come back from the IPL. Ollie Stone out for. Yeah. He won't be playing a part in the Ashes if he's out for 2 months. Well, I suppose he might, but Balderson in bowls to Aldridge, who drives, and it's well fielded at backward point by Will Williams.
And where's Aldridge from?
Bristol.
All right.
Bristol. He's a Bristol boy, plays his club cricket in Bristol, and he went to cricket finishing school, if you like, at Millfield. Last couple of years at school he was at Millfield. Williams, Balderson rather, in and bowls in the sunshine, and Casey Aldridge defends. He fancies himself as a bit of an all-rounder, and he got 58 not out against Lancashire down at Taunton a couple of weeks ago. Batted very well when Somerset were in a spot of bother, and he came under fairly sustained bombardment, short stuff, from Saqib Mahmood, and withstood it pretty well. Balderson in and bowls full of length, and again met with a defensive bat. I was saying to Callum, if the Somerset batting, I mean, it's lacked nothing in determination, but they're not rotating the strike at all. No, the bowlers are able to sort of settle in and bowl and bowl and bowl against the same batsman who's not counter-attacking.
It just looks to be stalemate. There's no urgency with the bat.
Balderson again. Again, it's
the bowling attack is same, isn't it? There's an opportunity when it gets like this. That's the end of the over, and it's no, it's not. It's 149 for 5, and so there's an opportunity with half an hour to go before the break that you can change it up and change the pace and get a spinner on. Not because the pitch is going to spin, but just a change of pace. Yeah. And you got Luke Wells can bowl some sort of leg spin, because again a batsman at this stage will be thinking, well, I've got to be here for lunch, and they just dropped anchor. There's 68 overs, 149 runs.
I know, average the run rate 2.2 runs an over. And it's not in all honesty great entertainment at the moment. Williams then to bowl another over from the Anderson end. He's in and bowls to Rue, who drives without timing. Gets picked up by Bohannon, and there's no run. Yes, it's and it's. I don't think you can blame the pitch. The
pitch is fine.
The pitch is, the ball's coming through nicely. There's not as much movement today as there was yesterday. You can see where the bowler's footmarks in the two creases were sharply delineated, very dark yesterday. This takes Rue on the pad, pretty good shout I would say, but Nigel Long unmoved. I've seen the replay saying going down, he says.
He's around the wicket. And the angle is towards leg stump. I'm just looking at the wicket keeper. The wicket keeper hasn't moved leg side.
Yeah, umpire's call, I think, that one. Did you, when you were umpiring, did you indicate to the bowler why you'd given it not out?
I can't remember.
Here's Williams in and bowls, and Rue defends. I must say I like to see them doing it.
I do. I think it's good. Yeah, in my opinion, it's going down leg side, and indicate that.
Yeah.
I had when I got to square leg after I'd said not out somewhere when I was standing umpire. I go to square leg. You get a fielder who come up and say, how did that look? What do you think of that? Why was it not out? Oh, it's a good shout, real good shout, close.
Williams into Rue, playing around his front pad.
And then I'd expand that and said that it might have been hitting, it might have been missing. If I had to give that, I'd be guessing, so I'll tell you what I'll do. When you start batting, I'll start guessing. That used to shut him up.
Yeah. Well, benefit of the doubt should go to the batsman. In the sunshine, Williams in bowls to Rue, who turns this away nicely, down to Mahmood, coming round from long leg, and they come back for 2 runs. Rue moves on to 54, and 150 is on the board for Somerset. 151 from 413 balls. It's been hard going out there, but less so this morning than it was yesterday, when the ball was doing plenty for Jimmy Anderson in particular. This is defended into the offside by James Rue. End of my stint. So after some words from David Lloyd, it'll be Scott Reed to take up the commentary.
Well, the batsmen, from what we've seen this morning, have got really into defensive mode. And the telltale sign is that first movement, get forward. I've got to get forward, nullify any sort of movement. But there's no real effort with the bat. The bat is always coming down, looking to play, bat and pad, close together, defend, defend. So the mentality is that we're going to occupy the crease, not looking to score too many, and that's telling you that with 151 for 5 off to 69 overs. So it really is up to Lancs to try and do a change-up, to change the game.
Balderson for Lancashire from the Statham end. That deflects on the pad out in towards the onside. Balderson spins round, asks the question. Aldridge shaping to work it to the leg side. Not a flicker from the umpire. Kids have livened up, haven't they?
They'll be lively and see what they're like about tea time.
I think it was helped that they could see themselves for a little while on the big screen inside the ground. I think that got them a bit more excited. It's flashed away to the leg side by Aldridge, but Wells fields at mid-wicket, no run.
Tall, slim batsman Aldridge. Reminds me of a player of yesteryear, now an accomplished umpire, Rob Bailey. Hunched over his bat when he gets into the crease. But he's steady. Just look at that 3 from 26.
Balderson to Aldridge, that's driven on the bounce to the bowler, fielded by Balderson. There's no run. Frustrated Lancashire at Taunton a few weeks ago. 58 not out as Somerset battered to save the match. Finishing a draw in Taunton on a pretty flat pitch. And that's worked to mid-on by Aldridge. Villas fields, no run.
Well, at this stage, I should think that the Lancashire management will be thinking, how can we win this game? Because they need a win. I know that Somerset also need a win. They've had draws. This is the 5th game. How can you work a win from this situation?
Balderson to Aldridge, forward in defence. Finds Mahmood at mid-off and there's no run. Yeah, both these two sides are winless this season. The only two teams in Division 1 not yet to register a victory. Everybody else has won at least once. Lancashire played 4, drawn 4. Somerset played 4, drawn 3 and lost 1. Aldridge again defending from Balderson to mid-on and there's no run. End of the over, 1-5-1 for 5, a maiden for Balderson.
But what we're seeing is dead bat play. You know, the telltale sign from what we're seeing from the batsmen this morning, and particularly just look at that last over. Aldridge is just intent on pushing forward and the bat just comes down slowly. There's no real venom in I'm going to hit the ball, no bat speed, no pace in playing the shot, so it's always going to be a dead ball shot. And it just seems that at 70 overs that we're at a standstill. And I'd be thinking, look, we've got to try and make something happen. And there's a chance here now. I think this is a good move. Change the pace, get the spinner on.
Yeah, Tom Hartley, left arm spinner, coming into the attack from the Jimmy Anderson end. For the first time today, just his second over of the match. Both these two sides at at the wrong end of the Division 1 table. Curiously, I think, with the way the points structure is for this season and the adjustment of the number of points you get for a draw, and indeed the batting bonus points as well. Hartley starts him. It's off the back foot by Roux. Worked to the leg side for a single. But had you played this season last season,
yeah.
So if you mirror the results, I've only got Lancashire's results here. If you put the results in from what they've done so far this season, if it was last season's point structure, they wouldn't be 7th, they would be 4th. Reducing the number of points for a draw from 8 to 5, and then pushing up those batting bonus points has had an effect in terms of where you are in the league table. It's the back foot by Aldridge. He's chopped it away in front of square on the offside for 4 runs.
It's a bye. Stiff left arm spinner, cold out there. Into his first over, Tom Hartley dropped short. He's had a nice haircut. Look at that. He's like a basin cut. I've seen one of those for yonks.
156 for 5. Hartley balls. Aldridge turns the ball out to mid-wicket. Velas fields, no run. In comes Hartley again from the Anderson end. Slip at a 4 short leg. 4 defensive from Aldridge. Rob Jones on his 12th man for Lancashire Fields at cover. Lunch at 1:10 today. It's played down to backward point. Williams stops it this time.
Well, what it's done just so far in these 5 deliveries, it's just awakened the batsmen. The batsmen are now looking to play.
Hartley left arm around the wicket.
Oh,
He looked to sweep that as Aldridge. Taken by Bell, he flicks off the bails. End of the over. Well, there's 1 4 ball in that bumble, but enough to keep Hartley in the attack for a little while.
it just changed the pace, and we've seen just monumental blocking from both batsmen. Now suddenly left arm spinner, that last delivery for Aldridge gets down on one knee, looks to swipe away into the leg side, and the ball passes the off stump. So it's brought a bit more aggression into the batsman, and I don't think that's a bad move to get the spinner on. I even think, what is it, 10:10 do you say?
Yep.
That Luke Wells is not the greatest leg spinner, but it might induce a shot.
Balderson sets off for a fresh over. Left by Roux. Taken by Bell. No run.
It'd be a great question now if you could, politely go into, say, Somerset's manager, coach. Right now, 156 for 5. Lunch on day 2. How are you going to win this game? Tell us how you're going to win it.
Roux flicks this next delivery from Balderson up towards Mahmood at mid-on, and there's no run. We're half an hour away from lunch on the second day, and 156 for 5. At the minute, Somerset, as he's pushed back down the pitch. Oh, and then Balderson tries to deflect it back onto the stumps, I think, at the non-striker's end. Velas comes round and completes the fielding. There's no run.
The other thing, Scott, is this is such a good pitch. He's got decent carry. All the life has really gone out of it. We're not seeing any spin. How are you going to win the game? Big question.
2 balls left for Balderson. Forward again goes Roots, pushes away into the offside, no run. Going back to the conversation about the point structure this year and where Lancashire, for example, would be had we had last season's point structure in place, they would be fourth. The value of trying to win games in 4-day cricket. High scoring draws, you know, a draw where you're taking actually quite a decent number of points from a game, batting bonus points, bowling bonus points. Punched down the ground by Rue, stopped by Balderson, and there's no run. The value of trying to win and create the opportunity to win games. I mean, this is only Lancashire's 5th game, but Glenn Chappell was suggesting perhaps last week that you're almost looking at maybe gambling a little bit already to try and win games. Final ball of the over. And Root just leans into it and pushes the ball up towards Mahmood at mid-on for no run. So Balderson sent down his 7th maiden. 16 overs, 7 maidens for 38. But 72 overs of the Somerset first innings. So a new ball is not too far away for Lancashire. 156 for 5, 72 overs gone.
One of the teams has got to try and ignite the game. That's interesting that the Lancashire coach Glenn Chappell has said you might have to gamble now in game 5. Well, you know, they've got to try and push this game.
Here's Hartley creeping in to start his 2nd over of the day. The leg side of that delivery, and Andrews tried to help it on its way. Just deflects off the pad, so leg by signalled.
What batting is there to come? There's Matt Henry, there's Craig Overton, so useful batters. They must have, the way that they're playing, they must have a target in mind. We need to get to there, no matter how long it takes.
Hartley to Rue, playing a miss. Taken by Bell. No run. Slipping a short leg. Hartley in the sunshine. Oh, brings Rue forward. Sneaks past the edge and through to the keeper, no run. Would that almost be, right, we have potentially a target in mind, or regardless of how long it takes, with the idea of trying to make the game safe? His Hartley's in.
Well, I'm at a loss to think, well, we're taking so much time to get to a target. To win the game, we've then got to take 20 wickets.
You're kind of almost taking the win out the game, though, aren't you, with the way that they're building at the minute. Rue off the back foot, easing it away into the offside. Jogging through for 156 to him, 158 for 5. Maybe Somerset feel that leaving Emirates Old Trafford with a draw will be a good result for them.
Well, in terms of winning the championship, I don't think it is. I think he's dead right, Glenn Chappell, that you've got to gamble a little bit.
Forward goes Aldridge and just dabs the ball back along the pitch. Scooped up by Tom Hartley. It's the end of the over. We've got 20 minutes until lunch. We've got 7 overs until a second new ball becomes available.
You think about Lancashire's last game when they nearly won the game, the opposition 9 down on a declaration. So I know darn well they'd be thinking, well, should we have declared earlier to give ourselves more chance, which would have meant that the opposition has longer to score the runs, and so that's a balancing act. But always, in my experience, there's an error on caution, whereas gamble.
Yeah, that declaration last week at Trent Bridge. As Rue defends his next delivery from Balderson, there's no run. I actually thought it was quite a bold declaration. They declared at lunch on the final day. They set Nottinghamshire 295 to win from, I think it was 67 overs with a short boundary. 4 and over.
See, I'm going back to when I played that. We'd think that's a lot.
Okay, fair enough. Balderson here. There's a little bit of width for Rue. Drives into the offside, no run.
But the game's changed, hasn't it? It's got quicker. equipment is better, players are better. But you do think that when they were what were they, 130, Nottingham 130 for 9, chasing 290, well they're 160 away, and we just need 1 wicket. So it'd make it 270, not 290, 270.
Balderson to Root. That's eased off the back foot for no run. I actually thought that Glenn Chappell said after the game at Trent Bridge, and I thought it was a really intriguing point, that actually I think they had him at 50 for 5, something like that.
Yeah.
And I think because it almost worked against them, because it took the Nottinghamshire win out of the equation, because they bowled well.
Yes.
And kind of rattled through the top 4 or 5 quickly, and then Notts thought, well, we're going to have to block it now.
Yeah.
Kind of a half decent start for Notts brings them into the game a little bit more. They just didn't get that. Forward goes Rue. That's worked out through point for a single. 160 for 5 now.
It always reminds me when I was working for Sky and Ian Botham was in the box, he would go absolutely bonkers about declarations. You know, he'd have declared. He just wanted to declare to get it finished and over. Why aren't they declared? They should have declared 2 hours ago. He used to fire off always about the declaration.
Two slips in the gully for Balderson. Right arm over the wicket, balls. Aldridge off the back foot, punches to mid-off. Mahmood fields, no run.
I don't know. They don't know where he is up at Durham. He's chairman of Durham, and I know that Tim Bostock, the chief executive, has got a pile of papers that he wants him to sign, and they can't find him. I don't know where he is. He's the envoy, isn't he? He's our trade envoy.
Final ball of the over. Well, there's an appeal for LBW, trying to nudge the ball away to the onside. Balderson went up, the keeper, and then the slips kind of joined in a little bit. Again, the umpire barely flinched. It was actually just a little shake of the head to say not out. 159 for 5. So maybe school kids that are in from various schools across the northwest are gearing up for a bit of lunchtime entertainment. There's a few. I think we've got the mascot race again, haven't we?
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had a mascot race yesterday.
Oh, well, that passed me by.
Well, I thought you might be out there.
Well, those were the days running around with them. I had no idea who they were.
Hartley to Rue. It's defended, no run.
When we used to do that at finals day, I used to have the director and producer in my ear as I'm running around. Just tell me who's in front. I've not a clue. Is it a squirrel? Is it a hawk? What is it?
Hartley to Rue again. Oh, he's heaved that ball away into the onside. It's Croft at mid-on, but shuffles across to his left to stop the ball. No run.
There was always that controversy as well with they had to have the kit on all the mascots, and I think it was a Spitfire took his shoes off, so he got disqualified. Just running in his bare feet. Then they had to go under that net, and so Lanky always got stuck under the net because he got such a long neck, couldn't get out.
159 for 5. Here's Hartley to Root. Floats this one up. And Rue drives away into the offside. Mahmood stops the ball to his right at mid-off. Rue gets a single. 58 to him now. 160 for 5.
I hadn't a clue who they were. All lined up in these outfits. The Shark, Sid the Shark, Nuts the Squirrel.
Aldridge down the pitch to Hartley. Doesn't time it.
Well, this is good that it's inducing a shot.
Final ball of the over. Hartley left arm around the wicket. And clipped away to the leg side, just behind square. I'm going to come back for 2. Balderson picks it up. Throws into the keeper's gloves. End of the over, 162 for 5. Aldridge 9, Rue on 58. Still got 75 overs remaining today, so there's lots of cricket, and the forecast is good today and indeed into the weekend as well.
There'll be a new ball after lunch. There's 15 minutes to lunch, and there are 5 overs, probably just a little after. And so, will Jimmy Anderson come out? Will he take that new ball? He's been off the field all this time.
Balderson to Root.
Of course, he can't take the new ball until the amount of time that he's been off the field.
Yeah, being assessed for a minor issue. Anderson, he went off after his second spell yesterday, and hasn't taken to the field since. Balderson in the ball's a full ball. It draws Rue into playing at a shot, trying to drive the ball away, playing a miss. Taken by Bell. Balderson to his 5th over of this spell. He's only gone for 3 runs so far. Got wickets last week at Trent Bridge. Forward was Rue and defends. Luke Wells at cover to field, no run.
It looks to me a useful bowler, George Balderson. I think his main string to his bow is batting, and he will open the batting in this game. But he's a more than useful bowler. I'd say he's a second change bowler, somebody to have in your side and bowl a few overs.
Who waits and gets in behind and defends back down the pitch to Balderson, no run.
He's got a slight build, hasn't he? I think I mentioned that I saw a lad during the winter who's just taken 6 wickets for Surrey, Gus Atkinson. And I was working with Waqar Younis and Wasim Akram, and they both sat up and said, "Who's this?"
Back of a lengthiest delivery. Rue rocks back and pulls the ball away through the onside. Drop short, Balderson. Rue jumped onto it. Moves on to 62 not out. 166 for 5.
You see that so many times that it's medium fast, and he's tried to bang it in, but it just comes up above waist high. Ideally, you want that ball shoulder high so that a batter loses control of the shot. That's a good control shot, and he whacks it on the floor in front of square. Always going to be 4. To get that short ball, got to get it higher.
Final ball of the over. Rue drives to mid-off, where Villas, the Lancashire captain, fields, and there's no run. 166 for 5 at the end of the 76th over. Aldridge 9, Rue on 62. We are 10 minutes away from the lunch interval. Bumble, can these two get Somerset to lunch? Just 5 down. 31 run partnership, with Aldridge on 9 and Rue on 62.
Well, they've found a great replacement for James Hildreth, haven't they? James Hildreth was a wonderful player for Somerset, and this lad steps straight in. Tom Hartley again to start his 5th over.
Yes, James Hildreth. Such a shame that his career ended on a sort of downbeat note. I don't think he was planning to retire quite so early. Here's Hartley, a slow left arm defended by Casey Aldridge, but his form just sort of dwindled away in the last few seasons. But yeah, here's Hartley in and bowls, and Aldridge just turns this down to long leg for a single. Moves into double figures onto 10, 167 for 5. So we've had what, 58 runs this morning, 1 wicket in 31.1 overs so far. This is turned past forward short leg, but won't be a run. Picked up by Williams at backward square leg. It's not been an enthralling morning's cricket, has it?
It's been quiet. There's not a lot happened.
Hartley going over the wicket to the left-hander.
It's a good pitch. I think that batsmen have become defensively minded. Lancashire have not pushed the game really.
This is a attempted big hit by James Rue, looking to hit that over the top of mid-wicket out to wide mid-on, instead of which it comes off thick inside edge. He picks up a single as it's fielded down at deep backward square leg. 168 for 5. We're having lunch at 10 past 1 rather than 1 o'clock.
Well, that's his shot, that last delivery, left arm over the wicket to a left-handed batsman. You can whack it over mid-wicket. That's what he tried to do, got an under edge and it went to square leg, but it's a safe shot.
Balderson then, in and bowls to Rue, punches this away through the offside, but there's a fielder, Stephen Croft, waiting for it out on the cover boundary, so it's just a single. Rue moves on to 64, 169 for 5. We were talking about Tom Abel and which 100 franchise he was playing for. And Dan Kingdom, very informative on Twitter. Abel was going to be Manchester Originals in 2020, moved to Birmingham Phoenix for 21 and 22. And this is lofted down the ground by Casey Aldridge.
6.
And it's gone for 6. And the school children can bring out, there they are, there's 6 placards. Well, we finally have got a 6 in this innings, and a handsome blow it was too. Casey Aldridge unleashing a lofted straight drive to take the score on to 175 for 5. Good shot, wasn't it?
It's a super shot from nowhere. It's been so much blockathon, and then he just whacks it straight down the ground.
Here's Balderson again in and bowls, and this has turned into the to the onside. That interrupted my disquisition on Tom Abel and the 100.
Well, that's the way to approach lunch, isn't it? Forget this, let's be careful, it's lunch, I'm going to eat it for 6.
Yeah, well, I think he was just frustrated, yes. He hardly played, Tom Abel, for the Phoenix because of injury, but he has been snapped up this year by Welsh Fire, and he's due to captain them. Balderson in and bowls. Appeal for LBW, but it's a no ball. Signalled by Tom Lungley. So that's sorted all of that out. And what else have we got? Twitter. Hey, it's a dragon. I'll come back to that after this delivery from Balderson down the leg side, and won't be a run. Takes Aldridge on the pad, and he looks to swing it away. This is a play on words. It's a dragon. Says if Thomas, this is James Rue's younger brother, turns out to be as good as James, we'll have Rue for the price of 1.
Boom boom.
Yeah. Thank you. It's a dragon. We'll forgive you that on the grounds that you call yourself It's a Dragon when it patently obviously is a dragon. This is a defensive shot from Casey Aldridge with wicketkeeper George Bell coming up to the stumps to keep him honest, keep him in his crease. Just looking around the ground, I can't see the Somerset flag anywhere unless it's up on top of the media centre that we're in at this side of the ground. And Somerset do have 2 flags, a home flag and an away flag, so the jolly well ought to be here somewhere. Balderson is in and bowls, and that comes off the outside edge of a dead Casey Aldridge bat and runs down bouncing. Oh, there it is. It's flying proudly from somewhere up above our heads, I expect. Is that right? Yeah,
it is.
Yes,
yeah,
up above the. There it is, very splendid flag made by the Somerset scorer Polly Rhodes during the winter. She made the 2 flags, the home flag and the away flag.
I just recall when I was a player, that was very important. The scorer
was responsible
for the flag.
Yeah. So I guess we will have probably 2 more overs before lunch, as the first of them is going to be bowled by Tom Hartley, the left-arm spinner, and it's defended by James Rew. Great excitement down below from amongst the school children, who have finally seen a 6. Hartley bowls short, and this is punched into the offside, very well fielded at backward point by George Balderson. Had to get down quickly to his left. Hartley in his 6th over, none for 11. This is driven by Rew through the covers, lovely shot, 4 runs. Well, that was worth waiting for. Takes him on to 72, no, 68. Scoreboard puts the scores up like lightning here. But lovely shot.
It's a shot of the morning, is that? Through extra cover. Real style to the shot.
181 for 5. Oh, this one. Don't think it turned. Just a moment of uncertainty there for James Rew. Just let it hit him on the pad. Bobbled out into the offside. Hartley bowls quicker one, which is pushed out into the onside.
He's a very tall left-arm spinner, so he'll quite naturally drive the ball into the pitch. I don't think he's going to use too much flight.
He's there again and bowls. This is gives that one a little bit more air. It's played square of the wicket by James Rew. There'll be no run. 181 for 5. Somerset starting on 109 for 4 this morning, so they have scored 72 runs for the loss of the wicket of Tom Lammonby. After that, batted for almost, well, over 4 hours, 4 hours and 14 minutes for 38. So it's a long time to be out there, and a lot of energy and concentration expended for not a huge amount in return. Balderson then, probably be the last over before lunch. It's turned into the onside by Aldridge, and there won't be a run.
It's a real dig in, is that, from Tom Lammonby, isn't it? It's a Geoffrey Boycott-esque or a Michael Atherton-esque.
It's not his style, I don't think. I mean, he's a natural stroke maker, is Tom Lammonby. He's a very effective white ball player, and he scored a beautiful 100 in the 2nd innings against Lancashire down at Taunton last season. This is driven up to mid-on, but there won't be a run. But he sort of reins himself in and gets in a completely defensive mindset. And he's not looking to sort of rotate the strike to knock it. You know, he'll either leave it or he'll come right forward and play that forward defensive shot.
I think that it's exactly what he should be thinking. Okay, I might have to be careful, but I'll rotate the strike. I'll get down the other end somehow.
Yeah. Balderson in and bowls to Aldridge, who has shaped pretty well. Casey Aldridge had been out there, faced 53 deliveries, just hit the 1-4 and that straight 6 in the last over from George Balderson, which came like a bolt from the blue. It's almost, I don't know, a rush of blood to the head or something. It was a fine shot. Balderson into Aldridge, who defends. Just the 2 slips, first slip and a 3rd slip. And we've got backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward, square leg. Lancashire. Balderson. This is punched into the offside by Aldridge. Nice shot, but straight to Josh Bohannon at extra cover.
Children are getting all excited because of the mascot race. I can see the mascots are all the way to our left.
There's Lanky, down there.
They're limbering up, if that's the right thing.
Right, what I suspect will be the last ball before lunch. Balderson to Aldridge, who drives it back up the pitch, and it's well fielded at short mid-on, and that concludes proceedings for the morning. Somerset starting on 109 for 4. They go into lunch at 181 for 5. The one being the one wicket to have fallen being that of Tom Lammerby, who was very well caught at second slip high above his head by Rob Jones off the bowling of I can't remember who it was. It was Daryl Mitchell for 38, a marathon innings.
It's been a quiet morning, and I suppose the next passage of play is that the new ball is available. Jimmy Anderson not on the field, and he couldn't take the new ball either because he's been off for so long, but that'll be the next quest for Lancashire, to get this new ball going. 5 wickets down, nip a couple out with the new ball and then get into the tail. But it's been a careful morning by Somerset as they get to 181 for 5.
The voice of David Lloyd, who'll be back with us this afternoon, and Scott Bree and I will be back with you for the afternoon session in around about 40 minutes.
We're really excited here at Lancashire Cricket to be working with New Balance Team Sport. It's always good to have a fresh approach, and New Balance Team Sport is certainly bringing a fresh approach to everything we do.
Lancs were great to work with. They had a really clear direction of where they wanted to take it. We really wanted to incorporate both the old and the new within the kit design.
The design of the kit's really important for us here at Emirates Old Trafford. We look at the red rose, we look at the history that's established with us, and everything's got to weave together.
We met up with Lancashire Cricket and the design team to learn about their values and what they wanted the kit to represent.
The team really focus on what works not only for the players and the professional environment, but what works well for the fans.
New Balance and Lancashire Cricket share the same values of inclusivity, so it's really important for us that the shirts can be worn both on the pitch but also when people are hanging out with their friends.
There's a sense of pride there that we've found a partner that just fits with everything we're trying to do.
I think a club with such a rich heritage such as Lancashire Cricket allows for much more of a story to be built into the shirt and what the club stands for.
And it's just really exciting to think about our ladies and gents going to be walking out onto the pitch before long in their New Balance red rose tops.
if you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players.
Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
We can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought...
What do you mean as a youngster?
Not that I didn't believe in coaching. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected.
Where did the spark come from, and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
The concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. Not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place.
Does that rankle with you, that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England? If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably would be it. Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that my guest today is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket since the early 90s. His connection has been unbreached since 1992. He is one of the county's best ever quick bowlers, taking 985 first-class wickets, captained the side to the county championship victory in 2011, and is now the head coach. It's a very warm welcome to Glen Chapel. Glen, I just get the feeling that with all your enthusiasm and having got to know you pretty well over the last 5 years or so, that you'd still be playing if you could.
Well, I was lucky enough to be able to play for a long time. The body didn't let me down. And I still have a bowl in the nets now and again. I don't think I'm up to standing out in the field and diving around, but yeah, I still enjoy the skill stuff.
But 24 years as a player is a phenomenal span, especially as an opening bowler. What fortified you through all that? Through obviously your early part of your career, it's all said and done, but through the latter part.
Yeah, well, I think in 24 years you change a lot in that time, and your outlook changes. From starting off being surprised that you're a professional cricketer and wondering what you're doing, to going through thinking halfway through I thought I've had a decent career now, but it's going to take a big effort to carry on. And as I played for longer, I seemed to get more and more resolved to carry on and sort of do something that I could be proud of at the end of it.
Jimmy Anderson, no less, said a couple of years ago, he said, "I've never played with anybody who works harder at his game." That's a fantastic testament to your time in the game and the attitude that you put into it.
Yeah, again, I think I realised as I moved through my career that you had to put the right kind of work in. I'm not sure about working harder, but I did work as hard as I deemed necessary. But it became, the work that you do is important. So if it's 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. But if it's an hour, it's an hour. You need to prepare to play the next game you're going to play and to be able to get through a full season. And there's a lot of things around the edges of being a bowler that you need to pay attention to if you want to stay on the park. And that's just not the normal stuff. It's all the modern stuff that we do to prevent injury, to make certain areas of your body stronger.
Where did all this come from then? Because for a Lancastrian, which you're not because you were born in Skipton, and somebody who's grown up on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire at Earby, what was your early influence in all this? Were your parents very instrumental in instilling in you a work ethic?
Yeah, well, work ethic, I think so, certainly. Certainly grounded people, but they were both involved in the cricket club down at Earby. Dad was a pro in the leagues, played for many years for Earby, Nelson, Darwen. And we were a family who just spent time at the club, really. I had a lot of friends there, so we were always there playing cricket, whether it be tennis ball, in the nets at night with the men. And in those days you would progress quite early, so I was playing at 6 in the under-12s, I was playing at 11 in the 3rd team, and there were no restrictions on anything, so it was just a life spent playing cricket basically.
Did you play at school?
No, only a couple of games. I think my school was more football. Played 2 games I think at school, won one against another team who didn't play, and then we played against Queggs in Blackburn and got beat by about 200 runs.
So you're very much a product of family, club and the Lancashire age group setup?
Yeah, absolutely. My school were very helpful. They were always keen to let me go to every representative fixture and training thing going. the representative stuff, because I lived on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire, I went to school in Lancashire, which made me qualified for Lancashire schools. But the first instance I remember was our club having winter nets at Burnley, and there was a coach called Jim Kenyon.
Oh yeah.
Who was connected down here. So he brought me down, and that was my first connection to the club.
Jim Kenyon was one of the stalwarts of the coaching setup in Lancashire in the 80s and way before that as well. And he must have brought quite a few young cricketers into Lancashire's books, I would say. Yeah,
there's a lot of players of certainly my era, older and younger, who have good things to say about Jim. So I remember him coaching me in a similar way to what my dad would do. You know, challenging you. Can you do this? You know, what about the in-swinger? I want to see 3 out-swingers, all that stuff. So that's good coaching. You know, back in the day when coaching wasn't really a learned thing, it was just experienced cricketers helping lads along the way.
Well, it wasn't an occupation then, was it,
No.
coaching? I mean, I think coaching has only really come into its own as a profession, if you like, probably during your time in the game. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. When I started, we basically had a manager, didn't we? We'd call him coach or manager. And again, he would help us become better at cricket. But a lot of the learnings were from your teammates as well in those days.
So you teammates, who were the biggest influences early in your career, apart from your dad, obviously?
Well, all the fellas I played with at the club. I mean, that was an enjoyable and tough school, you know, a lot of what you call sledging and grown-up stuff in the leagues, people falling out with each other, but that sort of made you appreciate what playing cricket against adults is like. And then as you move through, I was lucky enough to play above age in age group cricket. So you look at, I played with people like John Crawley, 2 years older, Ronnie Irani, people like that. So you're constantly learning from people who are more advanced, if you like, with more experience. And then coming into Lancashire's team, that was pretty daunting in a way, because certainly early on in my career, I think we had everybody else in the first team had played for England. So we had a whole host of quality cricketers from overseas, as well as, you know, homegrown players, others, Neil Fairbrother. When I started, I think Neil Fairbrother was captain. Then we had Mike Watkinson, others, Graham
Gallian,
Lloyd,
Crawley,
De Freitas, Wasim Akram, obviously a key influence, Peter Martin, Warren Haig. I mean, the list goes on and on.
So how influential were your peers then? Because you didn't play, I hesitate to say this, but like any player who goes on and has a really substantial career, you didn't play many second team games.
No, a handful.
So you're learning on the job, basically.
Yeah, you are. I'd played second team from 16, briefly at 16, then more at 17. Joined the staff on a summer contract in '92, and I think the team was struggling with illness and injury, and
old age.
And old age.
Me.
You were still around,
yes,
telling us what to do at Crosby one day.
I remember. Yeah, God.
But I'd done well in the second team, and I was whisked off down to Hove to make my debut down there.
And when you came into the first team, it was predominantly as a bowler.
Yeah.
And obviously you were raw, but you would have had some thoughts and ideas about what your main strengths were. What were they?
I think my bowling was quite developed from a young age. I think at 13, 14, I had the skills and the accuracy required, probably better than most at that age. So I was always confident of those areas of my game. The bit I always remember, and it's probably completely different to lads nowadays, is that I didn't have any contact with professional cricket as a youngster, because we lived quite a long way from Old Trafford. There was no thought to come and watch a game here. I think my first game that I watched, I was probably 16. Maybe watched a couple at Headingley when I was 9 or 10. But the concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. So that was the thing. Different to now, we've got the academy, we've got lads coming through who believe they've a chance to play professional cricket. Didn't really dawn on me till maybe when I went on the under-19s tour with England, and then getting the contract. So it was all pretty quick, and it's like, oh my word, There's
already an element and a theme of being self self-taught and self-reliant in your development. Would you say that that has carried through now into your coaching mantra, if you like, and your philosophy on coaching?
Well, I keep trying to learn and become more aware of certain things. Certainly, as a young player, not that I didn't believe in coaching. We didn't know what it was to that degree. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected, rightly or wrongly. People I thought knew what they were talking about. But at the same time, I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought
What do you mean as a youngster?
I did think I knew best quite a lot of the time. That's something I try my best not to let enter into my coaching theory. And as a coach now, I think where I'm at is that try and constantly make it about the player and the team rather than about yourself. Obviously, we still make mistakes, but I think that's the key. The players know a lot more than you think sometimes. So try and get the knowledge they have out into the open.
Yeah, it's an interesting progression, really, for you as a bowler, coming from where you came from, not having an awful lot of what you would call formal coaching, that you decided that that's where you would go once you were coming towards the end of your playing career. What actually prompted that? Where did the spark come from, and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
Oh, I think as I got older as a player, probably around 28, at the kind of age, I began to see what good people running teams could do and what they could do for a team. And it's not always about technical coaching. There is a big element of that at certain parts of the year. But it's how a team performs as a unit, and there's a whole load of things that go into that. And I think one thing that teams do now, probably in some ways better than we used to because there's more resources, is they perform day in, day out with energy, and that comes down to all sorts of different things. You know, I think the players I played with early on, given the facilities and the training today, would be superb players. You know, absolutely. But I think if you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players. So more players come through into the system. The best are still going to be the best, but there are ways you can help, and sometimes that might just be to help them think about their game. And there's a lot of other things that impact on players negatively nowadays. Distractions, more distractions than ever. You know, we spoke about the game constantly because there wasn't the elements of professionalism that there are now. So we were in the bar talking about the game, learning from each other, inadvertently, if you like.
You're the last of a whole long line, I think, of players who used to do that, spend time after the game talking about cricket. And you were very much an individual, a player who led by example. Bowling fast, opening the bowling plenty of overs a day, it's tough work. It really is hard work. You have to go through all sorts of strifes and stresses to be able to perform. So you led by example as a bowler and then as a captain. How does that transfer into coaching now? Because it's much harder to do that.
You can't do it. You can lead by example in the way that you do your job as well as you possibly can, and I think that's the overriding concept, that as a captain and as a bowler, you wanted to be seen as someone who could do the hard yards. However tough it got, you always wanted to set that example. And you had to enjoy it. You know, at the end of the day, I enjoyed that. The only way that I can think right now that transfers into coaching is do your job as well as you can. And that, you know, that's not me bowling 20 overs in the nets to show them I can do that. It's do the right things as a coach.
Do you get frustrated as a coach? Whether it be about tactics, players, attitude, what is the thing that does frustrate you, or do you put those frustrations to one side and concentrate on the good things, if you like?
Well, it's not a perfect world, so you can't walk around saying I don't get frustrated about anything. Players have massive challenges nowadays. The county clubs have huge challenges. The schedule of world cricket has changed massively over the last few years. They're challenges we've got to overcome. We've got to understand what our job is, because we can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. we're going to be pulled around a bit by different players' schedules, be that international cricket, franchise cricket, tour games during the season, all sorts of things. So we've got to plan accordingly and try and be as strong as we can, day in, day out, all year long. In terms of players' attitude, I try not to get frustrated, because what we do is a lot of work to make sure we've got good people, good lads here, and we have, absolutely. So there's not much frustration there. If there is, you pick it up and you try and get better. But over the course of time, especially when a team's being pulled around, you need people who come into the environment and out of it and come back with energy and enthusiasm, respect for their teammates, and want to do well for the club. And if you've got those, then things tend to run a bit better.
Let's come to that, back to that in a minute. I just want to wind the clock back a little. It's over 10 years now since Lancashire won the county championship. You were captain at the time. There were all sorts of constraints placed upon you then. You didn't have Old Trafford as a base because it was being transformed. The square was being turned round. You'd already been playing the best part of 20 years. And that win, that county championship win, just came out of the blue to those that weren't really associated with Lancashire. How did you formulate that season's plan? Was it down to you? There must have been elements from outside as well. But that was a phenomenal effort to win the county championship then.
So Peter Moores came to the club in 2009. I think we'd finished fourth in both of those years leading up to 2011. But at that moment, the team had theoretically weakened a little bit. We lost some senior players, Stuart Law, people like that. And I think there was an area of naivety. I mean, I was a senior player, but I wasn't a coach yet. But
you had much captaincy experience?
Yes, I'd done the previous 2 years.
Yeah, okay.
So I was into the role then, and I was not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than fourth place. And I think there was an attitude around, we just said, right, we're going to win the championship this year. And that's not always the best thing to say, because that can create early issues. If you start losing games, you can go from thinking you're going to do that to being nowhere. But we had a group of young players who were hungry, and I think we just decided to let's challenge ourselves, because there's nothing lost with that. We just said we're going to win the championship. That's our aim, simple as that, and that's what we said. We needed a good start to do that, but fortunately that's what we got.
The final game of the year was down at Taunton. Obviously, you were suffering from all the strains and stresses that bowlers suffer from as they go through a season. You'd got a slightly, I don't know whether it was pulled or torn, or it certainly wasn't torn, ripped, but it wasn't clever, your hamstring. And you just powered on through. I think that sums you up, to be perfectly honest. If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably will be it. Would that be fair?
I hope so. I still can't work that game out in terms of my personal injury. I've torn a lot of muscles in my time, and I know what a torn muscle feels like. And I think into about the fourth over on day one, I tore a hamstring to the point where I couldn't walk. So I'm thinking, all right, so I had to go off, get some ice on it, get some strapping on it. And for the rest of the next two sessions, it was just behaving like a properly torn hamstring. So I thought I was done. I think back end of the day, might be remembering this wrong, but back end of the day, we had a point where, there was nothing to lose. So I went back out there, and you can always bowl a little bit, hobble around, but it wasn't much better. I had some incredibly tight strapping on it by Sam, the physio. But as I went on, it sort of eased a bit. It was still tugging, but it eased a bit. But bizarrely, by the end of the game, it was probably 70% right. And
talk about bowling through injuries. Well, we talk about that a lot as bowlers.
I don't. Who knows? Because I never got it scanned. Maybe it was me inventing something. Maybe there was nothing there. Maybe it was a weird cramp. Didn't feel
Tension?
like that.
Could have been something like that.
No, I mean, who knows? But I don't. I can't say that. Yeah, I can play with a torn hamstring because that's obviously not true. But for whatever reason, fortunately, it got better and allowed me to play a part in the game.
You've been. Well, would you say that's the pinnacle of your career, winning the county championship in 2011?
In terms of a long-term achievement, because it's just look at the history around Old Trafford. It's hard to win a championship here for whatever reason. We haven't managed it. Maybe that's a load of different reasons in different years. But to do it with a young team, 16 games I think it was in those days, it takes a collective effort for a long period of time. So I think, yeah, in terms of effort-wise and focus, because it's an achievement over 6 months, it's not just a final.
You've been fortunate enough to play with a number of top class, maybe the best in the world, cricketers in your time at Lancashire. Two would be Wasim Akram and Murali. There are others as well. Who would you say was not necessarily most influential, but the best you've played alongside?
Well, those two are obviously right up there. I mean, watching Waz bowl was just, it made fielding enjoyable when we didn't enjoy fielding so much. But I'd stand at fine leg watching Warren flying around behind the stumps, and the batters, basically
Clueless.
either petrified or amazed at what's coming down.
Did he teach you much?
Yeah.
Did you ever get to master reverse swing, which he was the well, I suppose he was one of the pioneers of.
Yeah, I think I was decent at it. I wouldn't say master it because he mastered it, so I didn't do what he did. But I learnt from him, and early on, yeah, it was going against the way it should go as a reverse swing. But learning what length to bowl with it is quite important sometimes on different surfaces. And he was very influential. He used to be standing at mid-off and say, he used to say, drop your shoulder, hit back of a length, because people used to think you put it up there when it's reversing. Well, he said if you hit back of a length, it tends to look like it does more. Obviously, there's a reverse swing Yorker that demolishes the stumps, but you don't always have the pace for that, or the batter might be up to that. But, a few subtle tactical things he was great with. The other players, well, there's a load of them. I bowled at Stuart Low for a few years. And then
when he was playing for Essex.
So he played for Essex. And in the crazy days when we had a Sunday League game in the middle of a championship game, I'm pretty sure he got 100 first innings, 100 on Sunday and 100 second innings. So we were pretty pleased when he came and signed for us. And
yeah, he was a phenomenal batter.
What did he average for Lancs? 60 odd, 70?
Yeah.
So class-wise, in the brilliant Aussie team of that era, in my mind, he was as good.
Only played one test.
One test, 50 odd, not out.
Does that rankle with you that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England?
I always say no, and I can see the reasons why I didn't at certain times. I also think they made a mistake quite a few times, if I'm honest, because I look at the people who've played, and I've no problems with the good players who played a lot of tests. That's absolutely fine. And if I'm honest, I'm quite clear that I wanted to play. If I want to look back on an England career, it wants to be 50 tests. So 2 or 3 wouldn't bother me. That doesn't bother me at all. So way over it now. Not a problem. It's just cricket at the end of the day.
Exactly. Nothing you can do about it now. Suffice to say that you can take great joy from the career you've had at Lancashire, which isn't over yet, quite clearly. Let's just move it forward now, because your playing days are obviously gone, even though you'd quite like to carry on. They've gone, but you've been head coach for a number of years now, and you must still enjoy that challenge. What is it that really sustains you and keeps you going as a head coach?
I think the big thing is I want to see a team go out there and play together and be strong together and win. Obviously, I want to help put together a team full of quality. But it's that idea of building a team to win something, and to know that you've earned it over a period of time. So then every season's quite demanding, but by the time you've had 4 or 5 weeks off, you start to be constantly thinking about what you need to do January, February, March to get ready for the new season. But I think with the club I've been at for so long, I just want to help us bring some success back, because we've now been through a period where if you put our collective results together, I think we'd be the most successful team in the country. We just haven't won. But we need to keep putting ourselves in those positions, playing good cricket all year to give ourselves that chance. But just keep believing that when we keep getting there, we'll be successful. But the overriding thing is to get a squad together who enjoy playing together, and we'll go out there and give 100%.
How does the head coach role differ from being, say, just a bowling coach?
Less time with individual players, and that's the big challenge, is to make sure you spend enough time with the individuals who want that time. You can still coach, and we do, so currently we don't have a specialist full-time batting coach, but as experienced coaches I think we're all feel that we can help in those areas, and obviously last season our batters had an incredible year. But less time spent with individuals, because you're always thinking about what the whole needs.
Yeah. During your time in the game, 30 years, I think we've already touched on this. Coaching has become, it's developed away from the periphery, and I think it probably wasn't.
Well, welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, live on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. This is day 2 of Lancashire against Somerset in the LV County Championship. Look at that for a lovely scene. Little patch of blue sky. Nice, bright, looking outfield. A little bit of cloud cover above us, but hey, we're all dry, and it's reasonably warm outside as well. I don't think it's too chilly. And well, we'll see what the afternoon has in store. There's a new ball that's due for Lancashire. There's Will Williams. I presume that Lancashire have taken it straight away. I don't see a reason why not. Looks like a new ball, that, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can see the shine of the the labels, stickers, the imprint.
So a nice shiny brand new ball for Will Williams to use. Scott Reed and Callum Flynn to start you off this afternoon. We've got Anthony Gibson and David Lloyd with us through the course of the day as well. James Rue is 68 not out, and Casey Aldridge on 17. So we start after lunch with a new ball, with Williams to Rue. That's pushed out into the offside, and there is no run. Rue is nicely set. He's faced quite a lot of balls, hasn't he? 178 deliveries. Aldridge 56 from balls for his 16. So these two are nicely set. Callum to try and face this new ball.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by James Rue. I think his temperament as a young batsman has been really impressive. He's played pretty much within himself, I would say, but just playing the situation really well.
Williams from around the wicket. Again, that's played defensively off the front foot. Bat in front of his pad, just pushing the ball back along the pitch and gathered by the bowler. No run.
I was saying to Anthony off air, I feel like day 2 of 4-day, and obviously Test match cricket 5-day stuff, is like the Saturday of a golf event. I feel like it's moving day, and I feel like this next hour, especially with a new ball for Lancashire, if they can try and knock Somerset over and get him batting, they could try and still force a positive result.
Williams to Rue. He's got a single here, actually, just played through kind of straight mid-on. Jogs through for the first run of the afternoon session. Mahmood does catch up with the ball, but Rue gets through for 1, so he moves on to 69, 182 for 5. Yeah, Lancashire should be hoping that this new ball works a treat, and they'll try to get in and amongst that Somerset lower order and they'll be, at the very least, hoping to be batting at some point not too far after tea, I would think.
Yeah, after the start yesterday morning, I think they'll be disappointed not to be batting now, to be honest.
I agree. Over the wicket this time, Williams. It's off the back foot. Well, his runs here through the offside. At least a couple. It's a big boundary out towards that point region. They're going to flirt with the idea of 3. Yeah, they're going to come back for 3, actually. I think Casey Aldridge was a little uncertain, and Rue, I think, said, I'm pretty happy to come back and turn that into 3. So 185 for 5.
It's a very small 1%er in terms of running. Like, it doesn't get focused on at all. But James Rue, I noticed it before when he was batting with Lannonby. And he was forcing Lannonby to push a little bit more, just to try and get that extra single in.
50 partnership as well up between these two. Rue defends to Mahmood. At mid-on, there's no run. Well, boundaries have been at a bit of a premium, haven't they? So you
don't think there's been many, has there?
No.
James Rue's certainly the one with the most boundaries at 8, but I think Lannonby at 4 or 5.
Okay, yeah, right.
It's not been many off the bat. The outfield has been pretty slow with the weather we've had, and which is totally understandable.
Williams in, left by Rue. End of the first over after lunch. Who's going to take the new ball from the Brian Statham end?
Looked like it was Sak Mahmood warming up, and yep, he's taking his cap off now, passing it to the umpire.
Yeah, it was Williams and Anderson with the new ball yesterday, but still no James Anderson, I'm afraid. So he's that issue that he's got, which is being assessed, is well, it's still being assessed. So he's not come out to take to the field after lunch. So Mahmood gets the chance with the new ball.
Mahmood will be happy here. A bit of extra zip on the ball. Obviously, he's not bowled with a fresh new ball this game so far. So if he can try and push it up to speeds of 90, which he is well capable of, and get a bit of movement, he can hopefully cause some trouble here.
First game here at Emirates Old Trafford in over a year, this fixture. Been a long return for him. Ball's a full ball to Aldridge, and that's pushed up to mid-on for no run. Just his second game of the season.
Such a shame when the injury came as well, wasn't it? Because he was just starting to break into some of the England one-day formats.
Made his test debut, didn't he?
Yeah.
Was it in the winter prior to the injury?
Caribbean?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's playing all 3 formats, wasn't he? He's kind of for England, test one day, and around the T20 setup. Yeah, horrible. I mean, it's not a nice time to pick up an injury like that.
Well, no.
Especially when you're in and around that England squad. Balls to Aldridge. Oh, that's edged to the right of second slip. It's gone down towards the third man boundary for 4 runs. 189 for 5. Down into the ground to the right of Jones at second slip. Went quickly to the boundary with a newer ball coming off the edge of the bat.
He's been quite positive, Aldridge, even though he's only 23 off 59. He looks to be trying to get a move on with things, and you can see Lancashire with only 2 slips and 1 gully against a brand new bowler. I'd expect to see another third slip in there, to be honest.
Mahmood over the wicket, balls left. And a dancing George Bell takes it in front of first slip, and there's no run. Yeah, they've gone for the 2 slips and the gully. Then there's a point and a cover, and a mid-on square leg and fine leg.
I'd like to see Lancashire take, is it Bohannon out of cover, and maybe put another slip in just to entice Casey Aldridge to try and play through the covers a bit more, especially against a new ball and a bowler like Sak Mahmood. It's not going to be easy.
Starts again, Mahmood running away from us here. Aldridge just shuffles back and defends to Bohannon at cover, and there's no run. 189 for 5. We had the mascot race at lunch.
Yeah, lanky one.
Well spotted from you.
Yeah.
I was too busy.
He has got a bit of an advantage at the end though with his head, hasn't he?
That's what, yeah, if it's a close finish, you get dip the old head, can't he? Super long neck coming into its own. It's a short race, isn't it? It's like a dash, a sprint.
By the time they get going, it's over.
Mahmood to Aldridge. Well, that's flashed away through the onside. It's partially stopped by Luke Wells. But even with a bit of pace taken off, the ball rattles its way through the leg side for 4 runs. That pushes Somerset to 193 for 5.
A little bit of an inside edge there, but a pretty safe shot. Looking to try and play through mid-on, just sort of mid-wicket area. Run away for 4 across the square.
Did you recognise all the mascots that were taking part in the mascot race?
I seen.
There's Mahmood to completely over. Balls to Aldridge, left, taken by Bell. No run.
Noticed the All-Stars one.
All-Stars.
That's very
Spotted that one.
familiar.
Can't miss that one.
Yeah, obviously Lancashire and Salford Red Devils Rugby League was one of them. I don't know who the 4th one was. But yeah, I know they had Sale Sharks here yesterday.
Okay.
And yeah, Salford Rugby League was here today.
Well, there's Lanky taking in his congratulations.
All these new fans.
Yeah, look at that, absorbing all the praise. I'm the winner. Come and see me.
Wouldn't like to be stuck inside that suit on a really warm day, would you?
Especially when you have to dance like that. 193 for 5. So Will Williams from the, and I don't know where is it, must be down below us somewhere, like from the Jimmy Anderson end. 3 slips in place. Rue's on strike. Williams balls. Oh, it's edged. It's burst through the fingertips of Rob Jones at 2nd slip. Well, it's not been a game in which Lancashire have covered themselves in glory in the slips.
No, they've alternated quite a lot as well. Made a lot of changes recently. Wells first slip, then back to Mitchell, but that one goes to 2nd slip. Rob Jones, who is the sub fielder,
went high, went quickly to Jones. It was high. Both hands above his head.
They're never easy, how these slip catches. Never easy.
And he's a fine slip fielder. He's taken a couple of stunners this season for the 2nd team. Couldn't snaffle that chance. Another chance put down. Rue dropped.
Lancashire do often pride themselves off the fielding, don't they? And how well they do field as a fielding unit.
Aldridge back on strike. 27 not out. Here comes Williams in from the Anderson end. Just pushes away into the offside and they get through for a quick single. So the score moves on to 195 for 5. I'm due an update next door, so I'll bring Anthony in with Aldridge on 28, Rue on 70. And a frustration, I reckon, Callum, for Lancashire. Another chance created but not taken.
Yeah, I think that goes down as a 6th chance that's gone down. I think 5 in the slips and 1 for Jimmy Anderson off his own bowling yesterday morning. So it'll be very frustrating for Lancashire. Glen Chappell won't be an happy man, I don't think.
Here's Williams in and bowls outside the off stump. Moving further outside the off stump after it pitched. Yes, 6 chances Lancashire have put down. Some of them quite difficult. That one to Rob Jones, probably the most difficult one of all, as it really was travelling. Just managed to get his fingertips to it high above his head, but couldn't bring it under control. And James Rue has been dropped twice. Twice or 3? No, 3. No, it was Lammonby who was dropped first off twice today. This is Rue playing around his front pad up to mid-on. Won't get a run. 195 for 5.
Never really been a slip fielder, as I try and avoid that area as much as I can.
Me too.
I imagine when you fielded for 80 overs and you've probably done 60 overs against a bit of an older ball, maybe you creep forward sometimes and you creep a little bit closer, and then obviously there's a brand new ball, flies a lot quicker. Yeah. I imagine it is hard to adjust sometimes.
Williams in and bowls. This is driven nicely, handsomely, but straight to Bohannon at extra cover. Any news of Jimmy Anderson?
No, nothing yet. Still being assessed. We've heard England fans will be having everything crossed, I think.
Well, I think
it's nothing serious.
Absolutely. Because we've already lost Ollie Stone. There's a question mark over Joe for Archer. Mark Wood isn't going to play every test match. Williams in and bowls. This is edged, but all along the ground down to Stephen Croft at Wideish third man, deep backward point really rather than third man. Roux picks up a single, takes him on to 71, 196 for 5. Williams 22 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 33. Very economical. But Lancashire found wickets hard to come by. Bear in mind, in looking 196 for 5, at one stage Somerset were 12 for 3. So they've gone, what, 184 for 2 since then, which is I think a better reflection of the quality of the pitch.
Yeah, I think yesterday as well, the first hour or two, obviously Lancashire had plenty of zip, plenty of energy through the ball, plenty of movement, but I think since then they've just lacked it. They've lacked a bit of pace, and someone, you know, just really unsettled the batsmen. The Somerset batsmen since 12 for 3 have looked pretty comfortable.
Mahmood is starting his 15th over. He's there and bowls to Roux, turns it into the onside. Yeah, I've not been over impressed with Mahmood, either down at Taunton or in this game so far. He just seems to lack a little bit of bite, of edge.
Yeah, he certainly, obviously, before he got injured, like we said, he broke into the England squads, and when you watched him, you felt like something was always going to happen. You felt like he's that kind of bowler you throw the ball to and you go as a captain, just get me a wicket, create something. And he does seem to lack that zip this game.
He's in there bowling to Roux, shuffles across his stumps, and Mahmood may have seen him shuffling across and was aiming to bowl him behind his legs, but just got it too far down the onside. He's a fine-looking fast bowler, is Saqib Mahmood, with a shock of dark hair and a narrow headband, sort of Alice band.
Yeah, they've come in since COVID, these Alice bands, haven't they? Stuart Broad, I think, still dons his.
Yes, that's more of, it's almost a sash, that, isn't it? There's Mahmood in the bowls, and this is outside the off stump, driven but not timed by James Roux, and of course the original headband warrior himself, Jack Brooks, who scored a century here for Yorkshire against Lancashire a few years ago. But he's not, he was in the Somerset squad but hasn't made the final playing 11. Somerset's fast bowling cadre being reinforced by the advent of Matt Henry, who replaces the rested Casey Aldridge. Talking about Lewis Gregory. Oh, this is a good ball from Mahmood. That was a good bit quicker and cut back into Roux from outside the off stump. Best delivery he's produced since he took the new ball. Yeah,
it's just like it's hit the seam and come back in off the pitch, that one, the way James Roux played it in the end.
Just the odd ball, still doing a bit for the bowlers.
You can see as it goes through to George Bell as well, as he lines up and then changes his body position, it still is moving out there.
Mahmood tries again. He's in and bowls, and defensive shot from James Roux. Quite a stiff breeze blowing across the outfield. I had a wander round at lunchtime, and there's an open area away to our left on the western side of the ground, and people sitting there need to be pretty well wrapped up, because the wind is coming from the direction of the city of Manchester, right across the ground, from what used to be the Warwick Road end to the other end. Here is Mahmood in a bowls full of length, good delivery that, and just using that breeze to swing it into the right-handed Roux on a full length, but well kept out by James Roux.
Yeah, I don't know if they ever planned building anything on that area, because I know Emirates Old Trafford do host a lot of concerts and
they put temporary stands in there.
Yeah, they put the party stand up, so they'll have that up for the Roses matches and the Ashes, of course. But yeah, I think they keep it open just because of the concerts that they attract.
Yeah, there's an open area at County Ground at Taunton as well, which they will fill with temporary seating for the Vitality Blast. But it's having an open area like that gives you flexibility in terms of what you can do.
Yeah, definitely.
Rather than putting permanent seating in, which is jolly expensive as well. Dane Villas just having a chat with Will Williams as to how to get the better of Casey Aldridge, who's again batted pretty well. He's on 28, and this comes off his pad, I think, down to long leg, and they will not come back for a second run, and well advised not to do so. It's signalled a leg by.
I think I've been impressed by Aldridge. Even though he's not exactly scoring at one a ball, he's looked really busy.
Yeah,
it looks like he wants to score. It looks like he's taking the game to the bowlers a little bit more, and I think it's helped James Rew as well. I think since Aldridge has come in, James Rew's looked a lot more positive as well, rotating the strike a bit more together. And like you say, the field has spread slightly. They more or less got a backward point out to both batsmen now.
These two came together when Tom Namelby was out, when the score was 135, so they've added 62 together. Williams to Rew, drives. He'd hit that a little bit harder, it would have been 4 runs, but didn't really go through with the shot, and Dane Villas able to move to his left and cut it off at mid-off. Rew 71 from 194 deliveries, so with 8 fours, but he's anchoring this Somerset innings, doing a really good job for his side. Williams bowls, and Rew comes playing around his front pad. It looks rather awkward the way he plays that defensive shot, doesn't it? But
yeah,
he gets the middle of the bat on the ball more often than not.
We mentioned it before, didn't we, that he does square up quite a bit.
Yeah.
But the way cricket's going nowadays, I use Alistair Cook as a prime example. They used to use people like Sachin Tendulkar, Ponting as your coaching handbook examples, but people like Cook and James Rew, as long as you know your game, what you're capable of, and where you can restrict your...
Williams in and bowls, and just defended into.
As long as you know where you can score, and where you might find a bit of trouble, and not play to that, and allow the bowler to get ahead of you and put some pressure on you, then I think that's all you need. And I think James Rew's played really compact. He hasn't played any wafting shots outside off stump at all. He's played everything within his eye line.
Yeah, he hasn't essayed a reverse sweep yet, which is one of his favourite shots.
Yeah, you mentioned this off air to me.
When he was out 5 minutes before tea in the match against Northants, when I think he scored 89, something like that.
I think Lancashire are testing the luck again.
Yeah, and the umpires have had a look at the ball and have given it a clean bill of health. So umpire Nigel Long hands it back to Saqib Mahmood, who in turn hands it to Will Williams. They don't look very happy about it.
There was a lot of discussion last year, wasn't there, about the Duke's ball, and
well, I think they were a pretty poor batch last year.
Yeah, I think I've seen a report recently about that they're going to be better for the Ashes.
Williams going around the wicket to the left-hander and just played back to him. So they're making a special batch for the Ashes.
Well, I think they promised Stuart Broad and James Anderson that they're going to be slightly better than last year, because I think it was more or less every 40 overs like England last year in the Test matches seemed to.
It was the same in county cricket.
Complain,
well.
Yeah.
Sometimes you would get, in any 80 over spell, you'd get 3 or even 4 different balls being used. Williams in bowls to Rew, drives and will get 4 runs. It was touch and go as to whether Dane Villas would get across, or will he pull it back in? He will, just inside the boundary, and they will come back for 3 runs. A comfortable 3. They might even have run 4, but I think that rather as I suspected, that would go for 4. So did the 2 batsmen. It didn't. It was well pulled back by Dane Villas, but it does bring the 200 up for Somerset. 200 for 5 takes James Rew on to 74, with Casey Aldridge the other end on 28.
Lovely shot from James Rew there, just on the upper slightly, weighted and just played it perfectly through wide mid off. A lovely shot.
Yep. on Twitter, Annie Chave. Afternoon, Annie. What a fantastic rescuing partnership they had. That was James Rew and Tom Lammonby. What a mature innings from both of them. As Mahmood is in and bowls, and this is punched away through the offside by James Rew. It won't go for 4. It will be cut off by Will Williams, but they'll come back for just the 2 runs. 202 for 5, James Rew. On the other side of that particular coin, Jeremy Twyman says Lammonby has a technical fault, in my opinion. He comes forward to too many balls, so very vulnerable to the moving ball. Well, I think he may have a point. I mean, the characteristic, you know, whenever I think of Tom Lammonby opening the innings, he's sort of plunging forward to play a good length ball, or even a ball just slightly short of a good length off the front foot. This is cut hard by James Rew, but straight to Luke Wells, who's come out of slips. He's been moved around a bit as Luke Wells, hasn't he? He was down at deep backward square leg at one stage, now he's at extra cover.
I mean, going back to the Lammonby point, it's the wickets the professionals play on these days most of them tend to be true bounce, and you see a lot of batters just kind of hang on the back foot off length balls these days as well, and just play it comfortably off the back foot instead of committing the front foot and potentially getting caught into a trap of LB.
Mahmood bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Sharp single. If that had hit, then Casey Aldridge, who was slow setting off. It was Aldridge's call technically, because that was behind the stumps, but it was Rew who set off for the single, and Aldridge a little bit slow to respond. He got there in the end safely enough, and another run goes on the board. 203 for 5.
I commented before on James Rew's running that he's pushing them singles, pushing them twos, trying to turn them into threes, and it does certainly help, because especially when there's a left and right hander in now, bowlers hate going from left to right hand, so it will certainly be impacting Sakeem Mahmood in his length and his lines.
There's Mahmood again into bowl to the right-handed Aldridge. Is there and bowls and brings that one back into Aldridge. Gets a thick edge onto it, out into backward point. Stephen Croft picks up, but has to make ground to his left, so there's another single. 204 for 5. Runs coming rather more readily post lunch.
Yeah, Lancashire just look like they're going through the motions a little bit. Got a couple men out, just a 2 slip and 1 gully now. Oh, 3 slips, sorry, no gully.
Yeah. Here's Mahmood up past umpire Lungley and bowls down the leg side, and he missed out, did James Rew on that occasion. His long leg is a little bit wide, fine leg is pretty much open.
Yeah, you can't see a real plan of what Lancashire are trying to, how Lancashire are trying to actually get James Rew out here. It's like they're just kind of running up to bowl at the moment. Sakeem Mahmood coming round the wicket now, trying to change the angle up.
Yeah, might not be a bad idea to put in a couple of short balls to James Rew, who likes to hook. Mahmood, as the sun comes out, is in and bowls, and this time Rew has a drive at a ball outside his off stump, or just about on the line of off stump, doesn't time it. End of that over. Mahmood 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 52, 204 for 5. We've had 86 overs, so 6 overs with the new ball, and Callum, it doesn't seem to have made batting look any more difficult, does it?
No, one real chance off Will Williams that unfortunately went down for Lancashire. Rob Jones in the second slip. Was a tricky chance, all slip catches are, I believe. But after you drop the 6 in one game, not really many excuses after that one.
Could be a very different story if those catches early yesterday morning had been taken. Williams in and bowls to Aldridge outside the off stump, and there's no shot.
Are you talking, is it 35 extras and 6 drop catches? It's quite a lot of, you take even 4 of them catches, and then them extras probably reduce themselves as well. Because often, if you drop catch in a game, I always feel like the extras go up with the attitude in the field.
Yeah. Do you think they're missing Keaton Jennings as captain?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's a real calm head, Keaton Jennings.
Is Williams in and bowls? Oh, and that comes off the inside edge of...
Yeah, and just his manner, and obviously they've been working all winter with the squad of how he wants to captain them. He'll have close discussions with his bowlers about their plans and what fields we can go with, etc. So I think they will certainly be missing him. I mean, they're missing his batting.
Absolutely,
100%.
I mean, he was going beautifully when he did his hamstring down at Taunton. He looked nailed on for 300. Here's Williams, bowls to Aldridge, shuffles across his stumps, plays that down to long leg. Bowler's eyes would have lit up then, thinking he might possibly get a LBW with the batsman shuffling across his stumps and then playing across the line, but he got the middle of the bat onto it, moves on to 30. 205 for 5, very valuable innings. Burnishing his credentials as an all-rounder, having been promoted to number 7, usurping Craig Overton's. Callum makes way for David Lloyd, 205 for 5. That's just played back to the bowler. Welcome back, Bumble. Did you lunch well?
I did. It was. We thought it was cottage pie. It wasn't. It was hot pot.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Not a proper Lancashire hot pot.
No, it was close. It was close.
Yeah. I think that has lamb in it, doesn't it? Williams in and bowls, and this is whipped away into the onside, and an unavailing dive to his right by Luke Wells, and that skims over the beautiful outfield here at Old Trafford for 4 runs through mid-wicket. Beautifully timed shot from James Rue.
Doesn't he look a wonderful player? 19 years of age. You know, he's so good.
Yes, he has got a, well, said it before, he's got the ideal temperament as well. He just takes every ball as it comes. Doesn't get ahead of himself and doesn't dwell too much on whatever mistakes he may have made as Williams comes around the wicket to him, and this takes him on the pad out into the onside. Rue now on 81. Aldridge on 30, Somerset 209 for 5. Remember, they were 12 for 3, and Lancashire haven't helped themselves, have they, with all the drop catches?
No, at 4. I'm not. I'm going to discount Anderson. Sometimes that sticks. It's drilled back at you, and you follow through. But the slip chances, you'd think 2 or 3 of them should have been taken. But there's a game to win. That's the intrigue for me all along. Is that both teams need a win. How are you going to win the game?
It's hard to see Somerset taking 20 wickets on this pitch, though.
It's flat. It is a flat pitch, and it's got good pace. I tell you what, if we had a really quick bowler, it'd be interesting.
Yes, Mahmood hasn't really slipped himself. I'd imagine he can bowl faster than this. He's in now bowling to Aldridge, who plays that comfortably enough into the offside.
Well, in terms of a racehorse, it is in need of a run. He needs to get some overs under his belt. He needs to get some matches, some stamina. You know, there's an international bowler there, but he was out all last season with these stress fractures, which fast bowlers get. And I know that he would be wary. He wants to ease back in. Doesn't want to be injured again.
They seem to get them more often these days than they used to in your day.
Well, I've got a theory for that as well.
All right. Well, here's Mahmood into bowl to Aldridge, who's up on his toes, punching that up to mid-off. There won't be a run.
So we'll talk about the fast bowlers of yesteryear, and we've mentioned Fred Rumsey, and there's Fred Truman. You would play, Brian Statham's another, you would play on the natural turf of the area. And now every ground has got this high clay content loam. These are big fellas. We're into day 2. There's been 87 overs. There's not a mark where they land. It is rock hard. And that has got to go into the back. It's got to refer into the back.
Mahmood bowls, and Aldridge defence. Yeah, that's very interesting. It's the first time I've heard that. I mean, it's normally ascribed to the fact that fast bowlers don't, they do too much gym work and don't get themselves fit through bowling.
No, I think you need the gym work, but these pitches now around the world, the fast bowlers at the creases hardly make a mark.
Yeah, Craig Overton manages to dig a pretty deep pit for himself. But
now that's interesting. That is interesting.
Is Mahmood to Aldridge, shuffles across his stumps, and bowler again thinking, oh, I've got this bloke LBW, especially as he's playing across the line into the onside, but Aldridge gets away with it, moves on to 31, 210 for 5.
So a great fast bowler from Lancashire, Brian Statham, would start the game and he'd dig a hole where his front foot landed, and then as the game progressed he'd move to the left, then he'd move back, then he'd move across, just to keep missing this hole and creating more holes. But it was at the natural turf of the area where you played. You played at Bristol, you played in Glamorgan, down at Cardiff. You're on the natural turf. Now it's all high clay content.
Mahmood going around the wicket to Rue, who pushes that into the onside. The other thing, I mean, I remember watching Butch White and Chris Old. They had great steel toe caps on their on their boots as well. Great heavy clod hopping boots almost. Real fast bowlers boots.
And there were cricket boot manufacturers would make specifically for the individual.
Yeah. Is Mahmood into Rue outside the off stump, and he doesn't play a shot at it. End of the over, 210 for 5. Yeah, in the Somerset Cricket Museum we've got a pair of Joel Garner's boots, which are enormous.
Like canoes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you a story about Joel Garner. Roy Palmer's wife, Aline, used to work at Somerset County Cricket Club in the marketing department.
Yes.
She was walking down the main street in Taunton one day, and Joel Garner was coming in the opposite direction, and she said, "Hello, Joel," looking up at him, and he ignored her. So the next time she saw him on the ground, she went up to him and said, "Joel, I passed you in the high street the other day and you completely ignored me." He said, "Are you sure it was me?" There aren't many 6'9" tall West Indians in Taunton.
A grand fella, a lovely chap.
Lovely man. Great bowler as well. Will Williams, formerly of Bridgewater Cricket Club, in and bowls and brings this one back into Casey Aldridge, who plays it well, plays it late and watches the ball carefully. Yes, it was a great period for Somerset cricket, that was.
Well, for cricket, you come across these wonderful international players who were overseas players for the season in every competition. Absolutely. Greenwich, Richards, Roberts at Hampshire.
Yeah, Sylvester Clarke at Surrey. And that's again well played by Aldridge. Williams using the wind with the breeze which is blowing across the ground from east to west, using it just to swing the ball into the right hander. Yeah, great days, weren't they?
And the overseas player, he became part of the furniture. They got into the culture of the team, which is important.
Well, you had one of the greatest of all here in Clive Lloyd. Oh, he doesn't deliver the ball. I thought he was
slipped.
Just slipped almost in his delivery stride. I thought he'd hurt his back for a moment, but he's okay.
And Farouk Engineer, of course.
Farouki, yeah,
who lives down the road here. Just lives further down here. He enjoys lunch.
Yeah, I remember. I think it was when you played Glamorgan at Swansea in 1971. As this is pushed up into the offside, and there won't be a run. And I was scoring for whoever the BBC Radio Wales commentator was, and that there was a photo call involving the whole Lancashire side, and Farouk Engineer was in that, and I got talking to him, and Lovely man. I've been looking up your career against Somerset, actually, incidentally, which is not bad. Not bad. 15 games.
Mm-hmm.
I'll come back after this delivery from Williams, as Overton again shuffles across his stumps, and that goes down the leg side. Yeah, 15 games, 1,062 runs, highest score 186, averaging 50.6.
Oh, that's good.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Should have played against them every week.
Who did you get? When did you get the 186? Where was that?
That was in Beefy's first game.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Brian Close was captain.
1974, I guess.
Brian Close was captain.
Here's Williams in and bowls, and this is angled down, just wide of the slips, and evades the diving backward point. They'll come back for 2 runs to take Aldridge on to 33, 212 for 5.
You know, Closey used to finish every sentence with the word lad. and if he wanted Dennis Breakwell or somebody, couldn't have a ball, lad. Beefy couldn't have a ball, lad. He wanted a cup of tea from the lady in the pavilion there. Get us a cup of tea, Ethel, lad.
Yeah, great character. He did wonders for Somerset cricket, mind you, Brian Close. Here's Williams in and bowls, and Aldridge shapes for the cut. There's a shy at the stumps as Rubex is ground, and I think he would have been home successfully, but Hannon onto that pretty quickly, sending in the return. Only the one stump to aim at. They get away with it. 213 for 5. Yes, Brian Close really prepared the ground for that sort of golden era in Somerset cricket, and Brian Rose would be the first to acknowledge, you know, the
big influence.
Yeah,
and Tom Cartwright. Yeah, I think Tom Cartwright was a
absolutely.
wonderful bowler.
Yeah, wonderful bowler, wonderful coach as well. You could see the influence of Tom Cartwright in the way that Ian Botham bowled, getting side on, and that sort of leap just before he delivered the ball. 213 for 5. We've had 89 overs, so 9 overs with the new ball. Mahmood is in and bowls, and Aldridge chops this into the offside, where it's well fielded by Bohannon in the covers. Not much has been happening with the new ball, has it?
No, it's pretty straight. There's a good breeze, stiff breeze across the ground from east to west. It's still chilly, so we've not talked at all about the ball swinging. It just isn't.
No.
Pitch is flat. It's got enough pace in it, but you'd need to be really quick.
Mahmood, 3 slips, bowls short, and this is slapped down the ground with a horizontal bat by Casey Aldridge. Not sure it will actually go for 4. The fielder down below us puts in the slide and pulls it back, and they come back for 2 runs. A real one-day shot, that one. Forearm smash.
Well, it's a short ball, and the field is set for that, with a deep fine leg and a deep square leg just backward.
Oh, it's a good line of attack to Aldridge, who isn't at his happiest against the short ball, but his instincts are attacking ones. Mahmood bowls at him, and this is just short of the length, and defends from the crease out into the offside. Hannon does the fielding.
You know, that's where I think it'd be a good 20-minute, half-hour ploy against Aldridge to really go after him with a short leg, a leg gully, deep backward square, and just try and rough him up a bit. But I don't think they've got a... Mahmood would be the bowler if he was fully on and fully fit and confident.
You want someone like Wagner.
Yeah, bang it in.
Yeah. On the batsman's body. Mahmood in and bowls, and not getting it off the straight at the moment is Saqib Mahmood, and he's being very well played by Casey Aldridge, who's using his height well to defend from the crease. He sometimes takes a pace or two towards the bowler, but he sometimes goes too far across his stumps, and he's getting away with it at the moment. His eye is obviously well in. 215 for 5 here at Old Trafford. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me David Lloyd of Lancashire in England. Mahmood in a bowl short, and Aldridge gets on top of the bounce and helps it on its way down to the fine leg boundary. He played that pretty well. 219 for 5. 4 more to Casey Aldridge.
Try him again. He's played it okay. He's got it fine. It's a high ball.
It was a bit high, wasn't it?
High bouncer, and if he can get it above head high and he wants to play, he's got no control.
Yep.
And so that's the type of bowling, consistently, really go after him, not the odd one. And it's only for 20 minutes, just to see.
Mahmood just making a yes, with Bohannon being sent across from extra cover to mid-wicket. So we're going to see short ball line of attack. It's being positioned sort of straight mid-wicket, 30 yards or so, a little bit more from the bat. Mahmood then to Aldridge, and in fact it's the bluff. He bowls a full-length ball on off stump. That's the end of the over. 219 for 5. Aldridge 40, James Rew 81, and after some words from David Lloyd, it will be Scott Reed taking up the commentary.
Well, we just saw that delivery that was aimed down to fine leg and brought 4 fine from a short ball that got head high. Immediately afterwards he changed the field just for one delivery, and cover point came across to mid-wicket. He moved both the deep fielders on the leg side finer, but there's only one delivery and it was just short of a length. The type of bowling is sustained, hostile, short, bang-in bowling to a set field just for 20 minutes to see if you can rough the batsman up, disturb him. I don't think now the new ball 10 overs that he's bowled 5 overs, Mahmood, I don't think there'll be much more in him.
Not much happened since the new ball's been taken, really. 10 overs with it now. First bowling change actually coming with that, with this second new ball. Balderson coming into the attack. Rew just drops it away towards backward square leg. He'll roll the wrist and gets through for 1. Moves on to 82. 220 for 5. In the 91st over. I suppose of the players on Lancashire's books that might well be the bowler that could deliver that kind of little passage of short, sustained, a kind of aggressive, hostile bowling, Mahmood would be up there. Luke Wood, I think, would be up there as a possibility as well for Lancashire.
Jack Blatherwick.
You haven't seen much of Jack Blatherwick.
Yeah, he's got a bit of pace.
I wonder whether if Mahmood is kind of half a dozen gains back into his full recovery, it's left by Aldridge and taken by the keeper, no run, he might be a little bit, I don't know, a bit more confident, a bit more able to bowl that type. And it's only
I'm sure
2 gains back for him, isn't it? Yeah,
I'm sure that if he was fully firing, that would be an option.
Certainly got plenty of resources in the bowling department of Lancashire. Some of the players left out for this fixture and have not featured yet so far this season. There's runs here for Aldridge, just off the front foot. Pushing the ball away into the offside for a quick single. 41 to him now, 221 for 5.
Another option would have been the first change with this new ball, 10 overs old, his left arm spin. Let Hartley have a newish ball to see if he can get a bit of bounce.
Little spell from Tom Hartley just prior to lunch. In total 6 overs for 15. Balderson in full and off stump, and Rew drives back down the ground, fielded by Balderson. And there's no run. Nicely put together. 82 here for James Rew.
Good player.
Seems to enjoy batting against Lancashire. I mentioned a century last season at Southport in the game between these two sides, and century at Taunton a few weeks ago. This is pushed to mid-off this time by Rew, but for no run. We're not sure if he'll keep wicket. I think Anthony was suggesting that maybe Stephen Davis will keep wicket for Somerset. Rew has had the bat and the gloves through the course of the season so far. Davis returning to the Somerset team. He might be the one with the gloves. Final ball for Balderson in this over. And then eased away up to mid-off. Takes the bottom hand off the bat. Finds the Lancashire captain, Dane Villas. End of the over, 221 for 5. Rue on 82, Aldridge on 41. We're into the afternoon session, Bumble. Day 2 of the match. And we're 91 overs into it. We've lost a bit of time, obviously, yesterday with a bit of weather. 221 for 5. It looks quite easy paced for the batters out there at the minute.
It is. It's comfortable. Another bowling change brings Mitchell, medium pace, into the attack. So it's a little bit samey. Both teams have got to be thinking this is the 5th game. How do we win the game? I think weather-wise we're okay. We had that interruption yesterday, but I think we're expecting for the next 3 days to be clear.
Here's Mitchell from the Brian Statham end. Onto the pads of Aldridge, just flicked away off his toes down towards fine leg for a single. 42 to Casey Aldridge. 222 for 5. I've had a message from Ben, who's been listening. Said on Tuesday, can you tell Bumble the story for me, please? On Tuesday, I went over to Dublin to watch Bruce Springsteen.
Oh.
Who was superb, by the way.
Good.
And I was in the pit at the front and turned to my right. I had to do a double take. I was stood next to the new MCC president, Mark Nicholas. Clearly a big Bruce fan. Mitchell bowls, fallen off stump, and Rue drives to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, 2 things there. He's the president of the MCC. Really? And I know that he's a Springsteen fan because Springsteen played here. And he tried everything, Mark, to get into the hoist. You know, the big crane hoist with the camera. He wanted to go up there.
Well, Ben says clearly Mark is a big Bruce fan. He was singing along to most of the songs.
Yes.
As Mitchell's in and balls. And that's punched to mid-off for no run. And I told Mark Nicholas about Preston Cricket Club and our excellent start to the season, 10 wins out of 11. It was in between songs he was telling Mark Nicholas all about Preston Cricket Club's good start to the season.
Well, I know that he'll be singing along. Mark would sing along. He'll know most of the songs and the words, and the E Street Band and Little Stevie.
Ben goes on to say he was superb. He came on at 7:15 and did 3 hours and 15 minutes and never left the stage. Mitchell bowls again. Another Yorker attempt at Rue, digs it out to mid-on, no run.
And his wife would be on guitar, Patti Schiaffi. She'd be there. Red-Headed Woman. It's a good song.
Thank you, Ben. Hope you enjoyed your trip to Dublin to watch Bruce.
What's the pianist called? What's the pianist in the E Street Band? Oh, I'm going to have to Google it. Who is it?
2 for 5 is Mitchell again. Down to 1 slip in a gully. It's driven into the offside. Mahmood trying to stop the ball. Gets underneath his body. Up comes Williams from the boundary to complete the fielding. Rue comes back and adds 2 to his total. Score moves on to 224 for 5. Actually, they put 4 on the scoreboard there. I'm not quite sure what that was about. Oh, overthrows. Sorry, the King overthrows. They were on 4. Blimey. 226 for 5 then. Rue moves on to 88 then. This is full and wide of off stump. Swing and a miss by Rue and through to the keeper. End of the over. 226 for 5.
I don't need to Google it. The mates are all coming in.
Okay.
It's Roy Bitton is the pianist, and Danny Federici, of course. Danny Federici in the E Street. How fantastic, the E Street Band. He was good here. It's years and years ago when Springsteen was here. Only a couple of years ago, the Rolling Stones were across the road at the football ground. That was good.
Did you get to watch Bruce?
I came, yeah. I think I came twice. Yeah, he came. He was here for a couple of nights, I think.
Balderson brings Aldridge forward in defence, and there's no run. 228 for 5. Right, well, thanks for your message, Ben. Get a good trip to Dublin. 3 hours and 15 minutes. That's about right for him, isn't he? He's known for his long stints, isn't he?
Yeah.
2 slips in the gully. Balderson.
Shot.
To Aldridge, driven. Stopped by Mahmood.
And Graham Cowdrey, who's sadly no longer with us, Graham, he was a massive fan of Van Morrison, and he became a roadie for him, setting the stage up and that sort of thing, as well as match referee.
Did it on the side?
Yeah.
Forwards Aldridge and defends. Balderson fields off his own bowling, no run.
I don't get any takers here. For a T20 game, a night game here, I keep mentioning to the powers that be, just play Manchester music. You know, the music, they just play Manchester music. Stone Roses, The Fall, a lot of them.
Great selection to choose from.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Andre's shuffling forward and pushing it. This delivers another no ball from Balderson. He's bowled a few. 230 for 5. Yeah, it'd be a great idea, that, wouldn't it? Just to play Manchester music. Yeah. Crowd would love that.
I'm sure they would.
Week is Saturday. A week tomorrow is the opening T20 Blast fixtures for the summer. It's pushed up to mid-on by Aldridge. There's no run. There's a blast-off taking place at Edgbaston. Not quite sure what that's all about, but there's a blast-off.
Isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's Derbyshire, Lancashire in the first game. And then the Birmingham Bears against Yorkshire in the second game. So a 2:30 start for Lancashire against Derbyshire at Edgbaston a week tomorrow. Balderson to Aldridge and defends, no run. Bounces out towards Bohannon at cover.
It's a super competition, that T20 Blast finals day. Complete mayhem. What's it called there? Eric Ollie's stand. They don't know they've been there, some of them.
I think they do now. The day just passes them by. Putting a bottom hand off this from Aldridge, trying to drill it to the leg side, just picks out Velas at mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over. 230 for 5. James Rue on 88 and Casey Aldridge on 42.
And the execs get these great ideas that, you know, going back to the right, that Andrew Flintoff, he can be Elvis Presley and I can be Neil Diamond, and we both sang it. Flintoff took it, he said, I need a proper suit, I want an Elvis suit. Then he fell over the speaker.
That was pretty iconic, that, wasn't it?
It was brilliant. I loved it. Yeah, madness. Yeah.
There's Mitchell, and that's Rue off the back foot. Nice looking shot, punched out towards deep backward point where Mahmood fields. Moves on to 89. Rue 231 for 5.
He's going to get another 100 here.
Well, you said this morning, Bumble, didn't you, that there's 100 out there for somebody?
Definite, yeah. I mean, he's 19. I mean, they'd be so excited in Somerset. 19-year-old.
In comes Mitchell to Aldridge, swinging and missing at that ball, which is full but wide of off stump. Taken by Bell. Well, he's battered too, actually, in games. I mean, both matches against Lancashire, his 2 previous centuries against Lancashire, came with his back, his team on the ropes. At Southport, they were trying to save the match last season, and at Taunton this year, he got the century in the first innings when the team had lost 4 or 5 quick wickets. They were under pressure, him and his captain rebuilt it, Tom Abel and James Roux. So he's got centuries when the team's been up against it as well. Oh, there's a little nibble at that. There's Aldridge, and the ball is past the edge of the bat and taken by Bell. Again, there's no run.
It's a good length, is that, from Mitchell, and it's just outside off stump. It's induced a defensive shot. He didn't really have to play at it, but he's brought him into the shot, playing a miss.
Just got the ball to wobble a little bit when he first came into the attack, didn't he, Mitchell?
Mm-hmm.
Two slips in the gully. Mitchell, right arm over ball. This time it's left by Aldridge, who is 42 not out from 98 balls faced. His young partner at the other end is 89 not out. 2:31 for 5. We're live at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Into the afternoon session of the SLV County Championship fixture. Watching the New Zealander Daryl Mitchell on his debut. Aldridge off the back foot guides the ball away into the offside. Croft again is there to stop it in that position. Backward of point. Croft and Bohannon saving plenty of runs for Lancashire through the course of this match so far.
They look a likely pair, them two, Croft and Bohannon.
Yeah, kind of up to mischief type of pair.
Yeah, definite.
With one older to know better. It's wide by Mitchell and left by Aldridge, and through to George Bell. So 2:31 for 5. Completes the 94th over of the Somerset first innings. Other wickets to fall. Davis for 4, Abel for 1, Bartlett for 0. Colin Cadmore with a rather loose-looking shot really yesterday. Ball by Mahmood. Lammonby's 38, came off 184 deliveries. He chased it a wide one. He's caught behind by Jones, a substitute fielder. Bowlers used. Anderson, 14 overs, 2 for 16, but nothing from Jimmy today. Not out there on the field. Williams, 25 overs, 1 for 44. Mahmood, 18 overs, 1 for 59. Mitchell, 9 overs, 1 for 18. Balderson and Hartley wicketless so far. So Lancashire have tried different options. Callum still searching for another breakthrough. It's a really solid, impressive, patient innings this by Somerset. It's not rapid, it's not going massively quickly. It's not taking the game away necessarily from Lancashire, but it's certainly taking time out of the match.
Yeah, Lancashire have gone pretty flat out there, haven't they?
Balderson around the wicket. Roux gets neatly in behind and tucks it up towards Mahmood at mid-on for no run.
Like I say, Somerset have just really soaked up the pressure from the early stages of the game when there was 12 for 3, and since then they've been absolutely excellent. Tom Lannonby and James Roux soaking up some very intense pressure and excellent bowling yesterday, and now James Roux's leaping the rewards.
Getting in behind this delivery, just pushes out into the offside for no run. It's impressive from Roux.
Just comfortably going to 100 now. Lancashire have spread the field a little bit, less catches in there. And he's just finding the gaps, 1s and 2s more often than that now.
96 run partnership between these two. Looking on 200 balls faced between them. George Balderson to James Roux. And that's just dabbed away back down the pitch.
Lancashire really missed Jimmy Anderson's skill set today, haven't they? They've just come up against a real good rearguard from Roux, Aldridge and Lannonby this morning, and they've just not been able to break through at all. And you'd say Lannonby throwing his wicket away a little bit as well. It wasn't exactly deserved from Lancashire.
This is driven away by Roux. Balderson sending it down from quite wide of the crease around the wicket to Roux. Eased off the front foot towards mid-off where Villas fields, and there's no run. .231 for 5. Balderson to Roux, a little inside edge, I think, towards mid-on. He's trying to push it to the offside. Comes off the inner half of the bat, deflects up to mid-on. Mahmood fields, but that one takes Roux into the 90s now. Exactly 90 not out. 232 for 5. Right-hander Casey Aldridge comes back on strike. The field has to change. They've actually positioned an extra slip catcher in there, so down to 2 slips in the gully. Fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover. As Aldridge defends into the onside for no run. And then Williams was at deep backward point. The end of the over, just a single off it. It's 95 overs of the Somerset first innings gone. Of course, the bonus points have altered this season as well, so Somerset on course for a batting bonus point, but you've got to get to 250 to get that.
Is it inside 110 overs?
110 overs, yeah. Lancashire have picked up 1 bowling bonus point so far. Back to the conversation I was having with Bumble before lunch, is that you don't really go anywhere with draws at the minute. This season with the point structure that you've got. Mitchell to Roux. It's driven on the bounce back down the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, if you were to copy the results that Lancashire have had this season using last season's scoring system, Lancashire will be 4th. I've only done the Lancashire working outs with that, not done Somerset's, but it might not be too dissimilar for Somerset, albeit they've not drawn as many as Lancashire.
They've just lost 1, haven't they? And 1 and drawn 3.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Lancashire drawn all 4.
Mitchell balls again. It's wide and driven by Roux. Barnum fields at cover, no run. You know, the 3 draws that Lancashire have had to start this season. It's not really equating to a win, you know, from last season's point structure. So they're just really gonna go anywhere with draws. And Lancashire have been unlucky. They've dominated. I think certainly their last 3 games have been unlucky not to have got over the line. At least one of them, certainly last week at Trent Bridge. There's an appeal for an LBW. It's deflected off the pad, but he's bowling over the wicket to left-hander Roux, and he's trying to work it to the leg side. It might well be.
I think it was a desperation appeal, more than anything, that one. I think going back to Lancashire regarding the draws, I think it's the first innings or first day that's really affected every game for him, where they've got back into it in day 2, 3 and 4, but the first day against Surrey, they let Surrey off the hook. Surrey ended up piling quite a lot of runs on.
Mitchell to Roux. It's off the back foot and played into the offside for no run.
And the same's happening here. They'll be, the way Somerset are batting at the moment, they'll be lucky to bat tonight, Lancashire, potentially. So they could only be batting the first innings in day 3. So they're chasing the game again.
Yeah, 12 for 3 on the first, within inside the first kind of 40 minutes, wasn't it, yesterday? It was a perfect start with the ball. Forward goes Roux, little half step towards the bowler as he cushions it away into the offside, no run.
There's the old village saying, isn't there, catches win matches. And unfortunately for Lancashire in this innings, they fell foul to that.
Yeah, in the reverse fixture, I think they were undone by a bit of weather in that game. I think they were of the 2 teams, they looked the team that was likely to win at Taunton. But again, there were chances put down in that fixture. Weather around at Trent Bridge last week not helping Lancashire neither. Forward again goes Roux. In fact, it's a solid front foot defence. He's so straight. The ball has trickled right back down the pitch and slowly caresses the stumps at the non-striker's end and just dislodges the bails. It's very carefully put back on. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden from Mitchell. 232 for 5. What Time we're edging up towards 3 o'clock. We've still got 54 overs to go today. Game is just kind of meandering along and not really progressing anywhere, but Rue and Somerset in particular batting very nicely indeed. Aldridge working this off his hip from Balderson out towards the leg side for a single. He moves on to 43. Main thing here on the horizon is a century for James Rue. He's 10 runs away from it. Will be, well, it's his third against Lancashire. Whether it would be his no, it wouldn't be his third on the spin. He certainly didn't get his century last time at Taunton was in the first innings, but it would be his third century in successive games, but not in successive innings against Lancashire. 10 away from it.
Be a real mature knock as well.
Balderson to Rue. Just leans back and guides the ball away to deep backward point for a single. I think he's been absolutely terrific, hasn't he?
Yeah, he soaked up the pressure. Is he 19 as well? Not just 19. Soaked up the pressure early doors, and since then he's looked absolutely comfortable. He's really rotating the strike now, and he just looks like he's batting with ease out there at the moment.
91 not out at the non-striker's end. Aldridge comes back on strike. Here comes Balderson. That's off the front foot again, trying to find a gap through the offside, but Bohannon is ever lurking around at cover to field, and there's no run.
I'd like to see Lancashire just give Tom Hartley a bit of a spell soon. Just before lunch, he had a go, and there was a few more attacking shots, shall we say, from Aldridge. He looked like he wanted to sweep a bit more and go over the top a bit more, so that might bring out a bad shot and might provide a wicket. And I think he's only bowled minimum overs from Hartley so far.
Yeah. He had a 5-over burst just before lunch. Keeper standing up. Bell gets the helmet on, and Aldridge plays his next delivery from Balderson to mid-off, where Mahmood fields, and there's no run. 234 for 5. Well, he's doing a few stretches actually, Callum, now, isn't he? Tom Hartley's at gully, so maybe left arm spinner's going to have a twirl. This is eased out towards mid-on by Aldridge. It's a sharp-looking single, actually, and it's nicely run. Brings up the century partnership as well between Casey Aldridge and James Rue. It's a terrific effort. 100 from 213 deliveries. Rue's the headline act so far for Somerset, but Aldridge has played his part. 44 not out from 105. Rue's 91 not out. Century partnership between Aldridge and Rue has pushed Somerset onto 235 for 5. Final ball of the over for Balderson. And Rue drives firmly. Lovely shot. 4 runs underneath Balderson's fingertips and to the left of Croft at mid-off. And some looking drive down the ground takes him within sight of 3 figures. He's 95 not out. 239 for 5. A few thoughts from you, Callum, and Anthony's going to come in.
Yeah, excellent partnership, 100 up there. These two came together at 135 for 5, and Lancashire still would have been fancying the chances at that stage. Where if these two just put the dagger into that, to them hopes a little bit. Aldridge, his intent to score, I think, has really helped James Rue as well. And since Aldridge has come to the crease, James Rue's looked a lot more positive. Looked like he wants to score a lot more, and has a beautiful shot down the ground, potentially shot of the match so far.
Yes, they batted really well together, these two, and they've just upped the tempo slightly as well, looking to play their shots. It's Mitchell to Aldridge, full of length. Aldridge resists the temptation to drive. Aldridge is just 22, James Rue 19. So it's been a partnership of 2 young men, 2 very promising young cricketers. In fact, James Rue is getting past the promising stage. He's beginning to look like the finished article.
Be certainly one for England's books, won't he, in terms of for the future, hopefully.
Well, I think so. I think he's on the radar as well.
Yeah.
He was picked for the county select 11 against the Indians season before last, as that's defended by Aldridge. That was before he'd played for Somerset. His first game for Somerset was against Lancashire at Southport last year, when he got 17 in the first innings and 23 in the second, with a partnership in the first innings of 145 with Lewis Goldsworthy, when Lancashire were on top early on in that game. And then a really gritty performance. He only made 23, but he occupied a lot of time on the last afternoon, keeping Lancashire at bay. So he's a player for the big occasion, the big moment. This is cut away into the offside, and it beats the dive of backward point. It's pulled in by Balderson, and they come back for the second run, which takes Aldridge on to 46. So he's just one boundary away for what would be his second 50 in first-class cricket.
It's quite clear that he can obviously dig in and soak up them pressure moments, but it looks like he can also just open up a little bit and score quite quickly, which is really good.
Well, he's got long levers, and it was a magnificent straight 6 that he hit just before lunch, as Mitchell is in and bowls to him and just drops the bat on that out into the offside. Bohannon rather comes racing in. 241 for 5 in the 98th over. So I'd be disappointed if Somerset don't get one batting point, but I'd be surprised if they get more than one. What on earth is that structure away in over the top of the sight screen that's moving from right to left?
So that is the...
Mitchell bowls, and he's gone. Casey Aldridge, he went for the drive and got an edge, nicely caught at first slip by Luke Wells. So Casey Aldridge misses out on his second first-class 50. He was going for it with that drive against Daryl Mitchell, but it found the outside edge, and this time Luke Wells making no mistake. But a fine innings from Casey Aldridge, partnership of 106 with James Rew, and he's gone for 46 off 110 balls with 4 fours and a 6.
Yeah, he looks really disappointed there, but it's an absolute excellent innings, and mainly the partnership with James Rew. Like you say, they come together at 1-3-5 for 5, and now he's leaving the field at 2-4-1 for 6, so he's really put Somerset into a stronger position, and he looked really composed out there, but I feel like that was coming. Daryl Mitchell's just kept it outside off stump. He played and missed it a couple, and he's been urging to score. His intent to score has been really good all innings, and he's just played at one that he probably should have just left alone.
Yes, but understandable enough. It was there for the shot. He maybe just beaten by a little bit of late away movement. Here comes big Craig Overton in at number 8.
I think Lancashire's slip catchers will be very happy with that one as well.
Well, it was a fairly straightforward. I mean, he went quite quickly to Luke Wells, just waist height to his right, and he got 2 hands to it and everything behind it. Good catch.
So going back to the moving behind the sight screen, it's the canal bridges, just
a swing bridge.
Yeah, just near the not far from the Trafford Centre.
Right.
So I'll just put a bridge in there just to get to the AJ Bell Stadium, the local rugby ground.
Yeah. Yes, looked like a massive structure of girders, but I suppose it is a massive structure of girders. It's a swing bridge across the canal. So a wicket has fallen, and Lancashire, one expects, will be reinvigorated. Certainly the slip cordon's being reinforced. We're going to have 3 slips in a gully. Craig Overton on strike, Daryl Mitchell to bowl at him, and reaches for that with his bat a long way from his body, gets the middle of the bat onto it, but not an entirely secure looking opening shot from Craig Overton. Applause for that wicket in the over from Daryl Mitchell, who has figures now of 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 20. So he's played his part with the ball, and no doubt will be looking forward to having a bat at some stage. The game well, I suppose that wicket's moved it on, but we've only had 2 wickets today. 132 runs, 2 wickets. It's been slow progress.
Yeah. Like you say, if Lancashire can try and get the next 4 wickets in the next hour and try and be batting this evening.
Balderson in and bowls, and this is punched away through not through the offside. He will pick up a single. That's fielded by Rob Jones at mid-off for the left-hander.
Craig Overton's often someone who likes to field bat and ball, isn't he?
Oh yes,
He won't hang around too much.
No, he's.
Oh, he'll want to, but he'll try and score quickly.
I think he'll be under strict instructions, to play each ball on its merits and not go too hard too soon. But he's naturally an attacking batsman. He's only averaging, I think, 14 this season. He's pushing this into the offside. Delivery from George Balderson. Balderson in his 25th over, none for 65. Probably the least threatening of the Lancashire bowlers, and the most threatening of them, Jimmy Anderson, no sign.
Yeah. England fans will be very worried about that.
Balderson in and bowls to Overton, who lofts this away over through the onside. It was in the air for a moment, but gone for 4, and that takes the score up to 246 for 6. And the swing bridge is moving back again away in the distance. So great excitement over the top of the scoreboard.
It's a lovely shot from Craig Overton. That he's just boxing clever there a little bit, where George Balderson isn't much happening with the ball, not much swinging, so he's just stepping across his stumps a little bit and just comfortably playing it through mid-wicket for 4.
Balderson tries again over the wicket to Overton, who again stretches forward, turns the bat at the last minute, runs it up to mid-on. Is that Rob Jones at mid-on? Can't see his moustache from here.
Luke Wells at mid-wicket and Stephen Croft at mid-on.
It's Stephen Croft.
Rob Jones is still... Rob Jones' second slip. He was just
yeah. He's got a very splendid moustache, as I said.
Yeah.
Rob Jones, rather a drooping
and a bit of a
one.
mullet going on.
Balderson to Overton, who pushes that firmly down the ground and sets off quickly. Croft is across, sends in return, misses the stumps at the non-striker's end. Overton would have been safely home in any case. Means that James Rew on 96 will have the strike. Got 100 in the first innings against Lancashire. Down at Taunton, big partnership with his captain Tom Abel, who also got 100. Slip and a gully, close catches. Here's Balderson then to Roos on 96. And he goes for that square cut, 4 runs and a century for James Rew. His 3rd century in first-class cricket, and, well, I think arguably his best century so far, because he came in when Somerset were in all sorts of trouble, when Tom Kohler-Cadmore was out, and he's batted with great determination. There's been a grittiness there and some lovely shots, and none better than that square drive with which he brought up his century. 250 is on the board as well for Somerset, so it's a batting point and a century for James Rew. Well batted.
Yeah, the composure and maturity of that innings, I think, will definitely take notice to the ECB. I think they'll be certainly keeping their eyes on James Rew as a future prospect for all format cricketer, hopefully, especially the longer format. Has been a beautiful innings, and he didn't even celebrate it that big either. He knows there's still a job to do.
Yep.
Very mature head on his shoulders.
Mitchell bowls and Overton defends.
Would he be an all format player for Somerset, do you think?
Well, yes, I mean he can play all the shots. He doesn't get into the T20 side because Tom Banton keeps wicket. But potentially, yes. Although I'd like to see him playing red ball exclusively and really groove his red ball technique before trying to graft on some. This is driven by Overton without timing. out to James Villas, who's at extra cover. He's a he's a very, very talented cricketer. I saw him warming up this morning, bowling some slow left arm out there.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But and it'd be interesting to see who does keep wicket. Somerset have got 3 wicket keepers in their side because Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
I was going to say, was it Cadmore taking the balls this morning?
Yeah, it could well have been, as Mitchell is in and bowls. This is swung away by Craig Overton. 1, 2, 3, 4 bounces over the boundary at deep mid wicket. Uncomplicated biff that from Craig Overton.
Yeah, a bit of a loose delivery from Mitchell. Really come off his length there, dragged it down, and just Craig Overton plays that pretty comfortably over mid wicket for a couple bounce 4.
Yes, it was Tom Kohler-Cadmore stumped Josh Bohannon off Dom Best in last year's Roses match here at Old Trafford. So this is hit down the ground by Craig Overton. 1 bounce for 4, and Craig Overton's taking a bit of a liking to Daryl Mitchell's medium pace at the moment. 259 for 6. Well, we did say that he doesn't hang around, Craig Overton.
That was a lovely shot as well. He's
It was.
not really tried to overhit it at all. Just lovely swing through the ball. Big stride, as Craig Overton's a towering man, and these long levers just punched it down the ground for a couple. I think it was a 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, he moves on to 13 from just 9 deliveries. James Rue's century, 233 balls, 11 fours. Just what the doctor ordered as far as Somerset were concerned.
Lancashire will just have to try and create something out there now, because when you've had James Rue and Aldridge digging in as much as they have, it can often take the energy out of you. So if they go pretty flat here now, Overton will really take advantage.
Mitchell to Overton, who this time defends from the crease. Back to the bowler, who tosses it rather angrily in the general direction of George Bell. Quite a fearsome looking character is Daryl Mitchell. That beard. He's got more, as I said earlier on, he's got more hair on his chin than he has on top of his head. He looks a bit like Jack Leach. Similar hair arrangements. He's in and bowls short, and Craig Overton misses out. That was a dreadful delivery. Short down the leg side, and Overton could have hit it almost anywhere, instead of which he swung and missed. But profitable over that for Somerset and for Craig Overton, who took 2 boundaries off it, leaving Mitchell with figures of 12 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 28.
Then we're going to see a bit of spin with Tom Hartley here now.
Yeah, a good move, I think. It's cloud cover's just coming over. I don't think there's any threat of rain, but it is actually sunny as a starling flies past our commentary box. But could maybe use the breeze just to drift the ball away from James Rue. Drift the ball away in the air and then bring it back from left to right as we're looking across the ground. You're not missing any cricket because Josh Bohannon is just getting kitted out to field at forward short leg, putting the fielding pads on at the moment as Callum makes way for David Lloyd, and we'll ask Bumble for his assessment of that innings from James Rue. What do you make of the young man, Bumble?
I'd be very excited. He looks so assured, unruffled, undemonstrative.
Yeah, he just gets on with the job, doesn't he?
That's it.
Yeah.
I like it. His setup is so comfortable when he sort of stands and gets in his stance, and then his first movement is a little trigger movement where his left foot goes back ever so slightly to get himself into position. 19.
Yeah,
He's so excited as a Somerset and England supporter. Looks fine.
Yep, it's 3rd century in how many first-class games has he actually played? 12, 11. So this is his 13th first-class game in 3 centuries so far. A couple of 50s as well. Hartley bowls, Rue drives up into the offside, but it won't be a run. 259 for 6. We've had one ball more than 100 overs. Somerset have taken 1 batting point. Got this is Rue back on his stumps, playing that into the offside for a single. As Villas does the fielding, I suppose. If Craig Overton can stay out there for these next 9.4 overs, Somerset ought to get a 2nd batting point.
Well, he'll give it a tap. That's what he's come in there, and he's played a couple of shots already. He's got to 13 from 11 deliveries, 3 fours.
Yeah, you'd be tempted to go down the ground, I think, against Hartley. We've got mid-off and mid-on, sort of halfway back. Hartley bowls. Overton just drives up to deepish mid-off, but he times it so nicely that there isn't time for them to take a single. He's got a forward short leg and a slip for company. Hartley bowls. This is driven on the bounce up to mid-on. He likes hitting it down the ground.
Well, I'm just thinking, from these 2 shots that we've seen, mid-on and mid-off are in the game.
Very much so. If he miscues, Hartley in bowls. Just holds that one back a little bit, but Overton spots it, content just to defend. To Rob Jones, who's at shortish extra cover for the off drive that Overton doesn't keep down. Bohannon is dispensing with the helmet and going out to shortish mid-wicket. So we've got a shortish mid-wicket and a shortish extra cover. Overton smashes this down the ground. 2 steps down the pitch, a full swing of the bat, and the ball fairly rockets away to the boundary in front of the pavilion. Muscular shot.
Well, he's been itching to do that. That's the end of the over. 264 for 6, and there's no finesse to it. It's just a club straight down the ground. Very flat, not into the air. Just bounced a couple of times towards the members of the old pavilion. And so he's moved on to 17 from 15.
264 for 6, as Bubba was saying. He's a strong man, Craig Overton. Strong man, long levers. And a daunting proposition for any bowler. Someone who you know, a batsman who you know is going to come after you.
Umpires just having a leisurely chat between the pair of them.
Don't know what about light's not that bad. Floodlights aren't on.
Well, there's one umpire's coming off.
Well, perhaps it's a ball. Perhaps it's the ball. Perhaps that that straight drive rather from Craig Overton has damaged the ball when it made contact with the boundary boards, or possibly the fence behind the boundary boards. Up in front of the pavilion.
You know, I wonder, they do that, don't they? If the ball is hit to the boundary, or particularly a 6, the umpires inspect the ball. But you know, if it's wear and tear, natural wear and tear. If there's a bit of leather that comes off, we can't. I mean, we can't forever. Every time a ball goes to the boundary, keep. Well, I'll have a look and oh, there's a little scuff on it. We better change it. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
There's the boxes of balls, Anthony. Can you look at that? You see it on screen there. There are 2, maybe 3 boxes of balls that umpire Lungley has got a choice, and he's found one.
Hasn't he? We were talking about Somerset having 3 wicket keepers in their side, and last time my personal statistician Steve Pittard thinks that Somerset had 3 wicket keepers. It was back in the 70s when Derek Taylor, Jim Parks, and DB Close were in the side. And Closey didn't keep wicket very often. There was a famous occasion when it was a Gillette Cup match against Leicestershire, when Alan Jones was bowling, and Jim Parks was the regular wicket keeper. Jim Parks went off towards the end of the game. Leicestershire needed some unlikely score to win the game. Come back to that after this ball from Darryl Mitchell outside the off stump to James Root, no shot. So Closey decides he's going to keep wicket, and he does so without pads and without gloves.
That's it. I remember. yeah, typical.
And Alan Jones absolutely furious at this insult to his fast bowling. He bowled an absolutely rank ball which went right over Closey's head away for 4 byes, and Leicestershire ended up winning the match. This is a Yorker from Mitchell, and a bit of misunderstanding between the two Somerset batsmen. There might have been a single there, but they decided in the end not to take it.
Remember, he used to stand at short leg. Well, you can't stand on the cut strip, you're not allowed. Yeah. He was right on the edge of the cut strip, and you could hear him breathing. It's that close.
That great bald head is Mitchell in and bowls, and this is punched into the offside by Rube, but again, it doesn't quite time that one. Yes. Jonah, he called, that was Alan Jones's nickname.
That would be A. Jones.
A. Jones. He was a bit eccentric. He became an umpire.
He did?
Yeah. Yeah, he's arguably a rather better umpire than he was a fast bowler. But he used to rock back at the start of his run, a bit like Andy Caddick. Here's Mitchell in and bowls. Takes pace off. This is handsomely carved away through the offside by James Root. That's 4 runs. He just laid back there, made room for himself, and unleashed a back foot drive. Lovely shot.
Well, that's a shot of real quality. And the way that he set himself in the crease and powered it through extra cover.
Moves on to, we've taken this score off the board. It is 105 from 239 deliveries. That was his 12th 4. Mitchell tries again, just the slip in a gully now. This time Rube pulls that, or tries to. Makes little or no contact. The ball just takes him, I think, either high on the pad or just on the thigh pad and drops down. Ball was there for the shot. Looking for the pull shot. There's no one out at deep mid wicket either, so it was a legitimate shot to play. I think we'll see the reverse sweep before long. It's one of his favourite shots. Mitchell in and bowls. Oh, and that's caught at first slip. Well, we were praising James Root, but that was an indifferent shot to a ball outside his off stump, which he just sort of waved his bat at, and it took the top edge and gave a very comfortable catch to Luke Wells at first slip. And James Root has gone for 105. In fact, it wasn't Luke Wells, it was Rob Jones who took the catch, and the ball just seemed to loop to him at slip. But good applause from this generous Old Trafford crowd for a very, very accomplished and very, very promising young cricketer, James Root, completing his 3rd century in first-class cricket. 105 from 241 balls with 12 fours. Fine knock.
Well, very impressive. Mentioned so many times, he's 19 years of age, and the dismissal there, he's just steered it to first slip. He played a beautiful shot off the back foot through extra cover, and he just got a little bit hesitant to a ball from Mitchell that's going across him, and he almost steered it like slip catches straight into first slip. It's a welcome wicket for Lancashire. It's 7 down now, so we're into 9, 10, 11, and they'll be thinking, well, we've worked hard, and it has been difficult to extract anything from this pitch. So if you can dismiss an opposition for round about 300, I would suspect that Somerset are happy with the 300, and Lancashire, having inserted Somerset, if they can ball them out for round about 300, they'll think, well, it's okay, it's not bad. But then I think Lancashire have got to get to work with the bat and bat a little bit quicker than what we've seen from Somerset, and it's got cloudy again. The clouds are high, but it is cloudy and it's chilly.
Yeah, it's quite a breeze blowing across the ground from east to west, and that dismissal of Roux makes it a little bit less likely that Somerset will pick up a second batting point, or even make a serious dip at getting a second batting point. These two will want to extend the innings, put as many runs on the board as they possibly can, as Hartley is in to bowl to Craig Overton, who plays that respectfully. Josh Davey tops the Somerset batting averages as Hartley bowls to him. Overton didn't bowl to Davey, bowls to Overton. Yeah, he's got 119 runs in 3 innings, averaging 59.5, best of 60 against Notts. Turned down to deep backward square leg by Overton just for a single, 269 for 7, so 31 more runs needed for Somerset in 7.5 overs, so just around about 4 runs an over, which shouldn't be too challenging, but they don't want to lose wickets. Hartley to bowl to Josh Davey. He's in and bowls, and Davey plays this up to mid-on. He's almost an all-rounder, Josh Davey. He likes to be considered an all-rounder.
Well, it's a long batting lineup.
Yeah, he's a good. He's got a perfectly good batting technique, but he does like to play shots like that, the lofted drive over the top of mid-on, and sometimes they come off, as on that occasion, and sometimes they don't.
I think they'll definitely, Somerset, go for this extra batting point.
Looks like it.
Yeah, I'm sure they will, particularly with these two at the crease.
Well, they're both naturally attacking players. We've got Matt Henry and Jack Leach to come. Hartley bowls, and quicker ball pushed through and well defended by Josh Davey. End of that over at the 103rd over of the innings. 273 for 7, 18 to Overton, and it's not Matt Henry. They've got Matt Henry on the board. I can assure you that's Josh Davey. Josh Davey on 4.
Yeah, the board's wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, that is not. I mean, Somerset cricketers wear these cable knit jumpers, short sleeve sweaters or long sleeve, without the numbers on their backs, so it's an understandable mistake.
It is Josh Davey, isn't it? I mean, Matt Henry's a thicker set.
Yeah, that's definitely Josh Davey.
There's a conversation here. Look at this, a committee meeting in Lancashire. There's Dane Villas is there. Is that Bohannon, the bowler, change of bowling? Saki Mahmood comes into the attack. Who's 20? Is that George Balderson?
Yep. No, 20 is Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, Bohannon. And so
Mahmood is going to bowl.
Yeah, he is. This is a change of bowling, and there's movement in the field. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the leg side. 2 outfielders, deep backward square leg, deep fine leg. And Mahmood again. How many overs has he bowled? 18 so far.
Still got mid-off and mid-on, more or less. They're slightly deeper than perhaps they would normally be, but still an inviting prospect for Craig Overton to hit down the ground, which he likes to do. Mahmood in and bowls, full of length and driven by Overton. On the bounce back to the bowler.
I would think that they're not going to give him too many drives. He looks a feisty character to me, does Overton. Is he? Right. And I think that a bowler, a fast bowler, can really have a go at him, and he would respond.
Oh, yeah. The red mist comes down sometimes. He's been in trouble with umpires more than once. Mahmood in and bowls to Overton. Plays that sensibly enough. Up to mid-on. But he's like his brother Jamie, who so nearly got their century in the Test match last season. He's a genuine all-rounder, Craig Overton.
Just have I don't know him, but just as a look, I think I bet he could turn a bit, this lad.
Yeah, he comes from North Devon, born in Barnstaple. He's the older of the two twins by about half an hour, I think. Mahmood in and bowls to him, and he goes for a big swing to a ball that was really too high for that, or maybe he just deliberately played underneath it. Just give him the benefit of the doubt.
You must have worked on a game here. It's a couple of 3 years ago when Villas got a double 100. Jack Leach bowled 40 or 50 overs beautifully. And Craig Overton spent the whole afternoon rucking with the umpire Nick Cook.
Yes. Well, I suspect that was partly in jest, though. I mean, Nick Cook, he's quite a character himself, isn't he? Mahmood in and bowls. Ooh, and brings that one back into Overton. That must have been very close. Tom Lungley keeps his hands down, but Overton's heart would have been in his mouth on that occasion. Just seemed to nip back into him.
Bit high, I think. From the bounce, it bounced shortish, and he's a tall man, isn't he?
He is. But good ball from Mahmood. Here's the replay.
Oh,
yeah, a bit high. Yeah, quite right. Mahmood to Overton. 2 slips only. He punches this into the offside without timing it. Back foot shot. 273 for 7.
I'm just watching then the non-striking batsman, and he's gone quiet on that. The word, I'll use the word, you shouldn't use the word mankad, but delivery there, the non-striking batsman Josh Davey was way down. And he's not stealing a run, he's just being dozy.
Yeah. And the scoreboard has finally agreed with us that it is indeed Josh Davey and not Matt Henry. Mahmood in and bowls, and this takes Overton on the pad, and they'll trot through for a leg by. 274 for 7, and that concludes that over. It also concludes my commentary stint, so after some words from David Lloyd, Scott Reed will take up the commentary.
Well, spotlight on Saqib Mahmood. Well, 19 overs now, 1 for 59, and I think just in that last over he bent his back, he hit the pitch hard. Craig Overton, the batsman who likes to drive, he didn't give him any drives, he bowled a couple of short deliveries. 19 overs into his work, and he does need work, you can see that.
Hartley into Overton. Let's play back towards the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, it'll take a bit of time, won't it? Game time out there in the middle for Mahmood to get back to kind of full bowling fitness.
Definite.
He's back this time and hits it firmly into the offside, Overton, but straight to Rob Jones at cover, no run. Might be doing a little bit more work in this game, depending on how we go along with Anderson, whether we see him bowled again. It's played up towards mid-off for a single by Overton. He moves on to 19, 275 for 7.
There's not much coming from downstairs about the state of Anderson, but if you look at yesterday when he walked off, there was no demonstration and holding any part of his body.
No.
I'm only guessing that it'll be a bit of a twinge, a bit of a precaution, and it'll be muscle somewhere. And it won't be a side muscle because he wasn't holding his side. It's not a hamstring, he didn't hold his hamstring.
Hartley to David, that's run off the face of the bat, picked up by Mahmood, no run.
But when he just walked off,
he did, yeah.
There was no, oh my goodness, I've broken down, I'm not going to play for weeks. It looked like I just felt a twinge.
Hartley to Davey, who plays forward in defence. She gets a single here, just pushing it to the right of Hartley and through mid-on for 1. 2.76 for 7. It was almost like when he walked off, I just thought, well, that's the end of his spell. He's going to change his boots or something.
Yeah,
that type of thing.
That's that sort of thing.
Overton 19 not out, back on strike. Hartley, balls to him. Big stride forward from the tall man, Overton. And just easy the ball back along the pitch towards the bowler. End of the over, 276 for 7. Overton 19 and Davey on 5. So a little momentum developing a little bit. The game just edging forward a little over the course of the last half an hour. A couple of wickets have fallen, of course. Rue's terrific, 105. Batted beautifully for his runs. 3rd century in his first-class career. Casey Aldridge, 46. Both off the bowling of Mitchell on his Lancashire debut. Overton's come out and been quite positive. 19 runs from 28. It's kind of what you'd expect from Craig Overton, I think, that. And we've got Josh Davey on strike. Here's Mahmood, just starting his latest spell. It's defended to mid-wicket by Davey. And there's no run.
Just getting back to the Anderson, they stay tight-lipped. The medics downstairs not give you too much. So you've got to deduce yourselves. You watch how he came off. It'll be a little, he'll have felt something, and it'll be a muscle, and it'll be lower half, because he didn't hold his side.
Mahmood over the wicket in the balls. Steered away to backward point by Davey, no run.
Always wanted to be a detective. It's always the same, you know, every time a player gets injured, you get very little. They don't tell you too much, so you've got to make your own mind up.
We had a game, I think the game that you were at a couple of years ago at Sebba,
yes,
against Durham, when
Jim went off with a calf injury.
Went off mid-over.
Yeah.
Which actually did affect his summer that year, didn't he? I think did he miss start of the Ashes as a result of that? Mahmood to Davey, short actually, short and wide. Oh, balloons into and out of the gloves of George Bell, but no damage done.
So getting back to that injury, he came off mid-over, so he ain't going to continue. So he's injured.
And he was limping, wasn't he?
Yeah, so he's finished and gone off and felt something. That's the way that I'm looking at it anyway.
Inspector Lloyd. Could do your own theme tune, like a TV program.
Clue-so.
Mahmood to Davey, up onto his toes and defends to mid-on, no run.
Have you got a licence for the minky? The minky? Don't make films like that anymore, do they? Peter Sellers.
Davey on 5. Twirl of the bat. As Mahmood slowly walks back to his mark. Hair flowing as he comes bouncing in again to Davey, who defends to mid-wicket. Luke Wells fields and there's no run. 276 for 7. So 20 minutes away from tea. 4 o'clock tea today. I'm kind of wondering whether Lancashire will be batting before tea when we resume this morning, but still 3 more wickets to take. Final ball for Mahmood, his 20th over of the match. 1 for 59. Short again and eased away off the hip, down to fine leg, down towards the boundary in front of the pavilion for 4 runs. Davey moves on to 9. And it's 280 for 7. 4 overs left of the allotted time to try and get bonus points in this first innings with bat and with ball. Well, 280 for 7. They need 20 more runs to get another batting bonus point from 4 overs.
I think they'll have a go with the 2 batters. They just got the 4 there. Left arm spinner is on. I'm just looking at the field at mid on and mid off. It looks as if mid on is going to drop back towards the boundary.
Yeah, mid on back, mid wicket, deep backward square leg here. Overton down the pitch, hits it back over the bowler's head. The umpire ducks, and the ball rattles its way towards the advertising board for 4 runs. 284 for 7. 300 in their sights potentially then.
Yeah, they'll look for it, and Overton definitely. And this might be the over. He might have a real goal. They've lost the ball, have they? No, we got it back. All the covers are down there.
So 4 off the first ball of this Hartley over. He's around the wicket. Again, he comes down the pitch, but having to change tack pretty quickly, Overton, and push it away to the covers for a single.
It's good cricket, that. He saw him coming, and so he dragged it down, Tom Hartley, and bowled it quicker. He danced down the pitch and just pushed, and he got bat on ball for a single.
24 not out. 285 for 7. How will Davey play it? Slipping a short leg in place. Wells at first slip, Bohannon under the helmet at short leg. Just defends into the leg side where Bohannon fields, and there's no run. 285 for 7. So mid-on has dropped back to the rope, deep backward square leg, deep extra cover, and just tickled away off the hip by Davey for a single. Out towards Mitchell at mid-wicket. Remains on 9. 285 for 7. It's dropped away into the offside by Davey. Rob Jones at cover fields, no run. So it's a bit of aggression from Overton. A little dance down the pitch on 2 occasions. Hit 1 for 4, but then Davey's been more controlled. In saying that, he's chipping it up towards mid-off and has been caught. Williams takes the catch. Davey's gone. And Somerset lose their 8th wicket. They're 285 for 8. And Josh Davey has to depart for 8. Caught by Will Williams at mid-off off the bowling of Tom Hartley.
Looking to go over the top, and mid-off is hovering. He's not saving one. He's not back on the boundary. He was sort of halfway, and the shot went very, very flat, head high. He took a couple of steps forward and then stopped where he was. Took it comfortably in the end, but it's a welcome wicket, so they still need 15 runs to get another batting point. Lancashire have now taken 8 wickets, whittling the way through this Somerset attack. I think Somerset will be happy with round about 300. Lancashire winning the toss, well, you know, it's turned out to be flat, and so 300 is not bad. But you look at the attack, I think Somerset have got a good attack. Matt Henry, Overton, Leach, good attack.
285 for 8. End of the over, edging up towards the end of the afternoon session as well. That over started with that 4 that Overton hit back over the bowler's head. Ends with Josh Davey chipping it up to mid-off, where Williams takes the catch. So 285 for 8. And after a large part of the day where just a 1 wicket fell, we've had a little rattle of wickets. There's the latest. Straight to Williams. Leaping catch at mid-off. And Hartley has his first wicket of the match. And Callum's back alongside me.
Yeah, like you said, the bonus point situations maybe just played in the air of Somerset a little bit and just trying to rush the game on. So a few wickets, but got Lancashire back into this, and hopefully they'll be batting soon. They'll be hoping.
Yeah, Lancashire need 1 more wicket in the next 3 overs for maximum bowling bonus points. Overton's on strike. Here's Mahmood in and bowls. It's short. Oh, and it's gone through the gloves of Bell and down towards the boundary for 4 byes. And that's edging Somerset up towards the second batting bonus point short from Mahmood, up went Bell. And the ball went through the gloves and down towards the boundary. 289 for 8.
The carry's been excellent actually on this wicket so far, and Bell's probably took most balls above his waist height, and then bouncers are really challenging him over his head at the moment. Maybe that was a little bit too high, to be honest.
Yeah, he may have done his best to try and leap up and get something on it, but able to stop the ball. So 4 byes to start the over. Here comes Mahmood again. And Overton flicks the ball away to mid-on for a single. Moves on to 25 not out. So that's 290 for 8. Somerset on course for another batting bonus point.
Yeah, they just bat and don't overcomplicate this. They should probably just get the bonus point easily, really. Yep. Especially the way Overton strikes the ball. Lancashire probably, I've seen Sak Mahmood and Vilas having a heated discussion, shall we say, over the field. Then I think Sak Mahmood wanted a few more fielders up. They kept quite a few back.
2 slips in the gully in place as Henry's on strike. Oh, and he's playing off the back foot, trying to punch into the offside, but playing a miss and taken by Bell. Rehearses the shot. Stephen Croft at backward point, smiling. 290 for 8. Well, 2 batters are going to come down and have a bit of a conversation. Stephen Croft's done well in that position at backward point. He's saved quite a lot of runs for Lancashire in this game again.
Him and Bohannon are excellent fielders, aren't they?
Mahmood to Henry. Yeah, that's defended. This time Villas at cover fields, and there's no run. It's cloudy and it's a little chilly. It's quite windy.
Yeah, temperature just dropped a little bit. I think we was expecting some sun in this later afternoon, but seems to have hidden behind all the clouds.
Yeah, not much sign of that at the minute, is there?
No.
Mahmood for Lancashire from the Brian Statham end. Henry on strike. And just hopping back and defending up to Daryl Mitchell at mid-on, and there's no run. He's contributed with the ball on his debut, Daryl Mitchell. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 32.
I think he'll be looking forward to batting on this wicket as well. There's been no real signs of any just any sort of nuisances with the wicket. He's played really well since yesterday morning when it was a bit more overcast. It was a bit tricky to bat on, but today it looks an excellent batting pitch.
Henry drives. Ball squirts down towards Croft at wide third man. Henry gets a single, his first run, and he keeps the strike as well. 291 for 8. The innings dominated, in particular, by James Root. Mighty impressive, 105, but with some very good support from Casey Aldridge. Of course, Lambert's 38 was a real performance of patience, wasn't it? And then in the end, chased a loose delivery and got caught.
Yeah, a real digging effort and then chased the wide half volley, which is so frustrating. Typical club cricketer's dream story, that.
It was so kind of out of character from what we'd seen previously, wasn't it, from Lamberby? Right. Hartley going to continue. 9 runs away from reaching 300 and securing bonus point number 2.
I'm surprised to see Lancashire keep so many fielders out to Henry.
It's a long arm, there's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. Henry just eases the ball away into the offside, calls Overton through. There's a single there as Mahmood fields. Henry doubles his total, moves on to 2. It's 292 for 8.
No, Somerset are obviously going for the bonus point, but Lancashire also want the wicket, and it's risk and reward. Where do you maybe just have a look at Matt Henry and say, you know, do it first and then we'll put the people back? Maybe they've gone back too early there, I feel. Craig Overton back on the strike now.
Push long, mid-off back to long-off as well. So long-off, long-on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. Up and over the bowler's head, down towards the boundary, front of the pavilion. Long-off shuffles around Will Williams to scoop up the ball. Overton moves on to 26, not out. 293 for 8. So there's 4 balls left of this over, and then one more. Somerset to reach that at 300 to secure an extra point. One more wicket gets Lancashire a 3rd bowling bonus point in their maximum allocation. Short leg back in place there. That's Josh behind him. Down the pitch comes Henry and heaves the ball away to the leg side. Just for 1 run, Croft comes up from long on to complete the fielding. So 294 for 8. Again, everybody disappears back towards the rope behind the bowler on that leg side, which is the shorter of the boundaries. It's a big hit out towards the new hotel end on the offside.
You get a feeling that Overton wants his bonus point in Hartley's over here. He don't want to take it to the last over.
Only in 2. Overton is a little flatter and quicker from Hartley, just pushed him back.
He's gone into white ball mode, hasn't he? He keeps changing his pace, changing his length.
Yeah, it was a proper white ball delivery, that wasn't it? Fizzed in flat and quick from Hartley. Oh, he's gone for a big hit back over the bowler's head. Has he got enough on this to get it between the 2 fielders? He has, out towards the boundary, 1 bounce and 4. Certainly risk involved in it with those 2 fielders on the boundary, long off and long on, but it'll dance down the pitch from Overton. Hits it back over the bowler's head and gets 4 runs, 298 for 8.
He's done incredibly well to hit that so straight. With how wide the ball was, his long levers have really helped him there to drag it straight and get the power through the ball.
He's up onto his front leg, isn't he? His back leg off the ground, reaching for it. And back over the bowler's head he sends it. So 2 runs away from reaching the 300 mark. Hartley to Overton. Oh, he's trying to force it away. He's knocked the umpire off his feet. He's quickly back up. It's Nigel Long, isn't it, at that end? Having to take evasive action. Goodness me. 299 for 8. With Overton on 31 and Henry on 3. Well, there's all sorts happening there. In the end, it was worth just 1 run, wasn't it? But down comes the batter, deflects off the bowler, almost takes the umpire out of the game.
Tom Hartley's not going to get an RBW anytime soon.
299 for 8, so unless Mahmood sends down a maiden over here, then second batting bonus point will be Somerset's. Of course, Lancashire need a wicket in this over to get themselves another bonus point, and with every point being so precious, especially when you're getting so few for drawn games.
That's why I was a bit baffled by why Vilas and Lancashire went a bit defensively to Matt Henry, because he's a tail ender at best, so to spread the field, he just gifted him in a 1 in the last over.
Mahmood to Overton, but down the leg side, taken by Bell.
They'd have had a real good opportunity to keep Matt Henry on strike most of the last over and then make Overton score 8 or so off this one. When instead he rotated the strike, scored that 4 and then got the single, and now he's back on strike. And like you say, he only needs 1 off these next 5 deliveries.
Yeah, he's kind of managed this perfectly, hasn't he, Overton?
Yeah, because he doesn't really have to take a risk now either, so the chance of Lancashire getting a wicket, it really has to be on a false stroke from Overton.
He's 31 not out, Mahmood in. It's back of a length, and that's deflected off the thigh pad down towards backward square leg. It's going to be a leg by, I reckon. It is. And that brings up 300. It's a 300 for 8 in the 110th over. Got themselves another bonus batting point. 2 wickets remaining to try and see what they can finish up on in this first innings. Certainly Overton's helped to inject a bit of momentum, hasn't he, into this Somerset batting today.
Yeah, he's hit it really well since he's come in. He's just shown really good intent and just gone pretty much straight through the V, gone straight at the side screen most of the time.
Mahmood to Henry. He's off the back foot and playing it a little uppishly, but bouncing in front of Croft at point, and there's no run.
I don't want to pass judgment too soon, but I feel like Jack Leach might be asking for the number 10 position in the next game. I feel like Jack Leach definitely doesn't end up well. He's certainly bat. We've seen him in the Test matches. The way he goes about his batting in that famous one not out that he got.
Henry on his Somerset debut. 2 slips and 2 gullies. It's driven, oh, it burst through the fingertips of Mahmood. It's hit down the ground. Mahmood reaching to his right to try and catch it off his own bowling. Henry gets a single, moves on to 4. 301 for 8. Tough chance on the return back to the bowler.
There's a second cotton ball chance down this game. They're never easy either. You just can't judge a pace, can you, at all? Very similar to slip catching in terms of the pace it comes at. Just either stick or they don't.
Mahmood balls again, it's short. Oh, and it's Bell leaping away to his left, Overton ducking underneath it. And he gets a glove on that, does Bell. Get through for another bye. 302 for 8. Short but down the leg side, and his keeper leaping away trying to get something on it.
It's not been an easy 2 days so far for George Bell.
No.
But he's been absolutely excellent all season for Lancashire. He's really took to the wicket-keeping batsman position role very well. He's been scoring some vital runs as well.
This is the last ball of the 110th over. Mahmood just altering his field, so he's got a fine leg and a deep backward square leg. It's 2 slips, 2 gullies, short point. Bowls to Henry, who hops back and gets in line and defends firmly enough up towards Bohannon at mid-off. That is the end of the over. So Lancashire finished with 2 bowling bonus points from the match. And Somerset, from their batting, have also picked up 2 bonus points as well. 302 for 8. We are edging nearer to tea. In fact, this will be the last over before tea. Tea will be at 4 o'clock, we're told today, and that will leave 39 overs to be bowled in the final session. So Hartley to Overton for the final time of the afternoon session. Knocks it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Lancashire have got men on the boundary rope. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep point. Again plays forward, just bouncing back down the pitch and gathered by Hartley off his own bowling.
Looks like he's just going to sit on his bat for now, get through till tea and then come back out and maybe go again, Craig Overton. Vilas making a couple of changes, bringing the men up. Josh Bohannon going back in at short leg. Yep.
Yeah, pops the helmet on at short leg, Bohannon. Crouches down as Hartley's bowling to Overton, who's again just on the front foot to defend. And there's no run. So 3 balls remaining before we get to tea. Overton 31 not out. Here's Hartley in and bowls, and again that's turned to the leg side, and there is no run. 31 not out from 43 balls faced. Craig Overton with 6 fours. Forward again to defend, no run. Somerset's first innings will go into the evening session on the second day. They've pushed it up to and now beyond 300. This is the last ball. Hartley to Overton, that's defended. That's tea. 302 for 8 at tea. Callum, your thoughts on the afternoon session?
Yeah, probably Somerset session again. Maybe probably more James Roos session. Another excellent 100 by the youngster. Really coming into his own in the 4-day format for Somerset. Loves playing against Lancashire, his second 100 this year against us. against Lancashire and the Red Rose. So Somerset going into tea at 302 for 8 off 111 overs. Lancashire will be hoping to come back out, take the 2 wickets quickly and try and get back batting.
Yeah, good session for Somerset, picking up the 2 batting points and denying Lancashire a 3rd bowling point. 302 for 8. I think Somerset will be very satisfied with that, having been 12 for 3 in the first half an hour yesterday morning. That's the match situation. We'll be back with you from Old Trafford in around about 20 minutes time for the evening session.
So here we go, players are heading back out for the final session on day 2. Dane Villas leading Lancashire out. The two not out batsmen are Matt Henry and Craig Overton. 302 for 8. Quite a long final session with 39 overs to go tonight. Forecast is all right. I don't think we're going to have any problems with bad weather. I think the light will be all right, so we should be getting these in. And 39 overs in which, well, I guess Callum, Somerset will see what they can finish up with here, but they've got up to a north of 300, which from 12 for 3 yesterday felt like a long way away.
Yeah, definitely. They'll be feeling really confident, and hopefully they'll be taking it into the bowl and they'll be open. Like you said, 12 to 3, and then getting up to 300. It's a real positive for Somerset, so they'll be certainly the happier of the two sides.
Might work out quite well for them tonight. They might actually have a little bit of a dart at Lancashire.
Yeah. It'll be well. Then Lancashire won't want an awkward 10, 15 overs to bat against a new ball. But Somerset will be, I reckon, the way they're going to play is hoping they do get 15 to 20 overs. And maybe Overton throws his hand there and just tries to score as many as he can as quickly as he can.
Could be about the perfect outcome, couldn't it, really, for Somerset?
Yeah.
We'll see. 39, still quite a lot of overs left in the day, so we shall see how we all unfold over the course of the next few hours. Live from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. We've got Will Williams to open up after tea from the Brian Statham end. Oh, he bangs in a short ball to Matt Henry, but short and wide. And through to George Bell. Henry's on 4 from 10 balls faced. Overton's 31 from 49. But the afternoon and indeed the game has so far been kind of dominated by a teenager, James Rue, scoring his 2nd century of the season against Lancashire, his 3rd first-class ton of his career. Looks a very, very fine player, and he batted beautifully for Somerset through the course of the day. And here's Williams again to Henry. Well, that's driven but a little edgy to the left of Croft down towards a wide 3rd-man boundary. Well, it might be a little streaky, but it's 4 runs nonetheless, and Henry doubles his total. He moves on to 8, 310 for 8.
The way Mitchell and Williams were chuckling after that bouncer, I think Matt Henry chuckled a little bit, so it might have been a bit of a New Zealand friendship thing there. Just welcome him into the English county game.
306 for 8, apologies, the scoreboard beat me to it. Yeah, it's Kiwi to Kiwi here, isn't it? And both from Christchurch, Anthony tells me, so they know each other pretty well. There's Williams again to Henry. Oh, he's slogging at that one up and over Croft at point and down towards the boundary. And he gets 4 more. Well, he's having a bit of a swing here, Henry. And he moves on to 12 and the score down to 310 for 8.
Yeah, he's certainly flashing now. Straight after the tea break. Before the tea break, he just kind of holding the end up for Craig Overton, but looks like he wants to join in the fun a little bit.
Maybe playing his part to try and get Somerset to that extra batting bonus point. He defended well, didn't he? You can say he kind of hung in there after tea, before tea, and blocked and got in line and stuck at it and let Overton kind of monopolise the strike, really. But this time he's just cramped for a bit of room as that ball angles back in towards him, trying to work it out towards the leg side. No run. So 310 for 8. So 2 fours in the first over after tea. Henry 12 not out. There's still a decent number of spectators in. It's almost like maybe a few extra have come in, actually. There's a few spectators leaning on the red metal fences that occupy that gap between the 2 stands where they build a temporary stand or they build a stage for concerts. A few supporters watching square on from there as Henry drives up towards Mahmood at mid-off. And there's no run.
It's been a bit of a pretty healthy crowd all day, hasn't it? Even yesterday, especially with the kids during the day, creating quite a bit of noise. And they went for their school time finish.
Yeah, that's where all the kids were, in that kind of empty gap between the 2 stands. Where the benches are now, and 1 or 2 supporters leaning on those metal barriers. There's all sorts of games taking place there this morning. Williams to Henry, hopping onto the back foot and Plays it up towards Mahmood at mid-off to complete the first over of the evening session. And 8 runs off it, two boundaries. A thickish edge down to third man and a big swing, wasn't it? A big blow over point down towards the boundary. It's by Henry, who's unbeaten on 12. And we're going to continue with some left-arm spin after tea from Tom Hartley. 310 for 8.
I think it's an ideal situation for Tom Hartley. He probably does favour the white ball game at the moment more. And the way Overton and Matt Henry are going to play at it, it's just sort of getting him into some white ball rhythm in terms of throwing him down a bit quicker, a bit flatter, just trying to vary his line of length, just trying not to be hittable really to Craig Overton.
He's 31 not out, and straight away Hartley wants his men back on the rope behind him, so long off and long on, and deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. And Overton just drops it out towards the leg side, vacant mid-wicket region, and jogs through for 1, so he moves up to 32, 311 for 8. Field changes with Henry being on strike, so we're going to have probably a slip in the short leg at least around the back. We do, yeah. Bohannon pops the helmet on. Wells at slip. Long off and long on come in about 10 yards from the boundary rope. Henry looking to try and work it out towards the leg side. The ball deflects away into the offside.
I'd like to see mid-on and mid-off come up, just a regular attacking mid-on mid-off, because Matt Henry punches it there, they're probably still taking a single. But he's not gone over the top convincingly yet.
Hartley 2, Henry. Down the pitch he comes, hammers the ball away, and beyond the reach of Williams, who's trying to leap away to his left from that kind of deepish mid-off position. Can't get fingertips on it. 4 runs. And Henry having a bit of fun post-tee now, 315 for 8.
Just made my comment look pretty stupid as well.
These things happen all the time, mate. All the time. Henry moves on to 16 not out. Hartley in and balls, he plays forward and defends. Ball ricochets back down the pitch and gathered by Lancashire's left arm spinner. Squad number 2. He's played the last few games now for Lancashire. Into to Henry. It's another big swing, and he's inside edged it to the right of short leg and down towards the square leg boundary. And comes back for 2.
He seems to be the favoured spinner at the moment, doesn't he? Well, the pitches maybe aren't turning and gripping as much for someone like Matt Parkinson. Maybe because Tom Hartley bowls a bit quicker, a bit flatter. Maybe that's why they're favouring Tom at the moment, and he certainly adds value with the bat.
He does.
He's made himself into a real all-rounder at the moment.
Into Henry, it was a play and a miss, and through to the keeper George Bell, and that is the end of the over. Henry's not going to hang around here by the looks of things after tea. He has come out with a bit of intent. 317 for 8. Somerset. Henry on 18. Overton on 32. Anthony's going to come in. Callum, after a few thoughts from you.
Yeah, Henry and Overton come out after tea. Look like they're going to have a little bit of fun, try and score as many runs as possible. And Will Williams just spreading the field to Craig Overton. Looks like he's got a deep cover, deep mid-wicket going out, deep fine leg, and at the moment a deep backward point. Yep. Long offs going out.
Deep everywhere.
Yeah.
It's a bit peculiar, this, really. I think Lancashire ought to be trying to get Craig Overton out.
Yeah, it's
not giving him.
It's that stage of the game where
3 singles all over the place. How many have we got saving? 1, 2. Saki Mahmood coming in, so he'll be halfway back at mid-off. Williams is in, bowls to Overton, just plays it quietly back to the bowler. Actually, it's a more sensible field now. We've got just the 3 men out on the boundary at deep backward point, long leg and deep mid-wicket. And slip in the gully, extra cover, deepish mid-off, deepish mid-on. Tom Hartley at mid-wicket. Williams bowls and Overton. defends.
I think Overton will just be trying to eye him up here. Williams bowls a lovely line of length, very consistent, as we said yesterday. He doesn't often go for more than probably 2 and over. He's that consistent on his line of length. But in terms of coming in at a sort of like a death situation at the end of a one day, in terms of Overton's trying to score plenty, I think Overton will just be trying to eye him up straight or over deep cow corner here.
Overton on 32. He tucks this away into the onside, but it's well fielded by Hartley. Quickly round to his right. He's not going for broke, Craig Overton. He's playing each ball on its merits.
He's allowed Matt Henry to take the reins.
Well, and he's got Jack Leach still to come. It was a more than useful number 11. He has been batting 9 for Somerset, Jack Leach. And I think he's a better player than Matt Henry from what I've seen so far.
Yeah, I think I'd agree.
Pushes this one back and spots that there's an opportunity for a single, which he takes. 318 for 8.
I'm wondering if it's because of maybe the bonus point situation. Maybe Matt Henry's a bit more looser in terms of playing his shots and scoring runs. And Jack Leach is probably, technically wise, he's a really good, strong batsman.
He is. He likes to feel bat on ball. He likes to play his shots. But as we saw in that famous innings, the one not out, he can defend as if his life depends upon it. Williams in, bowls to Henry, who plays a rather loose-looking shot into the onside. Won't get a run. He's giving the bowlers a chance. Matt Henry. He looks as if he's out of practice. I shouldn't think he's had much batting to do in Pakistan. I haven't seen the
no.
But coming in low down the order in one-day cricket on good pitches, they don't get much of an opportunity.
They're absolute roads over there, aren't they? They're just absolutely nothing in it for the bowlers. Like you say, I don't think many of the ODIs have lost more than 6-7 wickets in the games.
Williams is in and bowls, and again a swing from Matt Henry, which sends the ball up towards the boundary at wide mid-on, but won't reach it. And they come back for just the 2 runs, so Craig Overton will keep the strike.
Not the most textbook shot from Matt Henry there, but like you say, at this stage of the game, he's just trying to hurry the game on, just trying to get a few more runs to Somerset here, and just trying to frustrate Lancashire. And it seems to be working at the moment.
Yes, I think Somerset will have a good go at Lancashire this evening when Lancashire eventually get out to bat, but be interesting to see what difference Matt Henry makes to the Somerset attack. But there isn't now very much in this pitch for bowlers of any description. Hartley's going to bowl to Craig Overton, who stretches forward, pushes it into the offside, and Rob Jones does the fielding. Still no sign of Jimmy Anderson as Hartley bowls, and again Overton, who looks to me as if he's setting himself up to play a long innings here. Not going to give it away. Needs a few runs under his belt. Didn't have a good season last year with the bat as he turns this into the onside and won't get a run.
Like I say, it could fall really well for Somerset here if they can keep batting some overs and maybe leave himself bowled out with 15 to go. It'll be a tricky little period for Lancashire.
This time as a offside shot away out to wide, long off, just for a single, because there is a fielder out there. 321 for 8. Haven't got his figures for last season, but I think he averaged around about 15.5, 16, something like that. No, 16.6 last season. I've got them. Hartley bowls, and Matt Henry restrains himself. Doesn't aim a rather wild swing at that delivery from Hartley.
I feel like one might be coming.
Yeah.
Over cross-head, mid-on.
Hartley to Henry down the pitch, and he hits this one, and it's taken on the bounce by Will Williams at mid-off. Didn't time that at all. A great deal of effort for not much result. End of the over, 3:22 for 8.
Just looking at the partnerships there with the Lanaby and Cadmore, they probably just started to get the rebuild going for Somerset, but Lanaby and James Ree was the partnership that really got things going. 80,
yeah,
and
they
then
put on 80, and then
Rue and Aldridge really batted well together, putting on, I think it was 105.
105, yeah. So those two partnerships have been at the heart of this Somerset batting recovery. Ball is being carefully studied,
being tested again,
and umpire Lungley tosses it to Will Williams. No need to consult his fellow umpire about that. A little bit of blue sky overhead. Sun's not shining at the moment. The flags on the far side, the English flag and the Union flag, standing out proudly from the flagpoles on top of the pavilion, as Williams is into Matt Henry, who turns it into the onside. Quite a stiff breeze. Must be chilly out there for unless you're tucked in. Probably the stand in front of the hotel would be the most sheltered on the ground.
It's been quite breezy since lunch, hasn't it? It's been a gentle breeze going across the ground.
Got a fairly conventional feel to the Matt Henry. Williams in bowls to him, and he swings this down the ground. He timed that one nicely. That's gone for 4 runs over the top of mid-off. An uncomplicated swing. 3:26 for 8.
Very thumping and dismissive shot from Matt Henry there against Will Williams.
Yep.
Kiwi versus Kiwi.
Well, I expect they're similar ages, because Will Williams, I think, is 29, and Matt Henry, I think, is 31, and they were both brought up in Christchurch in New Zealand, so I guess they've
very good chance of
they would have played either with or against each other. Williams in and bowls to Henry, who punches this into the offside. Nice shot. It's fielded by Mahmood, who moves quickly to his left. So it's just a single. 3:27 for 8. Yes, Will Williams is 29 and Matt Henry 31.
Yeah, it's like they've played some age group cricket together at least. Some player pathway stuff over in New Zealand.
Williams it is. In and bowls. Short, and not a very well directed short ball either. And Overton has nothing to do with it as it goes down the leg side, taken by George Bell.
Overton's happy just to sit back here, isn't he, and let Henry do the scoring at the moment. Overton is just like you say, just ticking over and just getting himself some time out there in the middle, because, like you say, was it his average 16 last
season,
he's
which
certainly
is
a lot better.
Yeah, much better than that.
Yeah.
Williams is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. His career average is I tell you what, I've missed this. No, I haven't. I've got a killer stat coming up.
Oh,
which I was just got it. Oh yes. Right. We're going to have a field change. As Mahmood tosses oh no, it's a ball change, or a potential ball change.
Asking about the ball again.
Yeah, Dane Villas has been tossed the ball by Saki Mahmood, and umpire Lungley this time is going to consult umpire Nigel Long as the sun comes out. at Old Trafford, and if this ball is changed, which I don't think it's going to be.
Oh yeah, he's walking off.
Oh yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yep, yep. That's the second ball change we've had today.
Yeah, and that's only, what's that, 35 overs in, 36.
Yeah,
with a new ball.
Yes, the previous ball was changed sometime this morning, I think it was, maybe early afternoon.
Yeah, I feel like it was around the 50 over mark.
Yeah. So Tom Lungley will get those 2 boxes of balls from which to choose. It just gives me the chance to revisit something we were talking about before lunch, before tea rather, which is number of wicket keepers in a Somerset side. There are 3 wicket keepers in this Somerset side: Stephen Davis, James Rue and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and I referred back to an occasion in the 70s when Somerset had 3 wicket keepers, but we've now found a game in which they had 4 wicket keepers, which was, and I'm grateful to Andrew G for this, June the 4th and 5th 1997, when Andrew Caddick took 9 for 32 against Lancashire. Somerset had Mike Burns, Piran Holloway, Rob Turner and Peter Bowler, who kept wicket occasionally. The other 3, Burns, Holloway and Turner, were regular wicket keepers. And Andrew Caddick, as I say, 9 for 32. Perhaps ask David Lloyd about that game, see if he has any memory of it. In the meantime, we are resuming with Williams to Overton. Lets that go through outside the off stump. End of that over, 327 for 8. 34 to Overton, and Matt Henry a rapid 26 in just 27 deliveries with 4 fours so far.
Lancashire have been pretty blessed with the wicket keepers recently, and I think they've played a lot of games with 3 or 4 as well. We've obviously got Josh Butler when he's off all his international duties and franchise stuff.
How many games has Josh Butler actually played for Lancashire in first-class cricket?
Oh,
not many, I suspect. He played 1 game, a T20 match all last season for Lancashire. Still, I won't hear a word against Josh Butler. Fine son of Somerset that he is. Here's Hartley in a bowls to Henry. Hey? Yeah, I know he lives in London. He lives in Clapham, doesn't he? Yeah, still, he's a lovely bloke. 327 for 8 as Hartley bowls to Henry and holds that one back, just gives it a little bit more air. Trying to tempt the New Zealand into going for a big shot. He's got cover out at deep mid-wicket, mid-off and mid-on, halfway back. And Henry this time will pick up certainly 1. I think will just be the one as George Balderson comes quickly round the boundary on the eastern side of the ground, which means that Craig Overton on 34 has the strike. Hartley bowls to him, and he plays this to Bohannon in the fielding pads. Not at forward short leg, but at shortish, straightish mid-wicket. Hartley bowls, and Overton will pick up a single, and that takes him on to 35, and that is his 3,000th run for Somerset. So well done, Craig Overton. 3,000 runs in 108 first-class games for Somerset. Hartley bowls. Oh, there's a dreadful shot by Matt Henry. Cross-batted swipe.
I wonder how that's missed. I don't think that's missed the bails by a lot.
It's the sort of shot I might have played out there. he survives. 329 for 8. He's living something of a charmed life, is Matt Henry. Interesting to see Matt Henry and Craig Overton standing together. Craig Overton 2 or 3, maybe 3 inches taller than Matt Henry.
Yeah, he's not the tallest of fast bowlers, is he?
No.
But he's a real skillful bowler. One that I'm sure the Somerset faithful will be looking forward to seeing how he goes, because when he performs for New Zealand he's excellent.
Yeah.
And they'll be hoping for the same in a Somerset shirt.
So Will Williams to bowl another over to Craig Overton, who is beaten, and there's an appeal for LBW which is belatedly given out by Tom Lungley. I thought for a moment there that Craig Overton was going to survive, but Lungley thought long and hard about that decision, and in the end raised the finger, and it looked pretty plumb to me, I must say. I don't know why it took him quite so long to raise the finger. Perhaps that's just the way he does it. But Craig Overton, well, at least he achieved that 3,000 runs, but he's gone almost immediately afterwards for 35 off 60 deliveries with 6 fours, 329 for 9. But he's done an important job for his side, Craig Overton, taking Somerset to that second batting point.
Yeah, exactly, and like you say, 35 off 16, he's probably slowed down in his last probably 10 runs. So when he first came in trying to get that batting point, he was scoring at 1 a ball. So it was a vital little knock there from Craig Overton.
So Jack Leach, Somerset number 11, just having a chat with Matt Henry as he walks out to the middle, no doubt talking tactics. I suspect this innings may not have long to run. 329 for 9 now, 117 overs have been bowled, and that was the second wicket for Will Williams. 28.1 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 60, so he's been commendably economical.
I think obviously Lancashire missed Jimmy Anderson today, but taking Jimmy Anderson out of the bowlers, you'd say Will Williams has definitely been the pick of the bowlers for Lancashire. His line and length's been absolutely immaculate. He just consistently hit a length and consistently made the batters play and keep him on the toes.
Yes, he's certainly been the most impressive of the Lancashire bowlers on display, although the leading wicket taker is Daryl Mitchell, who has 3 of them for 32. So Williams to the left-handed Leach, who defends back up the pitch. Jack Leach has been looking in pretty good form with the bat. In fact, he's second in the Somerset batting averages, or was before the start of this game, after Josh Davey. 109 runs in 5 innings, with 3 not outs, which have obviously helped boost his average
helps, yeah.
to 54.5. Williams is in and bowls down the leg side, and a swish from Leach, but he fails to make contact with the ball, and George Bell has work to do, makes the stop down the leg side.
He's batted in plenty of different positions, though, hasn't he?
Well, he's a very good night watchman.
Yeah,
is Jack Leach. I mean, he made that. Was it 93 against Ireland in the Test match?
Did he bat three that was it 3 that game?
Well, he came in as a night watchman the night before, and then went on and nearly made his 100. This is pitched up. Ooh, I think there was an inside edge there, which saved Jack Leach. That's the way to bowl at him. Get the ball up right up and encourage him to have a drive.
Yeah, he just fallen over a little bit there with his head. Like you say, if you can try and cramp him up through that gap of around middle and leg stump, try and get one through the gate as he's falling over.
He likes to play his shots, does Jack Leach, when he's not a night watchman, obviously. Although he sometimes plays his shots even when he is. Williams in and bowls, and this one is pushed firmly into the offside, fielded by Daryl Mitchell. Leach is off the marks, 330 for 9, and we're in the final session of the second day, so it's getting harder to see how this game is going to have a positive outcome on a pretty good batting wicket, as Callum makes way for David Lloyd, and Will Williams is in from the Statham end, and this is up in the air, not hit as Matt Henry would have liked, but fortunately for him, not going to hand. They take the single. 331 4-9. How do you see the match situation, Bumble?
Well, they've got to a good score. I think it's a workable, competitive score. It's taken a long time. My only concern in the game for both teams is how do you manufacture a win? We're well into the second day. We're in the first innings of the game on an excellent, pristine pitch as this. To take 20 wickets to win a game, how are you going to do it? So it'll pan out. I think he's been crying out for a leg spinner. Absolutely crying out for one.
Hartley to bowl. And this is swung away by Matt Henry, and that has gone for 6. Away into the stand underneath the point. Away at wide long on cow corner, really.
That's a big hit. It's on the balcony of the point. There are lots of people stood on the barrier. You stand up there, there are no seats, and it's clattered into the windows. There they are. Hey.
3:37 for 9. Henry on to 34, and he swings again, and this is going to go... No, it won't be 4. It'll be cut off down at fine leg. Miss-hit, that was. But he'll pick up 2 more runs. 3:39. Yes, 3:39 for 9. He moves on to 36 from 34 balls. 4 fours and a 6. He's going for it, is Matt Henry. And Josh Bohannon sent out to cow corner. He swings and misses this time at a ball outside the off stump. Looks to me as if Somerset, and Matt Henry in particular, wants to be out there bowling at the moment.
Well, it'll be useful. They've got a good attack. Henry himself, Overton, Leach, Davey.
Hartley bowls. Henry swings, and that has gone for 6 again. Away. Where did that one end up?
A bit under the. That's gone under the point. Yeah. I'm looking at the ones on the balcony there. He looks like a wedding reception.
Well, they're being royally entertained.
Yeah. Big 6 again.
Yeah. So 3:45 for 9. Somerset almost up to 350. It doesn't make any difference in terms of the bowlers' points because we've had more than 110. Hartley bowls, and this is hit for 6 again, away into the wide open spaces at deep mid wicket. Picked that one up really well. So 3 6s in the over.
The real bottom hand shot is this, and he flicks it to that shorter boundary. The spectators sit on the benches there. It's a wide open concrete space. Look at the ball rattling along, getting scuffed up. The look at the ball here.
3 6s in 5 balls.
Oh, there's one of the stewards is retrieving the ball. Here he is. It looks like he's off his long run. The chap with the high vis, and he's got a splendid beard. And thrown it back there. Well done, sir.
Yeah. He has a part-time job at Christmas as Father Christmas.
He did. It looked like
the local department stores. So poor old Hartley, Tom Hartley, he's having a mess made of his figures at the moment. He's gone for 20 so far on this over. He tries again, and this is smeared in the general direction of mid-wicket for a single by Matt Henry, and 21 runs off that over. 350 is on the board for Somerset, 352 for 9, and Matt Henry 49. I wonder what his career best is. To look that up.
49 from 38 with 4 4s and 3 6s. So you look at that score now, it's more than useful. 352. There'll be an examination of Lancashire when they do come out to bat in that last session. It's a good pitch. It is a lovely pitch. Probably put the heavy roller on, but it won't do much different really. Will Williams will continue. He's bowled a lot of overs. How many? 29 into his 30th.
His first class highest is 81, so he's still some way short of that. He actually averages over 20 in first class cricket, 20.21. He doesn't look that good a player, it has to be said. He's been fairly agricultural, most of the shots he's played. How have Lancashire responded? We've got backward point, extra cover, deep mid-off, short catching straight mid-wicket as Williams is in and bowls, and this is cut away down to deep backward square leg, and that is his 50, his maiden 50 for Somerset, and it's the 9th 50 of his first-class career. I'm sure I could hear the dulcet tones of Tractor Driver, who's an institution down at Taunton. He and his mates follow Somerset all around the country.
Is he a barracker? Is he one of the barrackers?
He's not a barracker. He shouts out encouragement to the Somerset. Go on, Somerset! Go on, Louis! He's very fond of Lewis Gregory.
We were mentioning earlier that the barracker at a cricket match has gone out. We don't hear him.
Yeah. He's got a good strong voice as Tractor Driver. Williams is in and bowls, and this is cut by Jack Leach. And that, I think, is touch and go. It's gone for 4. Gone for 4. So Leach getting in on the act. He picks up 4 from that, moves on to 5. 357 for 9. And there's Will Williams walking back to his mark. Has a bit of a hangdog air about him.
Well, he's done some work, hasn't he? His 30th over.
He's done really well too.
Well, as a coach, I'd be wanting to get into these two. Don't let them have any fun against you.
357 for 9. Williams into Leach, who pulls this away through the onside for 4 runs. And runs coming thick and fast at the moment. These two tail-enders playing in the way that I like to see tail-enders play.
It'd exasperate me as a coach. Get into them. I don't want to play in anything like that. Make it uncomfortable.
Leach moves on to 9. 361 for 9. These are useful runs. Wouldn't say that they're ensuring Somerset against defeat, but they're getting Somerset well into this game, which they were well out of after 3/4 of an hour yesterday morning. Williams to Leach, down the leg side, and a good stop by George Bell. That could easily have run away down to the boundary for 4 byes, but he sprawled away to his right and made the stop.
These are good runs for Somerset. 361 for 9. That's a good total.
It's shifted the momentum of the game, hasn't it? Lancashire very much on the back foot, metaphorically now. Williams in and bowls, and Leach content just to keep this one out. Good ball from Will Williams, who may very well have played against Jack Leach for Bridgewater against Taunton Dean, which is the club that Jack Leach plays for. 361 for 9. Yeah, we've been talking about Somerset wicketkeepers. There was a match against Lancashire when Andy Caddick took 9 for... 9 for... I was going to say 23. I think it was 9 for 72. This is driven down the ground, and it's going to be brilliantly caught by Dane Villas. Brilliantly caught. He didn't quite get hold of that Jack Leach. It went to a deepish mid-on, and Dane Villas took off to his right, clutched the ball two-handed, fell to earth, clung on, and that's Somerset's last wicket. All out for 361. Jack Leach caught Villas, bowled Williams for however many it was, 9 I think. Yep, 9 just gone up on the board. So 361 all out, Somerset, and they will be very satisfied with that score, I think, in particular after being reduced to 12 for 3 yesterday morning.
Well, they fought really hard, and they've got themselves into a more than useful position. It's a super catch from Villas. He'd no right really to catch that. He looked as if he'd got it away, Jack Leach, to his right, but he was diving through the air. He clung on really low to the ground with 2 hands, and I think they'll be thrilled to get back into the hutch. 120 overs is a lot of overs. Williams has bowled 30 overs himself, and so from 12 for 3 to get on to 361, I think is an excellent effort from Somerset. And you mentioned it that Lancashire would be on the back foot. They are now. Just for this last session, they can be tricky sessions. Not because it's a poor pitch, but it's in your mind that it's a new ball. Henry and Overton will come hard They really will. They should come really hard. And Davey, to get into Lancashire's opening batsman and to make inroads into the top order, make it as uncomfortable as possible. And I think we're in for a very tasty last session here.
And we will bring it to you in around about 10 minutes' time.
two umpires are just slowly edging their way back from the dressing rooms out to the middle for the final part of the second day. What have we got left? 28 overs remaining in the day's play. 369 all out, Somerset, and that is a 61 correction. 361 all out. That is a very, very healthy looking first innings score, especially David Lloyd after Somerset were 12 for 3 inside kind of 40 minutes yesterday. It's a fantastic recovery.
Yeah, it was a juicy pitch yesterday morning. Lancashire could have bowled better. I mentioned yesterday I'd give them a 7 out of 10. But they stuck in. Great resolve from Somerset. And a bit of long handle at the back end of the innings from Henry and from Overton. It's a more than useful position, is that, for 360 plus. To go into this session, this is a tricky session. Your batters come out, they've been out in the field for 120 overs, now you've got to switch on. It's a different discipline, you've got to get down to batting, see off the new ball, and then you start thinking, well, what have I got in my favour? Well, they've got a great pitch, it's a lovely pitch. I don't think it'll swing, but the bowlers are quality, international bowlers, Overton and Henry, and so it's a good examination for the pair of them. It'll be Balderson, and he bowled a lot of overs, and Luke Wells will be the two openers, and at some stage we will be talking about is there a night watchman? Would that be Jimmy Anderson? Probably not.
Probably rule that one out, yeah.
Yeah, and all the conjecture about Jimmy Anderson's injury, is it a little niggle, is it a precaution, is it a twinge? I've got my own powers of deduction that when he just came off, he didn't come off mid-over, so he's not pulled anything. He didn't pull up and say, I got to go off. He didn't rub anything. He didn't hold his side. He didn't hold his hamstring. He just walked off, so I think it will be precaution, and it'll be a muscle somewhere. Might be calf, might be a little ankle twinge, might be groin, but it'll be one of those. It's not his side. You've got to say, well, it's not that, and it's not this, it's not that. And so they're not saying out, they're saying nout, as they say in Lancashire, as to what his injury is. Just it's a minor, it's an issue, it's a precaution.
I'm liking your work, Inspector Bumble.
Yeah, Clouseau, call me
Like it.
Clouseau.
Yeah, I like it. Well, we're just waiting for the roller to finish its allotted time. Going up and down and up and down. There it goes. It's heading off now. It's done its work. It's been reversed off the outfield.
7 minutes allowed for
seven.
rolling. Yeah, 7 minutes. The 10 minutes.
It's been slowly driven off. And as you say, Balderson's, just sent down 25 overs in the first couple of days. He's now got to go out and open the batting. Luke Wells will face the first over of the match, or of the innings rather, as it's down the leg side to Steve Davis, who does keep wicket. One wasn't sure whether or not it would be James Rue, who has had the gloves for Somerset, or whether it would be Steve Davis, and it's Davis with the gloves on for Somerset.
I've not seen Steve Davis for some time, but he looks a bit chunky.
He's got 4 slips to his left-hand side, and a point, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. We've got Craig Overton from the Anderson end, and Wells is trying to work the ball away off his pads out towards mid-wicket. It's a good stop at mid-wicket by James Rue. In fact, I think it's so good, his captain's going to come across and say, well done, well fielded. He does. Tom Abel sprints across to congratulate Rue for his work.
He fielded that very, very well. It's a good shot into mid-wicket, and he's a wicket keeper as well, isn't he, Rue?
Overton to Wells, just deflected away down to fine leg. That's Lancashire's first innings up and running with a little flick off the hip by Wells. So Lancashire won without loss with 28 overs to bat tonight. And Little glance at the weather forecast during tea. It looks like we're going to be okay. I don't think we're going to have any problems with that. Light's pretty decent, so bit of batting for Lancashire to do over the next, oh blimey, could be, what, hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes? Could be a bit of cricket to go tonight. Balderson facing for the first time. Here comes Overton. Gets in behind it, George Balderson, and defends back towards Craig Overton, who fields off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Because that was international cricket, 28 overs, it'd be 2.5 hours. Everybody in the world would have run onto the pitch with something.
Well, I presume, yeah, you just wouldn't get them in, would you?
No.
You'd be lost. That's down the leg side by Overton to Balderson, just trying to nudge it away off the hip. Davis takes the catch. Well, if the light's all right and the weather's fine, we'll get them all. We'll get them in. We'll play until we've got these 27 overs in.
Got a good action, Craig Overton, and he's a big strapping lad. He's a colossus of a fella, but it's a good run up. And there's a bit of menace there. He's not quick, but he's quick enough and big enough to get a little bit of bounce. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-handers. Up to now, he's just gone down the leg side.
Final ball of the first over. Overton to Balderson, and that's a good ball. That's through to the keeper, and there's no run. Balderson just looking to perhaps play inside the line of that delivery, but he ends the over with the best ball of it. One without loss, Lancashire. Wells on 1 and Balderson on 0. Well, the bowlers for Somerset have got something to work with here. There'll be a sense, I'm sure, of an extra step in their boots and chance to come out and have a real go at Lancashire here. Got the debutant Matt Henry to open up from the Brian Statham end.
I'm sure that message will have come across from the captain. We'll have a real go at Lancs here. That last delivery from Overton, I mentioned how tall he is. He hit the pitch hard, and it flashed past Balderson's defensive prod to 4 slips, and it's the same here for Matt Henry. Should be a bit of pace from Henry. There are 4 slips.
He's got Wells on strike, so with the ball for the first time in the match for Somerset on his debut, he's got runs already today, and he gets right in behind it, Luke Wells, and defends back towards the bowler, and there's no run. One without loss. Wells has had a solid start to the season. Balderson on the back of runs last week, got a 92 against Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
At Trent Bridge. So he comes into this game in good form. That's left by Wells. Through to Davis, no run. Calder, Cadmore, Overton, Aldridge and Abel are the 4 slip fielders. And their Somerset jumpers, keeping themselves warm from this cool Manchester breeze, it would appear. There's Henry to Wells. Again, that's left. Shoulders, arms through to Davis, no run.
There's a good stagger with these slips. I mean, you look at them from an elevated position. And to Henry's got a bit of pace, and they're close enough, giving themselves a chance for the ball to carry.
In again from the Statham end. He's right arm over the wicket to the left-hander opening batter. Wells gets forward, smothering the ball away into the offside. No run. He comes with a great deal of international experience, doesn't he, Matt Henry? 21 Test matches, 72 one-day internationals, and 11 T20 internationals.
How many Test wickets has he?
72 Test wickets from his 21 games. In and bowls, and Wells defends away into the offside. No run.
So his contenders, he's been up against Southey, Bolt. I think we've seen the last of Bolt. He's gone into white ball cricket. Wagner is getting on now, and he's been injured. That's a good return, 21 matches and 72 wickets.
Final ball from him, and Wells off the back foot by shape as if he's going to leave. In fact, he rehearses the leave there. In the end, he just deflects away off the face of the bat. Down to backward point for no run. End of the second over of the Lancashire first innings. Just the 1 run so far. Wells has that single, which was just flicked off his hip from the first over of the innings. So a nice tight start by Somerset. They're on the attack. They've got slips in place. They'll be hoping to make this a particularly awkward 26 overs for Lancashire. Bonson in his short sleeves, squad number 10. He awaits Overton, who bowls to him. And that beats him and through to Davis, and there's no run.
Played the line again. We saw that the last over from Overton, the last delivery, that Balderson just played the line, went past and flashed past his outside edge. And Overton, I think he can be an awkward customer, and Anthony told us he could be. That he's just extended his follow through right to Balderson. He probably said a word.
Comes bouncing his way back in, and again, third time we've seen that little nod of approval from young George Balderson back to the bowler.
I think he got another word there.
Well, he's right on the money here, Craig Overton. Another stern test for Lancashire's young opening batter, opening the batting because of the injury to Keaton Jennings. Showed got great skill at Trent Bridge again against some high quality bowling last week. Defends this time, just pushing away into the offside, no run. Remains on naught. Says he quite enjoys opening the batting, he likes facing the new ball. But does admit that when his career goes on, he can't really sustain bowling 25 overs and opening the batting.
That's interesting. Is he going to be a batsman who bowls a bit? And he looks to be like a second change bowler. Useful.
Overton from around the wicket to the left-hander, just jabbing the ball back down the pitch.
His breakthrough when he gets a couple of hundreds. I mean, it's terrific for a team if you've got an opening batsman, a top order batsman who bowls.
One without loss. Overton started superbly here. Balls again to Balderson. It's worked down to wide third man, just to the left of fourth slip. Abel catches up with the ball, loops it back in towards the keeper, and Balderson comes back for a second. His first runs, he moves on to 2. Lancashire 3 without loss. I spoke to him after the game at Trent Bridge last week, and he was talking about where he sees himself.
Oh yeah.
In terms of that all-rounder, batting all-rounder,
yeah.
Bowling all-rounder. It's nudged away to the leg side by Balderson for a single. He'll keep the strike as well. Moves on to 3. It's now 4 without loss after 3 overs. He's on 3 and Wells on 1. Admitted that obviously he does enjoy the challenge of opening the batting, and he likes to face the new ball, but appreciate that sustaining both and bowling as much as he has done so far this season and opening the batting long term might be a bit of a challenge.
I'd see him as a second change bowler, useful, not a first change, not part of a 3-man attack. But if you're opening the batting and scoring runs, he just needs a couple of hundreds.
Here's Henry into Balderson. It's driven. He calls Wells through. Think about 2. Settle for 1 in the end. He moves to 4. Lancashire 5 without loss.
I always look in wonder at the boundaries, and you see the ropes in, I'll say, 30 metres. Back to when I played, we used to use the whole field. run fives.
Henry to Wells, who flirts with the ball outside the off stump. That's good pacing. Gary through to Davis. Whipped the bat away at the last minute, Luke Wells. Thought about playing, I think.
And there were no advertising boards in the early days. There were none. People used to sit on the grass and one-day matches. And so it must have been late 60s when advertising boards first came in.
Henry moves back in. Wells defends from the crease. There's no run.
No swing again. Not talking about swing. Too breezy, too chilly.
He's going to go around the wicket here to Luke Wells. Matt Henry, change of line to the left-hander. Starts and stops and didn't quite feel right. Just moves his little orange disc and his marker. Sets off again. So he's around the wicket to Wells. It's driven back down the pitch. It's a brilliant catch. Second attempt. One-handed, parried it up with his right hand and catches it as he's fallen to the ground. It's an outstanding piece of work from the Somerset bowler. Wells has gone caught and bowled in spectacular fashion.
He's gone around the wicket, hesitated and got his orange disc back in position and then came motoring in. And he's hit it well. He's punched it straight back at him and he's parried it one-handed. Matt Henry from around the wicket. He's pushed it like a goalkeeper up in the air and took it at the second attempt. Wells, well, he can't believe it. He stood motionless at the crease. And it's a stunner. Looking at the replay, an absolute stunner. Good start, Somerset.
Well, Lancashire created plenty of chances, of which two of them were on the return back to the bowler, and sometimes they stick and sometimes they don't. It didn't seem to stick for Lancashire, but goodness me, it did for Henry. One-handed, and then catches it at the second attempt. And actually, to be fair, Bumble kept it as he tumbled to the ground as well.
Round the wicket, he just changed. And he stopped, didn't he? He stopped, and I think he'd missed his disc, he'd missed his mark, and came back. He hits at the bottom of the bat, really, but he's hit it nicely. Just parried it into the air, pushed it up, and he's on the dive, rolling round. Managed to cling on. Now then, Bohannon. Gutsy player, brave little player.
And there goes the punch of the gloves. Yeah, Bohannon joining Balderson. I wonder Matt Henry's smiling. That was a stunner. Well, the perfect start for Somerset. I mentioned about trying to make these a particularly awkward final session, and there's a lot of overs left to go. Well, they've got off to the ideal start. The first chance they've created, they've taken it, and it's been a particularly spectacular effort too. He's moving that orange disc again, isn't he?
Yes, indeed.
He's going to come back over the wicket. Right-hander on strike. 4 slips in place. It's a 5-for-1 Lancashire. He's got runs, and now he's got his first wicket for Somerset, Henry. Into Bohannon. Oh, he gets forward and defends. Ball ricochets up to mid-on, no run.
And his first movement there, Bohannon, was back, way back. His back foot, right foot, went back towards the stumps and then came half forward. There's a lot of rattle out there. We can hear it from here. The players out there, encouragement.
Final ball of the over. Bohannon waiting. And hopping back and defending, taking his bottom hand off the bat and working it away to mid-wicket. And there is no run. So 4 overs gone, live from Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire losing their first wicket. Luke Wells caught and bowled by Matt Henry. It's 5-for-1 after 4. Live here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. It's an excellent start with the ball by Craig Overton and by Matt Henry. Henry with a breakthrough, but Overton's battle to Balderson has been a challenge so far, and it's going to continue now. Just cramps him up for room as he tries to flick it away to mid-wicket. Just deflects off his thigh pad, and there's no run. Bumble, I think Bumble done for the day, I think. No, he's back. He's back. He'll be back for another burst before the day's done. Callum's back with us. Well, it's a really kind of intense little passage of play, this, isn't it? Super start by Somerset with the ball.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant start from Somerset. What a catch from Matt Henry that was.
Here's Overton into Balderson. It's defended away into the offside, no run. I guess there's not a great deal Lancashire can gain from this little period at the minute. But there's a lot they could lose potentially. Yeah,
they just got to ride the wave of the pressure that Somerset are enforcing here. Overton is bowling a tricky length to Balderson here. He's struggling a little bit, but they'll be hoping he just battles through. As you say, he scored a lovely innings at Trent Bridge last week.
Overton to Balderson, dabbing the ball away into the offside. Picked up at point again. There's no run.
But he's hitting the pitch really hard here, Craig Overton. He bowls a heavy ball, and he's causing a bit of trouble as well. And like you say, Matt Henry will be relentless from the other end. So Lancashire really need to knuckle down and battle through this period, similar to what Somerset did yesterday. In terms of just get a bit of a partnership going, get a bit of a platform, and just allow that pressure to release and drain off a little bit.
Somerset's big number 7 is back at the top of his mark and stomping his way back in from the Anderson end, bowling to Balderson up onto his toes and defending, dropping it away into the offside, no run. A big, menacing, powerful, dominating figure, isn't he, Craig Overton? And
he's pushed Balderson back probably for the last over or two now, so I'd just like to see him go a little bit fuller and see if Balderson's weight is too much on the back foot and see what challenges that brings for George.
There's 4 slip fielders there waiting for something that might produce that type of result. Angled in towards him, and just a little shuffle across the crease and flicked away to mid-wicket, no run. 5 for 1. There's nothing there at the minute for Lancashire to work with in terms of scoring opportunities. Ball after ball is right on the money. Henry causing problems from one end. Overton being his intimidating self from the other. Into Balderson. Oh, it's just flicked off the pads down towards fine leg. A few hands on heads because he's worked it away off the pads, having shuffled across the stumps, but it takes a single and he keeps the strike as well. So that's 5 overs gone, 6 for 1. Bohannon on 0, Balderson on 5. It's a really, really gripping little period of the game, this, isn't it? With 23 overs left. Callum, a few thoughts from you, and then Anthony will be in.
Yeah, an excellent start from Somerset. Pretty much an international opening pair here with Craig Overton and Matt Henry. Matt Henry with figures of 1 for 1. Absolutely amazing catch off his own bowling. Luke Wells will feel very unlucky after that dismissal. But Matt Henry just keeping the pressure on here now. George Balderson taking strike with just a wide mid-on, pretty straightish, and standard mid-wicket.
Here's Henry in and bowls and beats Balderson with a good ball outside the off stump. He's quick, is Matt Henry, isn't he? He's the quickest we've seen in this game, I think.
Yeah, I think what impresses me so much with Matt Henry, I've seen it in the international stage as well, is how straight he bowls. He just constantly, as the batter's thinking about whether they have to play or not, he doesn't often throw anything out wide too much. He's always making the batsman think about playing.
He's not big for a fast bowler, around about 6 feet tall. In and bowls, and defensive shot from Balderson, but he must have a very fast arm, good pair of shoulders, because he really gets it through.
Yeah, he really snaps at the end of his action, doesn't he? Just to generate that extra yard of pace. Like you say, you've probably got two polar opposites in terms of fast bowlers, where you've got Craig Overson at the other end who kind of hits the deck, and Matt Henry just kisses it.
Here he is again into Balderson, a bouncer, which Balderson just ducks underneath. But he's certainly added a new dimension to this Somerset attack. He's makes Peter Siddle look quite pedestrian by comparison.
Yeah.
And who have we got? Josh Davey and Casey Aldridge. Both of them sort of medium pace to follow up, but here's Henry in bowls, and this is driven back to him, and he throws the ball back at the stumps, hits them. He might get a telling off. Is he going to get a telling off from Tom Lungley? No, I don't think so, because he wasn't throwing the ball back anywhere near the batsman, and he did actually hit the stumps. So.
Yeah, it happened to, I can't remember what game it was. Was it at Somerset with Colin de Grandhomme? I know Colin de Grandhomme did it this season, and he got 5 penalty runs because he kind of more or less threw it in the batter's direction.
Yeah.
He wasn't overly aggressive or anything, but because of the direction he thrown it, 5 penalty runs was awarded.
Yes, it's. I think it's good that the umpires are cracking down on it.
Which
is intimidatory, or it was becoming so. Here's Henry in bowls, and this is outside the off stump. No shot this time from Balderson, but
he's tempted, isn't he? Like you say, he's just keeping it in that corridor where the batter really does have to think. He's coming round the wicket now as well, so even more so. George Balderson will probably walk across the stumps, and imagine Matt Henry will want to drag him across and maybe set him up for the LBW here.
Henry coming around the wicket, in and bowls, and didn't quite get his line right then. Too wide of off stump. Not a good over though. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for a single run. 6 overs have gone by, and Lancashire making the same sort of start so far as Somerset did, but so far they've only lost the 1 wicket, but Somerset are bowling well.
Yeah, constant pressure from both bowlers, like you say. More or less 2 international bowlers sharing the new ball here, and two opposites. You see Craig Overton here now just hit the deck a lot more, try and gain some extra bounce. Just a bit of movement behind the side screen that's putting Josh Bohannon off.
Yeah, Craig Overton just having a word with spectators. I think yes, there's a door being open just above the sort of permanent sight screen.
It's madness what distracts a batter, isn't it? How high that is.
Exactly. I mean, I know he's a tall man, Craig Overton, so his arm's coming over at quite a height. But even so, bowling to Bohannon. He's in bowls, and Bohannon, the diminutive figure, but he's having a good season.
Yeah, he's had a couple of good seasons now for Lancashire on the bounce, and he got rewarded with an England Lions call up in the winter where he did really well in Sri Lanka as well. A couple of 50s, a couple of decent scores, and he'll certainly be knocking down the door on Baz McCullum, because he's a really classy player and he can score quite quickly as well.
Overton in and bowls, and just hurries Bohannon into a defensive shot. Yeah, since these two sides last met at Southport last July, Bohannon has scored 3 centuries and 4 50s. Centuries including that 100 he got in the second innings against Surrey. So he's in great form. Overton in and bowls, and this is turned away through the onside, and I think that will be 4, as it's a good stop by George Bartlett in pursuit. They come back for 2 runs, so 8 for 1 wicket. Bohannon off the mark with that 2 through mid-wicket.
I think the way you can judge a good player is how much time they seem to have on the ball, and James Rue in the first innings looks like he had plenty of time in terms of playing, seeing, judging the length, and Josh Bohannon, I feel like he's the same.
Overton in and bowls, and good ball on off stump. Working up decent pace is Craig Overton, and he's not limping at the moment. Those of you listening to us down in Somerset will be relieved to hear, because he's been troubled by tendinitis in his left knee and hasn't been himself really in the first 4 matches. He's only played 3, Craig Overton, because of the tendinitis. Again, is a good ball, well defended by Bohannon. 4 slips. Tom Kohler, Cadmore, Casey Aldridge, Tom Abel, and I think that's Tom Lammonby at 4th slip. He's got his back to us at the moment.
Very narrow, the slips as well.
They
I feel
are,
like they're a lot more narrow than Lancashire's.
Overton in and bowls, and another good ball, stoutly defended by Bohannon. Good over from Overton. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 7, but he's gone past the outside edge of George Balderson's bat on several occasions, and he's challenging the batsman. It's 8 for 1 after 7 overs. Matt Henry will bowl the next over. He's just getting his cap to umpire Lungley. Tom Abel is there as well, having a chat with his bowler about tactics, no doubt. So we'll have the 4 slips and the rest of the field backward square leg by the square leg umpire. Sorry, it's a left-hander, so backward point. Mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket, and a long leg as Henry is in and bowls, as this is driven away through the offside. Bartlett is going off in pursuit. It won't go for 4. They should come back for 3. Bartlett sends in the return, and 3 runs it is. It's fielded, received by the stumps at the non-striker's end by Jack Leach.
Lovely shot there from George Balderson, just pushing onto that front foot. He's been stuck at Craig Overton's end quite a bit, where he's been pushed on the back foot quite a lot, and it's clearly not affecting him. He's got on the front foot pretty well there, and timed it nicely through the covers for 3.
11 for 1. Balderson onto 8. It's the right-handed Bohannon on strike as Henry's in and bowls, and again good pace. Just bowling that one from wide of the crease, angling it in towards the right-hander. Having a chat with Jack Leach on his way back to his mark. Those two will know each other from Test series that the 2 sides have played against each other last summer, and again just a few weeks ago. Henry's in and bowls and beats Bohannon on the outside edge. Got that one to go off the seam. Taken by Stephen Davis. I think it's a good move for Stephen Davis to be given the gloves, because James Rew, whilst a more than capable wicketkeeper, is a much better outfielder than Stephen Davis.
There is them. You got to think about them things these days, haven't you? When you've got 2 or 3 wicket keepers in your side, balance of the field, etc.
Rew is at cover point at the moment as Henry is in and bowls, and again that mistimed by Bohannon. Goes up to Bartlett at mid-on.
Just trying to force a few, Josh Bohannon. He just looks a little unsettled, and that's what Wells tried to do. Obviously Wells is quite an attacking opening batsman in a longer format, but I suppose that's what fielding for so long can do to you as well. You've got to really switch on when you get the chance to bat.
Henry's in and bowls, and this comes off thick inside edge out into the onside, and Matt Henry's got his hands on his head on the grounds that was very nearly through Bohannon, but he got some bat on it. Singles taken, 12 for 1 in the 8th over. All of this after Somerset were bowled out for 361 the tail wagging vigorously for Somerset.
What a brilliant effort that was from 12 for 3 as well.
Yep. Henry in bowls. This is turned into the onside. It was just about the first ball that he's misdirected, just straying onto leg stump there, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, still targeting them stumps though. Like you say, he's constantly. He must be a captain's dream in terms of field placements. You must be able to rely on him very much, and I imagine once the lacquer kind of comes off the ball and maybe the ball stops swinging, he'll be a lovely bowler to have, because you can just set your field really tight and really cramp up the batsman.
As we've been saying, I mean, there's no substitute for a genuinely fast bowler either.
No, exactly.
For making things. I mean, and Lancashire, I thought, were missing that.
Yeah.
Today, when not much was happening out there.
Yeah, there was missing like a kind of a Luke Wood type bowler.
I think Luke Wood would have bowled really well on this pitch, because there is a bit of pace in it.
Yeah,
and he's a skiddy bowler as well.
He's carried lovely all game, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It reminds me of like a Neil Wagner type of bowler.
Overton then into bowl to Bohannon. Plays that offside, I think, about a single, but it's not there. As George Bartlett quickly onto it. No, it's not George Bartlett. Who's that there? It's not. Looks a bit like Tom Banton. I don't think it is. Bartlett at Lammerby's at full slip. Anyway, Overton in and bowls. This is driven, but not timed. Again, it comes off the inside part of the bat. It's fielded by Josh Davey. That must be James Rue there. Is it? No, it doesn't look like James Rue.
Looks fair, kind of. It's the hard thing when they've got the jumpers on. When it gets
well,
a bit chillier.
I ought to be able to identify them. I've seen enough of them. But, Overton in and bowls to Bohannon. And again, they think about a single, but it's not there as Jack Leach moves quickly around to do the fielding. One of the slips is coming out. Tom Lammonby has come out of the slips, so just the 3 slips now. He's going to catching short mid-wicket position as Overton comes steaming in and bowls and angles this one in. That's exactly the sort of delivery that fielder was set for.
Yeah, it just suggests that Craig Overton might just be trying to go a little bit more at middle and leg, just trying to get Bohannon to fall over a little bit and just trying to force that drive and get that opportunity.
Overton casting lengthening shadows, the bowlers and fielders, and it's driven back to him, and a good tumbling stop by Craig Overton, who for a big fast bowler is a quite brilliant fielder anywhere. Second slip is where he fields when he's in the infield, but he's brilliant around the boundary as well.
Very handy cricketer, isn't he? Yeah. Like you say, he's great innings before with the bat, getting Somerset that second batting point.
Yeah, it was sort of controlled aggression, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, he didn't go mad. But,
no,
but he got the field set back by 1 or 2 good hits down the ground. This is driven back to him and dropped, but that's was it? Oh, it was Bumble. You said Bumble. I thought you said Bump Ball. I don't think it was a bump ball, but it went back very, very fast to Craig Overton, and he got a hand to it, but couldn't hold on. There's one of those that either sticks or doesn't, and in that case it didn't. You've been impressed with Matt Henry, Bumble?
Yeah, I've seen him many, many times, and he's probably the quickest bowler on view. All-hearted. He'll just keep running in for his captain. It just needs an aggressive spell, and that's what we're getting.
Here he comes, in and bowls. And that's a defensive shot up to George Bartlett at mid-off. Got those 4 slips in: Kohler, Cadmore, Overton, Aldridge and Abel. James Rue is at cover point, just having a chat with Jack Leach. George Bartlett at mid-on. Henry in and bowls. This is turned into the onside, and James Rue makes a gallant attempt to stop it. Jack Leach cleans up, and they take a single. 13 for 1. Alderson on to 9. Any more news of Jimmy Anderson?
No, they're all tight-lipped down there, I think, so we're deducing. I know there's something on social media that says that he's got a precaution with a groin strain, but we'll get to know in good time, I should think.
Here comes Matt Henry. Again, the 4 slips go down. He's in and bowls. Good quick delivery, but calmly played by Josh Bohannon. A tweet from Andy Clee: for those who aren't at the ground, where is James Rue fielding? Well, he's fielding at cover point, backward point. Disappointed to see him not take the gloves as he's the future of Somerset cricket. Well, yes, but as I said just now, he's a much better outfielder than Stephen Davis, and there isn't much to choose between him and Stephen Davis as wicket keepers. So I think it's the right decision. This is carved away through the offside. Handsome shot, short and wide on that occasion from Matt Henry, and Josh Bohannon stood tall and dismissed it really through the offside. Nice shot.
He stood as tall as he could.
He's not the tallest, is he?
But a powerful shot, and short and wide outside off stump. So you've got to seize on these scoring opportunities. But again, I think the pair of them, it's a quality attack, is this? Overton and Henry.
Henry tries again into Bohannon, who's defending back up the pitch, picked up by the bowler, Matt Henry. Yeah, he's, as I said just now, he's adding a new dimension to the Somerset attack. I mean, Peter Siddle these days is an honest trier. You know, he runs in and he plugs away, but he isn't as quick as he once was. Whereas this chap has genuine pace. This is driven down the ground nicely by Bohannon, and Jack Leach will not, I think, quite get there. He doesn't. It's gone for 4 runs, and that's just the second boundary of the innings. It takes the score on to 21 for 1. Matt Henry just over pitching on that occasion, and Bohannon leaning into the off drive picks up 4.
Oh, and one for the analyst. That's a lovely drive. It's a drive from Bohannon, but it's in the air for a good 20 metres. When I say in the air, round about knee height, and it would have been a very straight silly mid off. So 2 good shots there from Bohannon. That square cut was a lovely shot.
Yeah, it was. Overton then to bowl another over. We have had 10 overs, so he's bowling his 6th, and he looks to me to be pretty much fully fit, as this is turned away through the onside. Josh Davey is going in pursuit, and they'll come back for 2 runs. Yes, they bowl well, these opening bowlers, on a pitch that isn't offering anything very much more than a bit of pace.
Yeah, nothing. We've not talked about swing. It's certainly not moving off the seam. I agree with you. I think Overton looks fit, he looks strong. He's bound to be in the mix for England. They're talking about they need a squad of bowlers, with
all the others falling by the wayside. Overton in round the wicket, and this is punched into the offside, and will be pulled in by Bartlett, but they've got time for another 2 runs. 25 for 1. Overton's kicking angrily at the crease there. He does have trouble with his footholds, does Craig Overton?
Well, he'll not get much joy there. It just looks rock solid. Look at him. Look at the size of him. He must be 6'4".
6'5".
And he bangs down, and there's not a mark. Yeah. It's rock hard.
6'5" and lantern jawed, raw boned. Here he comes. in and bowls. This is played up to mid-on. Yes, he looks like a fast bowler, does Craig Overton. You know, you meet him in the street and you think straight away that is a fast bowler.
He looks nasty. He does. He looks nasty.
No, not nasty. He looks tough.
Menacing.
Menacing, yeah. He can do. And I think if you're a batsman, he's a very menacing sight. Not quite as quick as his brother Jamie, but he's a very, very effective performer. We've got the short mid-off now, as this is turned by Balderson into the onside, and Josh Davey will do the fielding. And it's been a productive over so far for Lancashire. 7 runs coming off it, 27 for 1. I wonder if this will be Craig Overton's last over of his opening spell, whether they'll give Josh Davey a go from that end. Casey Aldridge is the other option. And there's Tom Lammonby, who can bowl left arm, medium pace, fast medium. Overton in and bowls to Balderson. Overton kicks the ball back in the direction of the stumps, picked up by his skipper, who examines it and then rubs it vigorously on the back of his right thigh. They're a noisy side out in the field of Somerset. They
are. There's plenty. We call it rattle.
Rattle, do you?
Yeah, there's plenty of rattle out there.
Tom Avon is always, he's got a foghorn voice, encouraging his bowlers and fielders. This is cut and almost a catch to Tom Kohler-Cadmore at first slip. It went like a rocket. Don't know whether he actually got anything on it at all. It was a full shot. Ooh, it went between Kohler-Cadmore and the wicket-keeper.
It is. It's between keeper and first slip. It's a flash, and if you're going to flash hard. And it's just, he's kicked off. Overton has kicked off. He's gone in a big circle, thinking that it's a drop catch. It's gone so quickly between wicket-keeper and first slip.
I don't know whether that, but I don't even, he might have got a fingertip to it, but he's not rubbing his fingers or anything like that, and it would certainly have stung if he had got anything on it. As it is, gone for 4, so that was an expensive over from Craig Overton. 11 runs from it, 31 for 1. Matt Henry's going to have another over, and the response to that shot at the end of his previous over from Josh Bohannon, the drive down the ground, which didn't keep down, is a fielder at short mid-off. Bohannon, though, carves this away. No, carving is unfair. Cuts it away handsomely through the offside for 4 runs. And the Somerset opening attack just losing its edge at the moment.
Again, that's a quality shot from Bohannon. He's a tiny
wasn't that
chap.
Short, was it?
No.
No. So just the 3 slips now, and the man just off the cut strip at short mid-off. When this almost comes off the inside edge down onto Bohannon's stumps, but he'll pick up a single. 35 for 1. He's on to 15. Balderson has 19.
I think that's a good position for Bohannon, that short mid-off. Very, very straight, almost next to the bowler on his follow-through. He's hit a couple through there which have gone quickly, but they've gone airborne. Not high.
Got the mirror image for the left-hander.
Yeah.
Short mid-off again. As Henry's in and bowls full length and beats the defensive grope of George Balderson. Flies through at good pace to Stephen Davis. Good piece of bowling. He looks pretty fit as well, Matt Henry. Just come back from Pakistan, playing a one-day international series. Here he comes again. In bowls, and a good solid defensive shot from Balderson.
The thing about Matt Henry, he'll keep running in for his skipper. He's one of those, he'll be no trouble at any end, any time. And enough pace. His opening spell will always be a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Before that one-day international series, he was, of course, playing in the 2-test series against England in bowls, and this is played solidly by Balderson. His first-class career, this is his 91st game. He's taken 405 wickets at a cost of 24 runs.
Very good.
Apiece. 18 fifers. Best bowling of 7 for 23. He's in now and bowls, full of length, and played up to Jack Leach at mid-on. There's no run, 36 for 1. 12 overs have gone by in this Lancashire reply to Somerset's first innings of 361. 16 to Bohannon, 19 to Balderson.
Overton's finished, Overton's done. We're going to have a change of ball. This will be Josh Davey, I think. An option will be Jack Leach. We've seen Jack Leach just going through some shadow bowling.
He's always doing that.
Yeah,
he just wants to keep himself in his captain's mind.
Get in the game, and it's not a bad thing when the ball is pretty new and hard, that you can just get into the game. But it's going to be Davey. Overton was ticking there. That flash driver that went through first slip, he was ticking. No, it doesn't take much. I think he really got going. It might have been give him another over. Just get him. It's certainly his dander was up.
I think Tom Abel captains him very well. I think he gives him just enough rope, but not so much that he's going to hang himself, which he can easily do when the red mist comes down. So Josh Davey, he and Craig Overton make the perfect pairing when they're opening the bowling together. He's in and bowls and beats the outside edge of Josh Bohannon straight away. He can swing it, can Josh Davey, and move it off the seam. Scottish international, of course. Even though he's got not a drop of Scottish blood in him.
Is that right?
He was born in Aberdeen because his father worked in the oil industry and was stationed at Aberdeen when Josh arrived. He's a Suffolk boy. That's where his family comes from. Played, of course, for Middlesex before joining Somerset. In and bowls, and this is in the air for a time off Bohannon's bat, but there's no forward short leg, so it goes out to James Rue. No, it's not James Rue. James Rue is at cover point. James Rue is one of the best fielders in this very good Somerset fielding side. So he's at backward point. Davies in and bowls to Bohannon, who just pushes that into a gap on the offside, picked up by Lammonby from mid-on, and it's a no ball. The first one of the Somerset innings. George Balderson bowled a few no balls. How many did he bowl? He gave away 6 no balls he bowled, which is not good.
That last shot that we saw there, it's a defensive shot from Bohannon, but he's on the move when he's played it, so he's looking for a single. I'll get a single, I'll get down the other end.
James Rue and Tom Lammonby ought to be watching that, because that's exactly what they rather failed to do. Davey going round the wicket. This is tucked away off leg stump. There'll be 2 runs here as Matt Henry does the fielding. Sends in a good return to Stephen Davis. Good to see Steve Davis back with the gloves. He got a rough deal in the first innings, coming back into the side and then finding himself on a juicy pitch under cloudy skies facing Jimmy Anderson. And didn't last long. Davey from the Anderson end. This is driven but not timed by George Balderson, who turns away in disgust at himself at not making more of that because it was over pitch from Josh Davey.
Do you know, I think that's the shot that I talked about with Bohannon. It's just a defensive push, but he's on the move. And so he's always looking to get down the other end, to keep the board just ticking over by one, rather than be static and let a ball at one batsman all the time.
Absolutely right. And of course it's a left-hand, right-hand combination. So there's even more logic in rotating the strike as much as possible. As Tom Abel has come out of the slips into his captain's position at extra cover. He likes to be at the fulcrum of the game, does Tom Abel, when he's captaining the side.
Where is he now? Where's he gone?
Extra cover.
Okay.
But he comes in about 15 yards as the bowler is running in. Josh Davey around the wicket to George Balderson. And bowls. Good ball. Well defended by Balderson. Abel comes trotting across to have a chat with his bowler, who takes his sweater from the umpire. 41 for 1 Lancashire. We've had 13 overs, so they're going along at 3 runs an over for a long time in their innings. Somerset no better than 2 runs an over. They finished up at exactly 3 runs an over. But it was slow going, hard going for a long time, and we've got some spin.
He's got himself on, Jack Leach.
Yeah.
Good.
How many overs have we got left in the day? They've taken the. I can reveal to you we've got 15 overs, so about an hour's worth of cricket if the light holds, which it's looking like it may do. I mean, there is cloud around as Bumble makes way for Callum. Jack Leach. You see what I was saying about the comparison in terms of hirsuteness with Daryl Mitchell. He hasn't got much hair on top of his head, Jack Leach. As Bohannon stretches forward and plays this up the onside of the pitch.
Testing little period here, because Bohannon will want to keep rotating the strike, will want to keep scoring. So Jack Leach won't mind that at all, neither will Somerset.
Just the one close fielder, that's Tom Kohler-Cadmore at slip, and this is tossed up, inviting the outside the off stump, but Bohannon just content to play it to backward point. I'll just finish this over and then Scott Reed will take up the commentary. Leach in and bowls. This is shorter and cut by Bohannon, and James Rue comes off the boundary, just lobs the ball back left-handed to his fellow partially left-handed Jack Leach. Bowls left-handed and bats left-handed but throws right-handed.
Yeah, must definitely confuse the odd batsman, mustn't it, when they're trying to take him on for a single or a 2. Must totally forget that he actually throws right-handed instead of left.
George Bartlett's gone under the lid at forward short leg for the left-handed Balderson. Leach is in and bowls, and this is not that far away from Balderson. If there'd been a backward short leg, he might have been in business there, although it went pretty quickly off the Balderson bat. Be looking to exploit the rough outside the left-hander's off stump. Oh, Jack Leach, well, there doesn't appear to be a huge amount of it. Tosses this one up, and Balderson comes forward.
Is it Josh Davey at short 45, short fine leg?
Yep, absolutely right.
I'm wondering if they could use him, or use someone in leg slip to fill that gap.
I think Craig Overton would be the man. This is tossed up and just run off an open face down towards third man. Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Doesn't look the most athletic of the Somerset fielders, but he retrieves that, and the run is taken. It's 44 for 1 after 14 overs, And after some words from Callum Flynn, it will be Scott Reed.
Yeah, good period for Lancashire. Josh Bohannon and George Balderson really rotating the strike very well, keeping busy. Both very similar players. You like to get on the front foot and try and dominate more. Especially Josh Bohannon is in excellent form and knocking down the doors of Baz McCullum and the England selectors.
Oh, yeah, he's not far, but he must be in the reckoning.
Yeah, he's got to be. Yeah. Even for the last couple of seasons, he's been excellent, hasn't he?
Yeah, started this year pretty well. He's a fine player, isn't he, Josh Bohannon? Seems to have got number 3 settled down as his position in this Lancashire team. There's a Davy balls to him, that's worked away into the offside.
It's like Bumble was saying a moment ago, he just wants to keep busy. Even his defensive shots, he's on the front foot and pushing forward to try and take a single as soon as he hits the ball. Joe Root does it really well in the Test team, where consistently just tries to keep the ball, keep the scoreboard ticking over, and just annoys the bowlers.
44 for 1, Davy to Bohannon, but down the leg side. Gathered by Stephen Davis, the keeper, no run. So they've got 3 slips in place. Got 2 catches on the leg side, 2 short mid-wickets. The mid-on and fine leg. Point and mid-off. Actually able at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think it's a really good position for Josh Bohannon as he is trying to score off every ball and get on that front foot, and he has inside edged a few of them loosely in the air.
Davy sets off again, Bohannon waiting and dropping it into the offside, but for no run. So 44 for 1 here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app. We've got 13 overs remaining in the day's allocation.
Your reservations not too early this evening.
It was at 9 o'clock actually.
Oh,
he's quite late.
that's all right.
Yeah, well, I was expecting 104 overs, so so I ensured it was a pretty late one. Davy to Bohannon. Oh, he's inside edge that, and Davy's down on one knee. Bohannon gets 4. Inside edge past the off stump. And Bohannon moves on to 22, 48 for 1. Davy couldn't quite believe it. Down on one knee he goes.
Yeah, it's come right off the bottom of the bat there. I don't know if Josh Bohannon's just misjudged the length or it's stayed slightly low, but it's come off the toe of his bat.
48 for 1. Davy from the Anderson end to Bohannon, calmly in behind it and defends away to the offside. No run this season, Josh Bohannon for Lancashire. And he's got he is Lancashire's leading run scorer. He's got 440 runs. That's an average of 62, 350s in a century.
You'd say last year, I think he averaged over. I think it was just over 40 last year across the season. And you'd say actually that's a quiet year for him in terms of how well he's done in the past 3 or 4 years for Lancashire.
Davy to Bohannon. Defended into the offside, no run. End of the over, we've had 15 of the Lancashire first innings, 48 for 1. Yeah, Bohannon last year, quite right, so 14 matches, 805 runs, averaging 40.25, 3 centuries, 150. And the season dominated by that double century he got quite early on in the campaign. 231 he made, I think it was against Gloucestershire. But he's been pretty much on an upward trajectory, hasn't he, really, since he made his first-class debut. He's had very, very good seasons.
Yeah, did he score 3 half-centuries in the Lions tour of Sri Lanka? I know he got a couple, definitely. Don't know if he got the 3rd one. But he had a really good tour, didn't he, over in Sri Lanka with the England Lions as well.
That's his 2nd winter tour, isn't it, with the Lions? He went to Australia the winter before that.
Oh, yeah.
Leach from the Brian Statham end. Got Balderson on strike. Oh, that's a big appeal. He's gone back as Balderson.
Just outside the line, I think. I think he's got quite lucky there, George Balderson, as that's really skidded through and stayed low.
Yeah, Leach fancied it, didn't he? It was a big appeal towards the umpire. In again to Balderson, plays forward, gets a run here. Ball trickles down to backward point for a single. 24 to George Balderson. Here we go, here's the replay. 49 for 1.
Stayed really low, hasn't it? He's,
yeah.
I think the pitch has just done him slightly on that one.
Yeah, hit him quite a way below the knee roll, didn't it, that?
Certainly wasn't going over.
No, no. So Bohannon's on strike. Here's Leach. All around the wicket to Bohannon. Goes off the back foot, trying to work it to the leg side. Tom Abel, the Somerset skipper. He's always on the move, Tom Abel. He always appears to follow the ball around, or at least the ball perhaps follows him around, but he's right involved in the action. He's at mid-wicket, creeping in now as his bowler comes in. Bohannon off the front foot. Works the ball away through the offside, but for no run.
Will this be Jack Leach's last game before he goes away, potentially for the Ireland Test match?
Somerset got one more game, I think, haven't they? Middlesex next week. Forward goes Bohannon in defence, and there's no run. End of the over. 49 for 1. Bohannon 22. Balderson on 24. Yeah, this is Lancashire's last game of this kind of block of championship matches, yeah. But Somerset with another one. So it might have a chance to have one more game for Somerset. I think Stuart Broad was missing out for Nottinghamshire this week with a view to playing next week against Essex.
To take the momentum into the Ireland game. Yep. Big few months for Jack Leach with the Ashes coming up. And if he, well, it all depends on what kind of way England go with the bowling attack as well.
There's Josh Davey to George Balderson, who plays forward and defends towards cover, where Abel comes bouncing up to field. No run. Well, he appears to have the backing of his captain, doesn't he, Ben Stokes?
Yeah, I like Jack Leach. I feel like sometimes he's harshly criticised, and I feel like you always do need a full-time spinner in your team. Especially on wickets that are just going to die down a little bit. Who knows what capabilities Stokes is going to have in terms of being the fourth seamer for England. So Jack Leach's role could be vital.
Davey to Balderson, in behind a solid defence from Balderson, keeping the ball out, protecting his off stump. Comes down the pitch, George Balderson has a little brief chat with Josh Bohannon. Yeah, it's not far away, and then it's all done pretty quickly, isn't it? The Ireland Test comes, and then the Ashes series is done before August. It's a busy July.
Yeah, I'll certainly test England's fast bowlers' fitness. There's already a couple of worries, like you say. Ollie Stone is now out for a couple of months. Then you've got Mark Wood. Is he going to play 5 tests? Probably not. 99% sure. Certain he probably won't get through the 5. You've got Ben Stokes' his knee. So there's a lot of cricket to be played, and fingers crossed England can come through unscathed with injuries and have the full 11 consistently.
Little bit of a delay here. There's a problem with the bowler's footmarks at the Anderson end. So we're going to need all sorts of equipment to be carried out.
They give it a good whack now, don't they?
They do. They do. I think the big whacker's coming out as well, isn't it, by the looks of it? To do its, here it is, to do its magic, the big plunger. Give it a bit of a bash. There's nothing subtle about this, is there?
No.
This is give it all you've got. There we go. Down on your knees. Give it plenty. Not happy with that, is he, Josh?
No.
Davey? So a little bit of a delay. It's a 49 for 1 as this running repairs.
Just scratched all his hard work away.
I said, do it all again now. Quite hard work, this. Umpire's having a little look. He's having a bit of a prod and a poke. Are we happy with that, boys? We are. I think we're happy with that. Yeah. Well done. Good work all round. So 24 to Balderson, 22 to Bohannon. It has got a little bit dark. I wonder whether...
Yeah, the lights might go on soon, potentially.
Yes. Just look a little gloomy. Scoreboard looks quite bright as we look from our commentary position. Davey around the wicket to Balderson. Easing this delivery off his hip. Picked up at mid-wicket. And there is no run. So we can use the lights if we need them. Might be required.
Forecast has changed slightly today, hasn't it? It was meant to be quite sunny this time, so I think this is unexpected in terms of how dark it has gone, but we should still get at least another 30 minutes of play, hopefully.
Let's look around the grounds actually at the end of this over, see what's happening elsewhere in the county championship as Balderson just pushes forward, but maybe just playing the line of that delivery from Davey through to Stephen Davis. Plays with a smile on his face, George Balderson. Said to me last week at Trent Bridge how much he enjoys batting with Josh Bohannon. Got quite a nice relaxed feel about it.
I've rated Balderson since, was it last year or the year before he made his debut? I'm trying to think when it was now. But ever since I've seen him, I thought he's a real talented cricketer.
He made his first class debut for Lancashire as Davey bowls to him. He's defended his no run in this kind of curtailed COVID season.
Yeah.
2020. When the Bob Willis Trophy was created to play some cricket is when he got his chance, because England needed that bigger squad for the bio bubble things, and so they ended up taking up quite a lot of players, and that presented him with his first chance.
It's real handy cricketers as well, because like you say, you're missing Keaton Jennings massively. The rate of runs that he scores for Lancashire at the moment is unmatchable, but George Balderson's done an excellent an excellent job so far of taking up the role as temporary opener, should you say, but he also fits into that number seven role when Keaton Jennings does play in that extra seamer. So he does play a vital role for Lancashire in the long format.
Just the wicket of Luke Wells so far, cotton ball by Matt Henry for 1 to bring Balderson and Bohannon together with 11 overs remaining of the day's play. Looking elsewhere as Leach gets ready to send down his third over. In Division 1, close of play between Surrey and Middlesex. They've had a bit of bad weather around today. Surrey 190 for 3, trail Middlesex by 19 runs. Forward goes Bohannon to defend, and there's no run. So Middlesex were 209 all out, and Surrey 190 for 3 at the close of play. Leach in again. It's whipped away into the onside by Bohannon. Gets through for a single. Brings up the 50 for Lancashire. 50 for 1. And the other Division 1 game, which has reached a close of play, is in Kent, where Kent are playing Hampshire. Hampshire 103 without loss, in reply to a Kent total of 95 all out. So Weatherly and Middleton have got Hampshire to 103 without loss. As Leach comes over the wicket and bowls, Balderson goes back and defends, and there's no run. And the game, which you can see there, looks a bit soggy, doesn't it, in Canterbury?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah, a bit of rain around in Canterbury. So they've reached a close of play there. Kent were pretty emphatically skittled out for 95. Here's Balderson playing away into the offside for 1 run. He moves on to 25, 51 for 1. 5 wickets for Fuller, 3 for Abbott, 1 for Barker and 1 for Abbas.
It's not a bad seam attack they've got down at Hampshire, have they?
So they're in a strong position going into day 2 at Hampshire. Leach again to Bohannon, forward and defence. And there is no run. 1 ball left of the over. I'll have a look around the other Division 1 games at the end of this Leach over. To Bohannon. Let's try and cut the ball, but chops it down to backward point. And there is no run. So 51 for 1, Bohannon 23 and Balderson on 25. So Nottinghamshire are at Northamptonshire with Nottinghamshire 143 for 4 in their first innings. Pitches there from Northamptonshire, who were bowled out for 158. So Northampton 158 all out and Nottinghamshire 143 for 4 in reply. And there's one other game in Division 1 taking place, which is Warwickshire-Essex. As Davey comes in and bowls to Balderson. And that's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. Essex are into their second innings. They're 85 for 3. Who's batting there? Lawrence and Critchley. They trail by 31 runs. They're in their second innings. They've been dismissed for 126 and Warwickshire made 248. So Essex 85 for 3 in their second innings, trailed by 31 runs. Game taking place at Edgbaston. Division 1 latest scores. There's Davey to Balderson. It's nudged away to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Lights are now firing up.
Lights are firing up here, yeah. Floodlights on, no surprise with that. It's got a little bit gloomy. We can see the shadows being cast from the players. Davey coming in from the Jimmy Anderson end. He's got George Balderson on strike. 3 slips waiting. Here's Davey. Around the wicket balls. That's shuffled away into the onside by Balderson out towards deep mid-wicket. Might have enough to reach the boundary rope. I think it just about does.
Very teasing.
I think that's James Rue. He's trying to catch up with the ball. It was a diving effort, wasn't it? Try and flip the ball back, but as you say, Callum, it was a teasing one that for the fielder.
It's a lovely pickup shot from George Balderson there. Josh Davies been hitting a nice, consistent line and length. And keeping George Balderson very well restricted, but he's just dropped his length just ever so slightly short there, and just George Balderson just rocked on the back foot and pulled it through mid-wicket nicely.
50 partnership coming up under the lights. 55 for 1 now. There's Davey to Balderson. That's dropped into the offside. There's no run. So in Division 2, there's certainly the close of play in 3 of the 4 games. The Durham-Yorkshire match currently off for bad light as well, up in the northeast. Durham making 227 all out, Yorkshire 254 all out. And Yorkshire in their second innings are 91 for 3, so they lead Durham by 118 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Here comes Davey to Balderson. It's dropped into the offside. Abel Fields at cover, and there is no run. And then there's Derbyshire against Gloucestershire, Glamorgan against Worcestershire, and Leicestershire against Sussex, the other games in Division 2. Derbyshire, Gloucestershire have had no luck whatsoever. They lost the entire first day due to rain. And it's closer play again with Derbyshire 130 for 5. At least they got some action in Derbyshire.
I was going to say, I've seen some.
Balderson drives down the ground on the bounce, caught by Davey, no run.
I seen some pictures yesterday of Derbyshire's ground during the day, and it was more or less, you could not see any outfield at all with the amount of puddles that was scattered around. So considering the ground looks like that now, it's a great effort.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, it doesn't look too bad now. At least they've had some play today, but 130 for 5, Derbyshire in their first innings against Gloucestershire. End of the over here, so 55 for 1. Bohannon 23 and Balderson on 29. Glamorgan against Worcestershire. Well, Glamorgan 258 all out. We're applying to a Worcestershire total of 109 all out. And Worcestershire 195 for 7 at the close of play. They lead Glamorgan by 46 runs, but have only got 3 wickets remaining in their second innings. Coming off a bad light towards the end of that game. There it is in Cardiff. 195 for 7 Worcestershire. So in front by 46, but just coming off a bad light. A lead of 46, but just the 3 wickets remaining. So a bit of gloom around Cardiff, bringing the game, or the day's play, to a slightly earlier end. Change of bowling here with Casey Aldridge replacing Jack Leach. Has edged. Oh, it's gone through the slips. Down towards the boundary for 4 runs. That's Tom Abel, I think, at third slip. And it went up to his left-hand side. Sharp chance, Callum.
Yeah, very tricky chance. Going straight through second and third slip. Third slip's gone for the dive, but like you say, it's them flashing cut shots, back foot punches. They're really hard to judge. They come flying through the slips and it's run away for 4, but Aldridge creating something straight away with his first ball.
59 for 1. Aldridge over the wicket to Bohannon, but fizzed in down the leg side. Taken by Steve Davis. So they've made that decision to change. Jack Leach, little spell coming to an end. Aldridge being introduced. A burst from the seamer before the close of play tonight. Still got 8 overs remaining after this one. Yeah,
I think they might be hoping the lights just take effect a little bit and the seamers just gain a bit of movement from the lights.
It's off the front foot by Bohannon. Hit down the ground. There's a short straight mid-off in place. Gone straight to him. And there's no run.
It's a good little partnership from Lancashire between Balderson and Bohannon, because they lost Wells very early, and with the time of the evening that we're playing in and the lights coming on, if there was a couple that it could have been a real tricky period for Lancashire. So they've regained.
Aldridge to Bohannon, just goes back and works it safely away into the offside for no run.
They regained the balance of the game really well, and not allowed Somerset to run away with the pressure, because Somerset had all the momentum once they finished their innings, especially the early wicket of Wells from that brilliant catch by Matt Henry. So Balderson and Bohannon rode the pressure really well.
Got themselves a partnership here. So an awkward little spell towards the end of play, presuming we get the 8 overs in tonight. And it's fired in full by Aldridge, targeting the pads of Bohannon. It's deflected out towards square leg, and there's no run. 59 for 1. So there's one other game just to bring you up to date on. We'll have a look at that at the end of this over, which is Leicestershire against Sussex. Of course, that's the Steve Smith game. Steve Smith playing for Sussex.
Out LBW again.
I think he was, yeah. Aldridge starting and then going back to his mark. Here he is to complete his first over. To Bohannon, driven down the ground. And Aldridge reaches low down to his left to stop the ball. And that completes the over. 59 for 1. So 20 overs gone. Bohannon 27. Balderson on 29. So yeah, Leicestershire against Sussex is the other final game in Division 2 we've not looked at. Sussex are 319 for 4 at the close of play. Yeah, Steve Smith out LBW for 3 in that game taking place at the county ground in Leicester. So you are up to date with how things are looking across Divisions 1 and 2 of the county Championship. Change of ends for
Yeah,
Jack Leach.
Jack Leach just changing ends. I'd like to see him bring, with the ball spinning into George Balderson here, I'd like to see him bring point up, because I've never really seen George Balderson reverse sweep, and to go against the spin, it'll be a risky shot, especially at this time of night, with the game still in the balance, not wanting to lose another wicket. So I'd like to see him be brought up and pile some more pressure on.
Leach in. Balderson just rocks onto that front foot, offering the ball into the gloves of Stephen Davis. Having a bit of a chuckle there, Stephen Davis. Found something funny. Got a slip and a short leg for company. Leach balls again. Forward goes Balderson. He's defended into the leg side. No run. 29 to Balderson. Leach from the Anderson end. A change of ends for Jack Leach. Forward again. There goes Lancashire's opening batter. And again there is no run. There's a long on, the deep square leg, deep point, mid off, cover, mid wicket. A little dance down the pitch, using his feet to get forward there, Balderson. That's worked away back along the ground and gathered by Leach off his own bowling, and there's no run. In comes Leach to Balderson. Takes a run there.
That's where I feel like just an easy one that you could maybe just bring the fielder up and keep George Balderson on strike.
It'll be Bohannon to face the final ball of the over. So he takes guard from umpire Nigel Long. Leach spins the ball from one hand to the other. Bohannon's ready. In comes Leach around the wicket to the right-hander. Leach asking the question again. Not out, so he's umpire Long hands Jack Leach's jumper and his cap, and manager Long with a grimace on his face there, his hands buried deep into his pockets. It's been a long old day, I suppose, hasn't it? Let's have a look at this little LBW appeal. Leach in bowling. Ball looping away towards the offside. Oh, he's having a yawn now. By a long. I don't blame him. Not long to go. 7 overs left. 60 for 1. Callum's left us for a rest, and Anthony's back alongside me.
Is this my over?
It is.
Is Aldridge in and bowls, and this is driven, but more or less straight to Matt Henry at mid-off. I was just thinking, Scott, it's back in the old days when the commentary box was over to our left, you could see the Pennines in the distance, whereas you can't see anything sort of remotely rural from where we are. Aldridge is in the bowls and goes through to Stephen Davis. There aren't any, but the Trafford Town Hall is the most interesting building that we can see from here.
Are you not overwhelmed by the sight of the point?
No,
I mean, what a beautiful building that is.
No, we're rather spoilt down in Somerset, because when we're in our proper commentary box, we of course can see the Quantocks.
Oh, you love the Quantocks.
We love the Quantocks. Aldridge in bowls to Balderson, who drives it back to the bowler. I can just, between the point and the pavilion, you can just catch a glimpse of the very nice municipal formal gardens which are outside the Trafford Town Hall. Not sure, is it still a town hall, or is it being converted to other uses?
I think it's still a town hall.
Yeah, it's quite a handsome building. Is Aldridge in a bowls, and a swing. It wasn't a miss, it was a swing and a bottom edge from Balderson on that occasion. But it's not the most exciting skyline It's a bit better looking over towards Manchester city centre, where you've got the high-rise.
I just feel like
blocks and hotels.
I feel like I want to quote Basil Fawlty. What do you expect? The Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
But it's a sort of utilitarian cityscape in front of us. This is played up to mid-on. It's all a bit stark and geometric, isn't it? Well, I know it's your home ground. And all, I mean, even the pavilion has been encased in a sort of geometric glass case. But, it's a fine playing area, I must say, and a brilliant commentary position. This is punched away into the offside, and a good tumbling stop at backward point by Jack Leach, who isn't the most agile of the Somerset fielders, but got down quickly to his right on that occasion. And Scott's going off to... No, he's not going off to do his... Do you not have to do a 6:30 report?
I don't know.
Oh, look! There we are. Well, I did say that if you peer around the corner, you can see the Manchester skyline, which is ultra modern, ultra smart, ultra sleek. I should qualify all of this by saying I really like Manchester as a city. You've got a fantastic public transport system and some brilliant pubs.
Here's Leach in and balling to Bohannon, who defends off the front foot back down the pitch, and there's no run.
It's a very vibrant city, Manchester, isn't it?
It will be tonight. Friday night for you. You're heading in there, aren't you, in the big city?
Yeah.
Here's Leach to Bohannon. To work it to the leg side, the ball deflects away into the off. There's no run.
I'm only a simple country boy from the West Country.
No, you'll be loving it in those bright lights. Will you make it on time tomorrow morning, do you think?
I expect so.
Slip in place as Leach comes around the wicket and ball. Swept by Bohannon, and swept for 4 runs as well. Beating short fine leg, and the ball rattles into the advertising board. And Bohannon moves on to 31. Score moves on to 64 for 1.
Yeah, he's looking a bit ominous from a Somerset perspective. Callum Flynn leaves us.
Yeah, thanks to Callum and to Bumble and to Phoebe, who've been with us for the first...
Is it just you and me tomorrow, then?
I think there's a chance it might be you and me now, yeah.
Here's Leach in to bowl to Bohannon, who's beaten. There's appeal for a catch behind, and umpire Nigel Long not impressed. Jack Leach got his hands on his head. We haven't seen the replay. Steve Davis looked pretty convinced.
He did, yeah.
Jack Leach with that rather aggressive haircut that he's got these days. There isn't much hair on top of his head, rather like Daryl Mitchell. He's got more on his chin than on his head. And Bohannon stretches forward. We haven't seen a replay of the appeal just yet. It wasn't completely convincing as an appeal. Let's watch the... Ooh, who knows? I think if we'd had DRS, then Somerset would have appealed that. They would have gone upstairs as that's played out the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 64 for 1. 23 overs have been bowled.
We'd have needed ultra edge, wouldn't we, to work out whether there's any bat on that. Well, 5 overs left for these two to try and negotiate tonight. Batted a long time together last week, actually, at Trent Bridge. Balderson and Bohannon, the biggest partnership in the match. I think they put on 188 runs between them in the second innings to give Lancashire the chance to declare and try and bowl Nottinghamshire out.
Yeah, I mean, George Balderson seems to have fitted in very well to the vacancy left by the injury to Keaton Jennings.
Here's Aldridge from around the wicket. It's full ball, which he's driven firmly for runs through the offside, 4 of them in fact. All the way to the boundary rope. Nice front foot punch away through the covers by George Balderson.
Yeah, it's a problem with Casey Aldridge. He bowls too many 4 balls. He's not the luckiest bowler in the world either. Casey Aldridge. Although these things can go in phases.
In again to Balderson. It goes again through the offside in front of square.
Go on, Jack.
Jack Leach chasing after it.
Go on, Jack.
He just about gets to it. They've run 3. He's done well there, Leach, to catch up with the ball. Looked like it might beat him to the rope. Balderson moves on to 37 now. And it's 71 for 1.
He's a tall young fast bowler, Casey Aldridge, 6'4", I think. Just 22 years old. Grew up in Bristol. School at Millfield.
Over the wicket, bowling to Bohannon, who defends into the offside, no run. Yeah, a decent game with the bat, didn't he? In Taunton, he helped Somerset make the game safe.
You could argue that he almost saved the game for Somerset, because I mean they were in all sorts of trouble.
58 to not out, I think he was.
That's right. That was his highest first-class score, and he looked as if he was going to get 50 again today. And
into Bohannon, it's turned it to the leg side, picked up by Leach at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Just fell short, but it was a fine innings. A really good partnership as well with James Rue.
Two balls left. Aldridge into his 3rd over. In and bowling to Bohannon. Back and across and working the ball away to the leg side. No run. 106
he and James Rue put on in... How many overs was it? 61.496. 36 overs. So going along at around about 3 runs an over. They just picked the pace of the innings up after some fairly attritional cricket this morning.
Final ball for Aldridge. Ooh. And Bohannon looks to drive. It's a play and a miss from Josh Bohannon. It's the end of the over. There's a 4 and a 3 off it. And this partnership of 66 going to continue in where they left off from Trent Bridge last week.
Yeah, I think Somerset are going to struggle to take 20 wickets on this pitch. Just can't see it really. And equally, well, Lancashire 71. Well, if they score 300 tomorrow, they'll be 10 runs ahead, and we'll have to bat until at least lunchtime on Sunday. Probably longer, unless they get bowled out. Their best chance of winning is probably to get bowled out, because if they declare, it'll almost certainly be too late, because they won't want to lose. Well, they shouldn't be in danger of losing. It's a bit like the scenario down at Taunton, to be honest. Leach then to Balderson, who is stretching forward. We've got a silly mid-off to the left-hander, as well as a slip. George Bartlett under the helmet at silly mid-off. We've got 3 overs and 5 balls left, and this rather squirts off the outside edge of Balderson's bat down to short third man, where Casey Aldridge comes across to do the fielding. Lancashire will be looking to build the sort of lead that they enjoyed down at Taunton. Well, Somerset made 440 in their first innings. Lancashire replying with 554. As Leach is in the bowls, and this is punched into the offside, and there won't be a run. And Somerset in their second innings were in all sorts of trouble. 91 for 4 when Kohler Cadmore was out, and then they lost the wickets of Tom Abel and James Rue in rapid succession. Oh, and playing a miss from Bohannon. That one just lifted and turned a bit from Leach.
Bit of bounce there for Leach.
Yep. Casey Aldridge saw Somerset safely to a draw. This is quicker from Leach. He's bowled him. He's bowled him. Quicker from Leach, and Bohannon late on the shot, and that's the second Lancashire wicket. Josh Bohannon bowled by Leach for 31, 72 for 2, and a good change of pace there from Jack Leach. The previous ball just bounced a little bit on Bohannon, beat his outside edge, and that one was fired in by Jack Leach. And Tom Lammonby just demonstrating how it was done, and great piece of bowling by Jack Leach. Ball crashing into middle and leg stump. 72 for 2.
Yeah, nice wicket for Somerset to get right at the end of the second day. I mentioned Balderson and Bohannon having batted so beautifully at Trent Bridge last week. They've been desperate to try and get to the close of play. Lancashire with wickets in hand going on to tomorrow. Is it time for a night watchman? I suspect it is. Who's coming out? It's Will Williams to join George Balderson to try and see it to the close of play. But yeah, good bowling from Leach. The previous delivery with a bit of bounce and a fraction of a bit of turn, but that was fizzed in quicker.
Yeah, came in between bat and pad. So I think it was just a quicker delivery that did him for pace. And highly delighted Jack Leach. And we will no doubt have close fielders surrounding the bat for the last few overs. We've got 3 overs after this one remaining. So another over for Jack Leach. Somerset not going overboard. We've got skipper Tom Abel just changing places with George Bartlett. Abel going to leg slip, Bartlett to silly point, and Kohler Cadmore at slip. So 3 close catches. Leach to Will Williams, the voice of Tractor. Appeal for LBW, that must be close. Oh, Jack Leach thought he got his man there. Haven't seen the replay, but Nigel Long just going down a little bit. Just couldn't have been very far away.
It looked a good shout from up here, didn't it?
It did, yeah. And Steve Davis convinced that Leach had got 2 in 2. But shake of the head from Nigel Long, who's been in a sort of not outing mood in this game so far.
Yes, with a slightly sinister look on his face at times. He's been smiling a lot and giving them not out. 72 for 2, so 3 overs left. There's a bit of chirp out there from Somerset, I'm not surprised. 3 overs left, gloomy skies, floodlights are on, Leach is bowling beautifully. Aldridge is in and bowling, and Balderson drives into the offside, but there is no run. Well, it's drop anchor now, isn't it, from Lancashire?
See it through to the close. That's the
yep. Try and get to the close with just the 2 down. Forecast is good for tomorrow. In fact, it looks like an absolutely terrific day weather-wise tomorrow. Aldridge to Balderson. It's just dropped away into the offside, no run.
Should get a decent crowd in tomorrow.
Hopefully.
Are there any counter attractions in Manchester tomorrow?
Not that I can think of.
Eurovision Song Contest, of course, in the evening from just down the road. Lots of encouragement for Somerset bowlers and fielders.
Aldridge to Balderson, who's watchful and defending and dropping the ball into the offside, no run. Tom Abel bouncing up from 3rd slip to field the ball. Balderson coming down the pitch. Aldridge, big strong strapping lad,
He is. He's filled out in the last couple of years. He was a bit of a beanpole when he first came into the side.
It's a full ball, but wide of off stump, and Bolton just eases it up to mid-off for no run. 72 for 2. What time are we on? 10 to 7, so yeah, 7 o'clock finish tonight to get 104 overs in, and something similar tomorrow. We'll be making up for time that we lost on the first day. Bolton defending. Leach comes up from backward point to field. He'll have one more over, and then presumably will be Casey Aldridge to complete the day's play. So in theory he's got 7 more balls left.
Dave from Cork, ex-Grumpy Git. Since you're determined to dismiss the idea of earlier starts to make up for lost time, then I have nothing to add. Except that to dismiss my tweet as a whim, which we didn't do, I hasten to say, is insulting to an idea I've considered and I believe has merit.
Aldridge to Balderson. Oh, that's defended. Protecting that front pad, end of the over, 72 to 2.
Very dignified reply, that, I think, riposte from former Grumpy Git.
Did someone not like the suggestion?
Yeah, I can't remember who it was now, but I think it's a perfectly good suggestion. We wouldn't be sitting here at best part of 7 o'clock if we'd started at 10:30 this morning, and playing conditions were perfectly good at 10:30.
Better than they are now.
Yeah, and of course in September we do start at 10:30.
We do.
We do.
Yeah.
Nobody seems to find it particularly difficult. Right, Jack Leach is going to bowl the penultimate over of the day to Will Williams, who survived an LBW shout off his very first ball. He's back on his stumps. He looks a bit like a potential LBW victim, does Will Williams. Got much in the way. Well, he averages 13.5 with the bat. As Leach bowls to him, and he plays round his front pad out into the onside. Picked up by Aldridge. We've got silly point, slip, leg slip, and we're going to get James Rue is going. Where's James Rue going to field?
I don't think he quite knows yet.
He's going to field at. No, Craig Overton is coming into. I'm guessing. Leg slip. He's running off now to get a helmet. So we won't be finishing any time just yet. No sign of the Somerset 12th man bringing a helmet on. Somerset bowled out this afternoon for 361, which is a pretty good performance after they were 12 for 3 yesterday morning. Somebody from the Somerset dressing room tosses the helmet down to Craig Overton from a great height, and he catches it comfortably and looks thoroughly delighted with proceedings as he comes running back to take up his position at leg slip. Leach then has got 4 balls remaining in this over. Quicker to Williams, push through. Williams just plays it back to the bowler.
Bowled 30 overs today, didn't he, Will Williams, or in the game, and then gets wheeled out as night watchman.
He's had a, well, he's young or youngish. He's not actually he's a sort of late comer to first class cricket. Will Williams. It's turned into the onside. Won't get a run. 72 for 2. As this is played into the onside defensively. So Lancashire trail at the moment by 289 with 8 first innings wickets in hand. Leach in and bowls, and again this is played on the bounce to George Bartlett at forward short leg, and that concludes Jack Leach's part in the proceedings for the day, and he has figures of 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. And the final over of the day will be bowled by Casey Aldridge.
Well, don't have the prospect now of the possibility of a second night watchman coming out to bat. And if a wicket falls in this over, then we'll be done for the day.
Yeah.
There was a game last season, I think it was a Gloucestershire match, where they sent out, I think it was 3 if not 4 night watchmen. Get wheeling them out at the end of the day's play. I think there were 3 in the end came out. Here comes Aldridge then, final over of the day. Swing and a miss from Balderson. He was tempted at playing at that delivery. It was fallen wide of off stump, and he would have been pretty angry if he got out caught behind with that.
The live stream camera is picking out that line of helmets behind Stephen Davis. There are 4 of them there, looking like 4 gigantic maroon snails, representing a big target for anything that Steve Davis lets go through.
That went into the gloves of Davis.
And Tom Kohler-Cadmore is wearing his, I'm not sure what you call it, muffler in front of him, where he keeps his hands warm. It is chilly out there, I would say that. We're just getting a picture of the back of George Bartlett's mullet at the moment.
It's lovely,
Close
that,
up.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very tidy.
Well, they've got some very smart haircuts of the Somerset players.
Aldridge to Balderson, who plays forward and defends. And there's no run. 72 for 2. So 3 balls left of the day. A day where Somerset eventually all out for 361. Seen a really impressive innings again from James Root. Every time I watch him bat, he seems to score runs, and in different ways as well. 2nd century of the season against Lancashire. Aldridge in, short ball. Tucked underneath it.
And he got 100 in 2 innings at Southport, 70 in the first and 30 odd in the second. No, I think he got 93 in fact. But even so, he scored 300 plus runs against Lancashire in 4 innings.
Yes,
which is not bad.
No, and in different ways. Yeah, the Somerset match was
he got 40 in the second innings there, didn't he? Yeah.
Very impressive player. Ball's off the back foot, just working it away to backward point. There's no run. And we've seen 2 Lancashire wickets to fall. Luke Wells, who was spectacularly caught and bowled by Matt Henry.
Yeah. Reflex catch, wasn't it?
It was.
It just managed to get his hand to it, and fortunately for him, it popped up. So, just 1 ball left in the day, and George Bartlett comes in to forward short leg. This might be short.
There's a short mid on, the short mid off. Aldridge in.
No, it's
and Balderson off the front foot, squeezes the ball away into the offside, and Leach at point to field. And that completes the day's play as we almost get to exactly 7 p.m. on this Friday evening. 72 for 2. George Balderson has survived 28 overs. Very, very tricky 28 overs. So he'll be there tomorrow morning on 38. Will Williams, a night watchman, on naught. Wells and Bohannon, the men out. And what an intriguing day, Anthony.
Yeah, highlights for Somerset were 35 for Craig Overton, seeing Somerset through to a 2nd batting point. 46 for Casey Aldridge in a partnership of 106 with James Rue. 50 not out from Matt Henry, and some very impressive fast bowling and a brilliant reflex catch. But the undoubted highlight of the day from the Somerset perspective, indeed from any perspective, James Rue, 105 he made from 241 deliveries with 12 fours and a 6. And match is evenly poised, but it's going to take something rather out of the ordinary to produce a positive result.
It would look that way. Now the ball is used by Somerset. Overton 6 overs for 17. Henry 6 overs, 1 for 19. David 4 overs for 13. Leach with that wicket of Bohannon right at the end of the day's play. 7 overs, 1 for 12. And Casey Aldridge 5 overs for 11 runs. And the only partnership so far in the early part of this Lancashire innings is that Balderson-Bannon partnership for 67 runs that they put on before Bahannon's dismissal. So that's where we stand. Close of play, day 2 from Emirates Old Trafford, with Lancashire 72 for 2, trailed by 289 runs. We are back underway tomorrow morning. 11 o'clock start. We'll, I think, be in for another 104 over day, making up for time lost on Thursday. And we'll see how the third day progresses. Anthony, behave yourself in Manchester.
I'll do my best.
From the whole gang here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app, we'll catch you tomorrow morning.